The invention of Africa. Gnosis, philosophy, and the order of knowledge. V.Y. Mudimbe. Introduction. This book evolved accidentally, as a result of an invitation to prepare a survey of African philosophy. Strictly speaking, the notion of African philosophy refers to contributions of Africans practicing philosophy within the defined framework of the discipline and its historical tradition. Horton, 1976, Hountanji, 1977. It is only metaphorically, or, at best, from a historicist perspective, that one would extend the notion of philosophy to African traditional systems of thought, considering them as dynamic processes in which concrete experiences are integrated into an order of concepts and discourses. Ladriere, 1979:14-15. One have thus preferred to speak of African gnosis. J. Fabian used the notion of gnosis in his analysis of a charismatic movement, 1969. In this book, the wider frame seems better suited to the range of problems addressed, all of which are based on a preliminary question: to what extent can one speak of an African knowledge, and in what sense? Etymologically, gnosis is related to niko, which in the ancient Greek means to know. Specifically, gnosis means seeking to know, inquiry, methods of knowing, investigation, and even acquaintance with someone. Often the word is used in a more specialized sense, that of higher and esoteric knowledge, and thus it refers to a structured, common, and conventional knowledge, but one strictly under the control of specific procedures for its use as well as transmission. Gnosis is, consequently, different from daza or opinion, and, on the other hand, cannot be confused with episteme, understood as both science and general intellectual configuration. The title is thus a methodological tool. It embraces the question of what is and what is not African philosophy and also orients the debate in another direction by focusing on conditions of possibility of philosophy as part of the larger body of knowledge on Africa called Africanism. I use this central notion of conditions of possibility in accordance with a recent tradition in which Michel Foucault could, for example, define his own intellectual ambition in terms of its dependence on alterations that Jean Hippolyte introduced into Hegelian philosophy. Foucault, 11982-235-37. What the notion of conditions of possibility indicates is that discourses have not only socio-historical origins but also epistemological contexts. It is the latter which make them possible and which can also account for them in an essential way. I shall be dealing with discourses on African societies, cultures, and peoples as signs of something else. I would like to interrogate their modalities, significance, or strategies as a means of understanding the type of knowledge which is being proposed. In fact, I do not address the classical issues of African anthropology or history, the results of which might or might 9. Not mirror an objective African reality. Rather, I am looking upstream of the results, precisely at what makes them possible, before accepting them as commentary on revelation, or restitution, of an African experience. The book attempts, therefore, a sort of archaeology of African gnosis as a system of knowledge in which major philosophical questions recently have arisen. First, concerning the form, the content, and the style of Africanizing knowledge. Second, concerning the status of traditional systems of thought and their possible relation to the normative genre of knowledge. From the first chapters, which interrogate Western images of Africa, through the chapters analyzing the power of anthropologists, missionaries, and ideologists, to the last, on philosophy, I am directly concerned with the processes of transformation of types of knowledge. This orientation has two consequences: on the one hand, an apparent attenuation of the originality of African contributions and, on the other, an overemphasis upon external procedures, such as anthropological or religious influences. The fact of the matter is that, until now, Western interpreters as well as African analysts have been using categories and conceptual systems which depend on a Western epistemological order. Even in the most explicitly Afrocentric descriptions, models of analysis explicitly or implicitly, knowingly or unknowingly, refer to the same order. Does this mean that African Weltanschauungen and African traditional systems of thought are unthinkable and cannot be made explicit within the framework of their own rationality? My own claim is that thus far the ways in which they have been evaluated and the means used to explain them relate to theories and methods whose constraints, rules, and systems of operation suppose a non-African epistemological locus. From this viewpoint, the claim of some African philosophers such as Obimwini, 1981a, and Ebosi Bolaga, 1981, that they represent an epistemological hiatus should be taken seriously. What does this mean for the field of African studies? To what extent can their perspectives modify the fact of a silent dependence on a Western episteme? Would it then be possible to renew the notion of tradition from, let us say, a radical dispersion of African cultures? These are the most important issues in the debate on African philosophy. They oblige me to clarify immediately my position about representatives of African gnosis. Who is speaking about it? Who has the right and the credentials to produce it, describe it, comment upon it, or at least present opinions about it? No one takes offense if an anthropologist is questioned. But strangely enough, Africanists, and among them anthropologists, have decided to separate the real African from the westernized African and to rely strictly upon the first. Rejecting this myth of the man in the bush, J. John chose to turn to those Africans who have their own opinion and who will determine the future of Africa, those, in other words, of whom it is said that they are trying to revive the African tradition, John, 1961:16. Yet, John's decision seems exaggerated. I would prefer a wider authority, intellectuals' discourses as a critical library and, if I could, the experience of rejected 10. Forms of wisdom which are not part of the structures of political power and scientific knowledge. In sum, rather than simply accept the authority of qualified representatives of African cultures, I would like to study the theme of the foundations of discourse about Africa. It is obvious that in such a subjective work I cannot claim to offer an exhaustive report analyzing all present tendencies or encompassing all within its frame. This book is only a critical synthesis of the complex questions about knowledge and power in and on Africa. The presuppositions and hypotheses outlined above indicate a range of theoretical alternatives that I have been working on for the last 15 years. If, from L'autre face du royaume, 1973, to L'odeur du père, 1982b, and this contribution, my general view has somewhat changed, I believe that my major thesis has remained the same with respect to the analogical form of the social sciences and the history of Africanist discourse. These disciplines do not provide a real comprehension of the Weltanschauungen studied. Yet one can also say that it is in these very discourses that African worlds have been established as realities for knowledge. And today Africans themselves read, challenge, rewrite these discourses as a way of explicating and defining their culture, history, and being. It is obvious that since its inception Africanism has been producing its own motives as well as its objects, and fundamentally commenting upon its own being, while systematically promoting a gnosis. From this gnosis ultimately arose both African discourses on otherness and ideologies of alterity, of which negritude, black personality, and African philosophy might be considered to be the best established in the present-day intellectual history of Africa. Some of my critics, example Mpoiboitu, 1983, Anzembil, 1983, Willem, 1976, have aggressively urged me to draw political implications from my conclusions. Others, such as Morales, 1981, 1984a, have instead thought my project, that of dealing with taboo themes, overly ambitious. I only hope that some people would agree that the task of bringing philosophy to some of its own limits and metaphors in social science, and that of questioning philosophy's ambiguous contacts with unphilosophical discourses, justify my commitment not to philosophy, nor to an invented Africa, but to what it essentially means to be an African and a philosopher today. I am grateful to L. Kaumba, whose phenomenological study of the significance of identity in my literary work, Kaumba, 1986, forced me to re-evaluate the implications of my theses about the same and the other in philosophical anthropology. Yet his critique meets my fundamental beliefs. Identity and alterity are always given to others, assumed by an I or a we subject, structured in multiple individual histories, and, at any rate, expressed or silenced according to personal desires vis-a-vis an episteme. This also implies that from a methodological viewpoint I think, as Foucault put it, that discourse in general and scientific discourse in particular, is so complex a reality that we not only can but should approach it at different levels and with different methods. 11973, 14. For this essay I have 11. Chosen an archaeological perspective that allows me to address the issue of the progressive constitution of an African order of knowledge. However, for reasons having to do with the bizarre nature of some of the sources used, mainly the anthropological ones, one have preferred not to distinguish the epistemological level of knowledge from the archaeological level of knowledge. I am deeply indebted to the Joint Committee on African Studies of the Social Science Research Council in conjunction with the American Council of Learned Societies. They invited me to write the study and gave me the necessary facilities. A briefer and slightly different form of chapters 3 and 5 was published by the African Studies Review in 1985. The bibliography at the end reveals my intellectual debt to many works and scholars. In this bibliography I present books I have indeed used. I did not think it important to include such authors as Aristotle, Descartes, Diderot, Rousseau, or Voltaire, to whom I sometimes refer. In the same manner, it did not seem useful to include a number of narratives and texts by explorers, colonial theorists, and popes. They generally express a normative Dasein and its submission to an episteme. As such, they reveal the development of anthropological and philosophical theories. As to non-English books I quote, I have often but not always consulted the originals, even when the existing translations were excellent. Yet apart from stated exceptions, I generally make reference to English versions when available. If an English edition is not mentioned in the bibliography, the translation is my own. I must express explicitly my gratitude to some friends and colleagues without whom this book would, perhaps, not have been written, or certainly not yet finished: Elizabeth Boye for her encouragement, Christy Agawa for her editorial assistance, Kofi Agawa, Paul Reisman, and Yvonne Karp for their critical evaluations. I am particularly grateful to Arnd Bohm, Walter Mischner, David Newberry, and Mildred Mortimer, whose patient reading of the entire manuscript and critical comments helped me clarify many points and translate my Gallic style into the English language. I extend my gratitude to Haverford College and in particular to Robert Stevens, Robert Gavin, Jr., Wyatt McGaffey, and Judy Young for their support and generosity. Finally, I have to express my special thanks to Shirley Averill for her useful suggestions, the typing of many drafts of the manuscript, and her unfailing patience. Roberta L. Deal and Janet Rubinowicz, my editors, deserve grateful acknowledgement for their advice, support, and efficiency. Needless to say, the ideas, hypotheses, and interpretations put forth in this book are completely my responsibility. Discourse of Power and Knowledge of Otherness. Colonizing Structure and Marginality. Lord have pity on us. The human race. Phyllis exclaimed, stressing the second word in her astonishment. That's what it says here, Jen assured her. Don't start off by interrupting me. P. Bull, Planet of the Apes. The scramble for Africa, and the most active period of colonization, lasted less than a century. These events, which involved the greater part of the African continent, occurred between the late 19th and the mid-20th centuries. Although in African history the colonial experience represents but a brief moment from the perspective of today, this moment is still charged and controversial, since, to say the least, it signified a new historical form and the possibility of radically new types of discourses on African traditions and cultures. One might think that this new historical form has meant, from its origins, the negation of two contradictory myths, namely, the Hobbesian picture of a pre-European Africa, in which there was no account of time, no arts, no letters, no society, and which is worst of all, continued fear, and danger of violent death, and the Rousseauian picture of an African golden age of perfect liberty, equality, and fraternity, Hodgkin, 1957:174-75. Although generalizations are of course dangerous, colonialism and colonization basically mean organization, arrangement. The two words derive from the Latin word colere, meaning to cultivate or to design. Indeed, the historical colonial experience does not and obviously cannot reflect the peaceful connotations of these words. But it can be admitted that the colonists, those settling a region, as well as the colonialists, those exploiting a territory by dominating a local majority, have all tended to organize and transform non-European areas into fundamentally European constructs. 14. I would suggest that in looking at this process, it is possible to use three main keys to account for the modulations and methods representative of colonial organization: the procedures of acquiring, distributing, and exploiting lands in colonies, the policies of domesticating natives, and the manner of managing ancient organizations and implementing new modes of production. Thus, three complementary hypotheses and actions emerge: the domination of physical space, the reformation of natives' minds, and the integration of local economic histories into the Western perspective. These complementary projects constitute what might be called the colonizing structure, which completely embraces the physical, human, and spiritual aspects of the colonizing experience. See, example Christopher, 1984, Z7-87. This structure clearly also indicates the projected metamorphosis envisioned, at great intellectual cost, by ideological and theoretical texts, which from the last quarter of the 19th century to the 1950s have proposed programs for regenerating the African space and its inhabitants. A. Césaire thinks that the great historical tragedy of Africa has been not so much that it was too late in making contact with the rest of the world, as the manner in which that contact was brought about, that Europe began to propagate at a time when it had fallen into the hands of the most unscrupulous financiers and captains of industry. Césaire, 1972-23. He refers to the second part of the 19th century, emphasizing the coexistence of imperialist ideology, economic and political processes for extending control over African space, and capitalist institutions which ultimately led to dependence and underdevelopment. See also Mazrui, 1974. In a recent book, D.K. Fieldhouse writes that only a dogmatist would attempt to state categorically that colonialism was either totally inconsistent with economic development in the dependencies or, alternatively, that it was the best possible medium for stimulating their growth. Colonialism was not sufficiently consistent over time to justify any such sweeping assertions, nor were its objectives sufficiently coherent to achieve any particular result. 1981:103. Thus colonialism has been some kind of historical accident, a largely unplanned and, as it turned out, transient phase in the evolving relationship between more and less developed parts of the world. 1981:49. This accident, on the whole, according to this view, was not the worst thing that could have happened to the Black Continent. Essentially, the argument is not new. It has a history that goes back to the debate of the early decades of this century. In his book, Imperialism, a Study, J. A. Hobson linked the scramble for Africa to capitalism and capitalists' search for higher profits from colonial conquests. For J. A. Schumpeter, in 1919, colonialism as well as its cause, imperialism, did not obey logic. It was non-rational and irrational, purely instinctual inclinations toward war and conquest that guided objectless tendencies toward forcible. 15. Expansion, without definite, utilitarian limits, Schumpeter, 1951:83. Against the Leninist theme of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, 1917, he stated that a purely capitalist world offers no fertile soil to imperialist impulses. Capitalism is by nature anti-imperialist, 1951:96. And in a voluminous document full of statistics, the balance sheets of Imperialism, 1936, Grover Clark demonstrated that colonialism was not only economically irrational but also ruinous for the colonial powers. On the opposite side, at the risk of being labeled dogmatists, Marxist interpreters accept the essentials of Lenin's thesis. The contention of neo-Marxists such as Samir Emin, Paul Baran, André Gunder Frank, and Emanuel Wallerstein is that if colonialism was inconsistent with economic development, it was at least, since its inception, quite consistent with its own economic interests and objectives. Accordingly, colonialism should have produced a body of knowledge on the means of exploiting dependencies, Rodney, 1981. It should also have produced a kind of empirical technique for implementing structural distortions by positing four main political propositions. First, priority given to the Industrial Revolution over the Agricultural Revolution. Second, the simultaneous promotion of all branches of industry with a preferential approach to heavy industry. Third, emphasis on tertiary and service activities. Fourth, preference for exports to the detriment of the total economic system. Amin, 1973. The outcome of these policies was the process of underdevelopment initiated everywhere colonialism occurred. This process can be summed up in 3 points. First, the capitalist world system is such that parts of the system always develop at the expense of other parts, either by trade or by the transfer of surpluses. Second, the underdevelopment of dependencies is not only an absence of development, but also an organizational structure created under colonialism by bringing non-Western territory into the capitalist world. Third, despite their economic potential, dependencies lack the structural capacity for autonomy and sustained growth, since their economic fate is largely determined by the developed countries. Amin, 1974, Gunder Frank, 1969, Wallerstein, 1979. From this last contention, some theorists have quickly hypothesized that if Japan has escaped the predicament of underdevelopment, it is because it is the only non-Western country to have escaped colonialism. Bigot, 1974, 32, 60. It seems impossible to make any statement about colonialism without being a dogmatist, particularly where economic organization and growth are concerned. Different as they are in form and intention, the Marxist and peripheral theories have nevertheless the same focus: overseas territory, totally reorganized and submitted to a Western model. Mommsen, 1983. The first theory considers colonial imperialism as a calculated and inevitable culmination of capitalism. If the latter discounts the planned aspect of colonialism, it still assumes the phenomenon to be a consequence of European industrialization and development, somehow bound to expand overseas. Whatever theory one accepts, the application remains the same, leading 16. Inevitably to what I have called the colonizing structure responsible for producing marginal societies, cultures, and human beings. Emanuel, 1969, Barak, 1971. Therefore, for the purpose of clarity further on, let me make clear the dichotomy that this structure creates and which is a sign of what Isaacs calls Europeocentrism. It is a model which dominates our thought, and given its projection on the world scale by the expansion of capitalism and the colonial phenomenon, it marks contemporary culture imposing itself as a strongly conditioning model for some and forced deculturation for others. Sachs, 1971:22, quoted by Bigot, 1974:2-3, n.3. Because of the colonializing structure, a dichotomizing system has emerged, and with it a great number of current paradigmatic oppositions have developed: traditional versus modern, oral versus written and printed, agrarian and customary communities versus urban and industrialized civilization, subsistence economies versus highly productive economies. In Africa, a great deal of attention is generally given to the evolution implied and promised by the passage from the former paradigms to the latter. Mudimbe, 1980. This presupposed jump from one extremity, underdevelopment, to the other, development, is in fact misleading. By emphasizing the formulation of techniques of economic change, the model tends to neglect a structural mode inherited from colonialism. Between the two extremes there is an intermediate, a diffused space in which social and economic events define the extent of marginality. Bigot, 1974:2-0, Shaw, 1985-33-36. At the economic level, for example, if the relatively low productivity of traditional processes of production, formerly adapted to the then existing markets and range of trade and exchanges, has been disrupted by a new division of labor which depends upon international markets, then transformation has meant a progressive destruction of traditional realms of agriculture and crafts. Malassu, 1975, 115. As a second example, one could regard the social disintegration of African societies and the growing urban proletariat as results of a destabilization of customary organizations by an incoherent establishment of new social arrangements and institutions. Turnbull, 1962, Memmi, 1966, Mayer, 1975. Finally, if at the cultural and religious levels, through schools, churches, press, and audiovisual media the colonializing enterprise diffused new attitudes which were contradictory and richly complex models in terms of culture, spiritual values, and their transmission, it also broke the culturally unified and religiously integrated schema of most African traditions. Bimwini, 1981a. From that moment on the forms and formulations of the colonial culture and its aims were somehow the means of trivializing the whole traditional mode of life and its spiritual framework. The potential and necessary transformations meant that the mere presence of this new culture was a reason for the rejection of unadapted persons and confused minds. 17. Marginality designates the intermediate space between the so-called African tradition and the projected modernity of colonialism. It is apparently an urbanized space in which, as S. Ammon noted, vestiges of the past, especially the survival of structures that are still living realities, tribal ties, for example, often continue to hide the new structures, ties based on class, or on groups defined by their position in the capitalist system. 1974:377. This space reveals not so much that new imperatives could achieve a jump into modernity, as the fact that despair gives this intermediate space its precarious pertinence and, simultaneously, its dangerous importance. As P. Bigot put it recently, the young nations rightly fear seeing their original world swallowed up in the whirlpools of industrial society and disappear forever. Somewhat like animal species, we try with difficulty and often in vain to protect against the invasion of technical man. Bigot, 1974:23. There is no doubt that direct or indirect colonialism always provokes in the countries that experience it cultural constraint, a contamination the more profound as it is hidden. Lifestyles and modes of thinking of the dominant nations tend to impose themselves on the dominated nations. Moreover, they are accepted, even sought after. Models spring up, alienating factors for the people who adopt them. Bigot, 1974:24. At any rate, this intermediary space could be viewed as the major signifier of underdevelopment. It reveals the strong tension between a modernity that often is an illusion of development, and a tradition that sometimes reflects a poor image of a mythical past. It also unveils the empirical evidence of this tension by showing concrete examples of developmental failures such as demographic imbalance, extraordinarily high birth rates, progressive disintegration of the classic family structure, illiteracy, severe social and economic disparities, dictatorial regimes functioning under the cathartic name of democracy, the breakdown of religious traditions, the constitution of syncretic churches, etc. Baruch, 1971, Bigot, 1974. In general, troubled by such confusion, social scientists prefer to plead for a reassessment of programs of modernization. No doubt many theories are still to be proposed and plans to be made. Yet one may already understand that this marginal space has been a great problem since the beginning of the colonializing experience. Rather than being a step in the imagined evolutionary process, it has been the locus of paradoxes that called into question the modalities and implications of modernization in Africa. Discursive formations and otherness. It is certain that the learned Antony, without being a misanthrope, was not interested at all. 18. In human beings. He would often declare that he did not expect much from them anymore. P. Bull, Planet of the Apes. The colonializing structure, even in its most extreme manifestations such as the crisis of South Africa, see, example Sideman, 1985, might not be the only explanation for Africa's present-day marginality. Perhaps this marginality could, more essentially, be understood from the perspective of wider hypotheses about the classification of beings and societies. It would be too easy to state that this condition, at least theoretically, has been a consequence of anthropological discourses. Since Turgot, who in the 1750s first classified languages and cultures according to whether the peoples are hunters, shepherds, or husbandmen 1913 to 1923, 1:172 and ultimately defined an ascending path from savagery to commercial societies, non-Western marginality has been a sign both of a possible absolute beginning and of a primitive foundation of conventional history. Rather than retracing an already too well-known evolutionary hallucination, Dutch ed. 1971, Hagen, 1971, let us take a different angle by examining both the issues derived from a 15th century painting and the allocation of an African object to 19th century anthropology. Commenting upon Las Meninas of Velázquez, M. Foucault writes, the painter is standing a little back from his canvas. He is glancing at his model, perhaps he is considering whether to add some finishing touch, though it is also possible that the first stroke has not yet been made. 1973:3. The painter is at one side of the canvas working or meditating on how to depict his models. Once the painting is finished, it becomes both a given and a reflection of what made it possible. And Foucault thinks that the order of Las Meninas seems to be an example of a representation which undertakes to represent itself. In all its elements, with its images, the eyes to which it is offered, the faces it makes visible, the gestures that call it into being. Yet in the amazing complexity of this painting there is remarkable absence, the person it resembles and the person in whose eyes it is only a resemblance. Foucault, 1973:16. Now let us consider Hans Bergmayer's painting Exotic Tribe. Is the painter sitting back contemplating his exotic models? How many? It is not even certain that a model is present in the room where Bergmayer is thinking about ways of subsuming particular versions of human beings. The year is 1508. Mitre is still alive. Bergmayer is by then a respected master of the new school of Augsburg he has founded. He would like to please the Fuggers and Welsers and has agreed to illustrate Bartholom de Springer's book on his travels overseas, Kunst, 1967. He has carefully read Springer's diary, has probably studied some clumsy pencil or pen and ink sketches, and has decided to draw 6 pictures of primitives. The first picture of the series seems to represent a family. Let us imagine. 19. The painter at work. He has just read Springer's description of his voyage, and, possibly on the basis of some sketches, he is trying to create an image of blacks in Jenny. Perhaps he has decided to use a model, presumably white but strongly built. The painter is staring at the pale body, imagining schemes to transform it into a black entity. The model has become a mirror through which the painter evaluates how the norms of similitude and his own creativity would impart both a human identity and a racial difference to his canvas. Perhaps the artist is already at work. Yet he has to stop regularly, walk around the model, leave the luminous space before the window, and retire into a discreet corner. His gaze addresses a point which is a question: how to superimpose the African characteristics described in Springer's narrative onto the norms of the Italian contrapposto. If he succeeds, the painting should be, in its originality, a celebration and a reminder of the natural link connecting human beings and, at the same time, an indication of racial or cultural differences. It should bear witness to the truth of similitudes, analogies, and possibly even the violence of antipathy. At any rate, Kunst notes that The nude African depicted from behind conforms to the classical rule of contrapposto expressed in the compensatory balance of symmetrical parts of the body in movement, one shoulder leaning on one leg and the other, raised above the free leg. One guesses that this nude man was copied from a classic model to which the artist gave characteristics, jewelry, and swords, of an exotic people still strongly attached to nature. Kunst, 1967:19-20. It is easy to dismiss my concern about similitude in this particular creative process. Am I not projecting a 20th century perspective onto the pictorial techniques of the early 16th century? The structure of figures is there in the first small painting, treated in a typical way. The fuss about similitude might just be, after all, only a contemporary hypothesis about the process of establishing links between beings and things from our present viewpoint. Yet it is possible to look for issues stemming from Bergmayer's representation. In effect, we can describe his artistic filiation and his dependence upon the classic ideals of the Renaissance, Kunst, 1967:20. We can also compare the principles of his technique with those apparent in some contemporary works directly or indirectly dealing with black figures, such as Erasmus Grasser's Moor Dancers, 1480, Hieronymus Bosch's Garden of Delights, 1500, Kathleen the Moor Woman, 1521, by Albrecht Dürer, and at the very end of the century, Cornelis van Haarlem's Batseba, 1594. Speculating about or analyzing the contrasts between white and black figures in these paintings, one could certainly search for a vision which refers to historically conventional explanations, for example, the sense of the characteristics and the idea of design, that is to say, of expression by means of the pure disposition of contours and masses, and by the perfection and ordering of linear rhythm, Fry, 1940:165. The complex play of colors in harmony and opposition, the order of shades between the white and the black, are 20. Obviously based on such intellectual and conscious references. But does not our understanding of the colorful economies of canvases refer, in a very insistent manner, to invisible traces? The contrasts between black and white tell a story which probably duplicates a silent but powerful epistemological configuration. Ex hypothesi it might simply be a similitude interplay, convenientia, emulatio, analogy, and sympathy tell us how the world must fold upon itself, duplicate itself, reflect itself, or form a chain with itself so that things can resemble one another. They tell us what the paths of similitude are and the directions they take, but not where it is, how one sees it, or by what mark it may be recognized. Foucault, 1973:23-24. Let us return to Bergmayer's finished painting. The three black figures, a boy, a man, a seated woman with a baby pressed to her breast, have the right proportions to one another and to the wider context. All are naked and have either bracelets around their arms or four-string around their necks, clear signs that they belong to a savage universe. Kunst, 1967:20. The little boy is dancing, his oversized head turned toward the sky. At the center of the canvas, the man, presented in clear, strong lines, is staring at a faraway horizon, brandishing an arrow with his left hand and holding two other arrows in his right hand. He incarnates power, not only because he occupies the central place in the painting, but also because he is the most well-defined signifier in this scene. He is the locus defining the relationship between the boy at his left and the woman at his right, depicted with both a touch of hieratic sense and a slightly instinctual force. At the right, the woman with the baby is seated on a trunk. She seems to be staring pensively at the pelvic area of the man. The curves of her body are canonically executed. The whole picture, in its simplicity and in the balanced rhythms of its lines, seems a truly charming and decorative painting. Yet what it really expresses is a discursive order. The structure of the figures, as well as the meaning of the nude bodies, proclaim the virtues of resemblances. In order to designate Springer's blacks, the painter has represented black and whites. This was not rare during the 16th and the 17th centuries, as a great number of the drawings of the period reveal. That is the case, for example, of the fifth picture in Filippo Pigafetta's 1591 edition of his Relazioni del Regno di Congo, representing three Italianized African women, and that of the African king in the frontispiece of J. Ogilby's 1670 book on Africa. What is important in Bergmayer's painting, as well as in similar drawings, is their double representation. The first, whose objective is to assimilate exotic bodies into 16th-century Italian painting methodology, reduces and neutralizes all differences into the sameness signified by the white norm, which, let us keep in mind, is more religious history than a simple cultural tradition. In concrete language, this reference meant a biblical solution to the problem of cultural differences, which was regarded by most men as the best that reason and faith could propose. Hagen, 1971:254, that is, the same origin for all human 21 beings, followed by geographical diffusion and racial and cultural diversification. And it was believed that the Bible stipulated that the African could only be the slave of his brethren. There is another level, a more discreet one. It establishes a second representation that unites through similitude and eventually articulates distinctions and separations, thus classifying types of identities. Briefly, I can say that in Bergmayer's painting there are two representational activities: on the one hand, signs of an epistemological order which, silently but imperatively, indicate the processes of integrating and differentiating figures within the normative sameness; on the other hand, the excellence of an exotic picture that creates a cultural distance, thanks to an accumulation of accidental differences, namely, nakedness, blackness, curly hair, bracelets, and strings of pearls. In their arrangements, these differences are pertinent signs. Because of the fundamental order which they reveal, and to which they bear witness, the virtues of resemblance erase physical and cultural variations, while maintaining and positing surface differences as meaningful of human complexity. Diego Velázquez's Juan de Pareja, 1648, still actualizes this integrating reference, whereas major paintings such as Peter Paul Rubens's Study of Four Blacks' Heads, 16zo, Rembrandt's Two Negroes, 1697, and Hyacinthe Rigaud's Young Black, 1697, explicitly express and relate to another order. A new epistemological foundation was then functioning in the West. Theories of diversification of beings, as well as classificatory tables, explain the origins of constructing taxonomies and their objectives. Foucault, 1973:12-5-65. The framework of Linnaeus's Systema Naturae, 1735, is just one of the paradigmatic classifications of species and varieties of Homo sapiens, Europaeus, Asiaticus, Americanus, Afer, distinguished according to physical and temperamental characteristics. Count, 1950:355. It would be too easy to link it, upstream, to discursive formations about the great chain of beings and its hierarchy, and, downstream, first to Blumenbach's craniology and, second, to the general anti-African bias of the philosophical and scientific literature of the 18th and 19th centuries. Lyons, 1975:24-85. Two very different discursive formations: the discovery of African art and the constitution of the object of African studies, that is, the invention of Africanism as a scientific discipline, can illustrate the differentiating efficiency of such general classifying devices as pattern of reality, designation, arrangement, structure, and character. I have already suggested that resemblance has been pushed out of Rubens's, Rembrandt's, and Rigaud's perceptions of blacks. What is there, given in detailed description, might be considered as a naming and an analysis of an alterity, and refers to a new epistemological ordering, a theory of understanding and looking at signs in terms of the arrangement of identities and differences into ordered tables. Foucault, 1973:72. Portuguese sailors brought to Europe the first feticos, African objects supposedly having mysterious powers, in the late 15th century. One finds 22. Them mostly in well-organized curio cabinets, along with Indian tomahawks or arrows, Egyptian artifacts, and Siamese drums. Some interpreters do consider them to be signs of a state of barbarism. Hajan, 1971, R 62-203. Yet one can firmly state that more frequently they are seen as simple curiosities brought back in accordance with the 10th task of the traveler observer in the table of Verenius's Geographia Generalis, 1650, to consider famous men, artificers, and inventions of the natives of all countries. Hajan, 1971:167-68. On the whole, these objects are culturally neutral. Because of their shapes and styles, sometimes a bit terrifying, they account for the mysterious diversity of the same. Bal, 1963:67. It is not until the 18th century that, as strange and ugly artifacts, they really enter into the frame of African art. The Black Continent was still on the maps a terra incognita, but its peoples and their material productions were more familiar to travelers, students of the human species, merchants, and European states. From the beginning of the 18th century, there had been a tremendous increase in the slave trade and a profitable transatlantic economy which involved most of the Western countries. In West Africa, Dahomey was a powerful commercial partner of European traders. The Ashanti Empire expanded, dominating the Akans and the Oyo Kingdom further to the east and increasing its power as it grew. Freed slaves and impoverished Africans were settled by European-sponsored organizations in present-day Sierra Leone. On the east coast, in 1700, Africans expelled the Portuguese from their fortresses in the northern region of Mozambique, and down south, in 1770, there was the first war between Dutch immigrants and Bantus. 2 years later, James Bruce, traveling from North to Central Africa, reached the source of the White Nile in the very year that Chief Justice Mansfield declared in England that slavery was against the law. Verger, 1968. In this atmosphere of intense and violent exchanges, fidikos became symbols of African art. They were viewed as primitive, simple, childish, and nonsensical. Mary H. Kingsley, at the beginning of the century, summed it up with an axiomatic evaluation: the African has never made an even 14th-rate piece of cloth or pottery. Kingsley, 1965:669. It seems to me that a process of aesthetization, Baudrillard, 1972, took place from the 18th century onward. What is called savage or primitive art covers a wide range of objects introduced by the contact between African and European during the intensified slave trade into the classifying frame of the 18th century. These objects, which perhaps are not art at all in their native context, become art by being given simultaneously an aesthetic character and a potentiality for producing and reproducing other artistic forms. Taken in their initial function and significance, might they have created a radical mise en perspective of the Western culture wedded to classifications. Baudrillard, 1972. That is precisely an impossibility. Arts are based on criteria, and it is difficult to imagine that these standards can emerge from outside the power knowledge field of a given culture, a field. 23. Which, at a historical period, establishes its artistic Bible. Therefore it is obvious that fetishes and other primitive pieces of art are wonderful because their structure, character, and arrangement demand a designation. Laud, 1979, Wassing, 1969. They are savage in terms of the evolutionary chain of being and culture, which establishes a correspondence between advancement in the civilizing process and artistic creativity, as well as intellectual achievements. At this point, paradoxically, it is a celebration of the African craftsmanship which confirms my analysis. Admiring the beauty of a Negro sculpture, the late R. Fry was puzzled. It is curious that a people who produced such great artists did not produce also a culture in our sense of the word. This shows that two factors are necessary to produce the cultures which distinguish civilized peoples. There must be, of course, the creative artist, but there must also be the power of conscious critical appreciation and comparison. Fry, R940:90-9R. Fry is, I am afraid, utterly wrong. The two factors do not and cannot explicate types of cultures. They only constitute a basis for the production of art and its possible modifications over time. See Laud, 1979, Delange, 1967. They cannot completely account for the internal patterns of cultures. At any rate, it is the power knowledge of an epistemological field which makes possible a domineering or humbled culture. From this perspective, the point that Fry makes immediately after has great sense. It is likely enough that the Negro artist, although capable of profound imaginative understanding of form, would accept our cheapest illusionist art with humble enthusiasm. 1940:91. My thesis is confirmed, almost ad absurdum, by B. Jules Rosette's study of contemporary African tourist art. She defines this art as an art produced locally for consumption by outsiders, 1984:9, and strongly insists on the paradoxical interaction between its origin and its destination, that is, its production and its consumption. Although the concept of the tourist art system emphasizes how artists and their audiences perceive images and convert them into economic commodities, it does not neglect the expressive components of the interaction. Within the system, both images and actual objects constitute sources of exchange between producers and consumers. Although artists have a definite impression of the tourist audience, consumers often have little direct contact with the artists. Jules Rosette, 1984:10. This concept of tourist art implies, in principle, a critique of the classical understanding of art. It also explicitly means a relativization of what the author calls assumptions about the manner and quality of tourist art productions, namely, its mass production character, the relative inexperience of present-day craftspeople, the collectivization in the artistic production, and the dominance of consumer demand over artistic creativity. 24. A limpid argument upholds the thesis of the study. Tourist art is both a symbolic and an economic exchange. This can be understood, according to Jules Rosette, by reference to three models. First, the traditional African arts that have ceremonial and social significance may and do become objects produced primarily for external trade. Second, there are, in the very being of tourist art, signs of a major tension existing between folk culture and haute culture. Or, as Jules Rosette puts it, folk culture is implicitly contrasted with something else, haute culture. There is an inherent tension and asymmetry between the ideals of high culture and the profit motives and new reproductive technologies that sustain the growth of the market of popular cultures. 1984:23. As to the horizons of this artistic production, Jules Rosette insists on the fact of Western reading of African creativity and its propositions for innovations in African workshops. The international tourist art market depends upon the Western demand for exotic souvenir and gift items and the assumption that they should be procured abroad. The artists and craftspeople utilize this demand as a stimulus for creating new ideas and technologies to meet the needs of the expanding market. Jules Rosette, 1984:1192. African tourist art and its contradictions. Is it an art? In which sense and according to what kind of aesthetic grid? Are just an ad valorem consequence of the process which, during the slave trade period, classified African artifacts according to the grid of Western thought and imagination, in which altérité is a negative category of the same. It is significant that a great number of European representations of Africans, or more generally of the continent, demonstrated this ordering of otherness. For example, Andreas Schulter's painting, Africa, 1700, is structured upon a complex relation between a nude black woman and a frightening lion standing protectively behind her voluptuous body. The African allegory, 1765, of Cesare Ripa's Iconologia, T4, FOL 164, is a biblical and scientific text. The continent's name is linked etymologically to Aphor, Abraham's son. Yet in contrast the continent's peculiarity is presented with powerful symbols, the black color of a horned woman, a monstrous animal with a human face surrounded by serpents and bizarre birds. The African has become not only the other who is everyone else except me, but rather the key which, in its abnormal differences, specifies the identity of the same. G. B. Tipolos Africa, 1750–1753, Delacroix's Algerian Women, 1834, and a multitude of other paintings can be read for their implications. Traces of something else whisper, slips of color reveal the meanings, and treads of a secret stair indicate the magnitude of a new order. These representations are contemporary with the Enlightenment discussions on such axiomatic propositions as men are born unequal and such questions as the place of the savage in the chain of being. Dutch ed. 1971, Hagen, 1971. In the following years, the sagas of exploration begin with J. 25. Bruce's expedition into Ethiopia in 1770 and Mungo Park's journey to the River Niger in 1795. The novel text which emerges from these expeditions is not fundamentally original, see, example Hammond and Jablow, 1977. It reveals characteristics already well circumscribed and established. The distinction between savage Negro and civil Mahometan, and the commentaries on the African's indolence, their unbridled passions, and their cruelty or mental retardation were already there. They formed part of the series of oppositions and of the levels of classification of humans demanded by the logic of the chain of being and the stages of progress and social development. Explorers just brought new proofs which could explicate African inferiority. Since Africans could produce nothing of value, the technique of Yoruba statuary must have come from Egyptians, Benin art must be a Portuguese creation, the architectural achievement of Zimbabwe was due to Arab technicians, and Hausa and Buganda statecraft were inventions of white invaders. Davidson, 1959, Luggard, 1905, Randall McIver, 1906, Sanders, 1969, Mallows, 1984. This tendency appears in other fields as well. Two French botanists, A. Chevalier in 1938 and R. Porters in the 1950s, suggested that the African continent could have been a very early locus of plant domestication, see example Porters, 1950 and 1962. On the basis of linguistic data, the anthropologist G. P. Murdoch expounded a similar proposition and postulated a Sudanic complex of crops. Murdoch, 1959. These hypotheses were dismissed, and today by far the most popular view of the origins of cereal crop agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa is that it was the product of human migration or some form of culture diffusion or stimulus deriving from Southwest Asia. Desmond Clark and Brandt, 1984:111, see also Reed, 1977. Here is a last illustration. The work of M. Greil and his disciples in Dogon country has demonstrated the complexity of Dogon astronomical knowledge and its symbolism. Example Greil, 1948, 1952, Greil and Dieterlen, 1965, 1976, Dieterlen, 1941, Husk, 1985. Carl Sagan, professor of astronomy at Cornell University, assumed the task of checking the validity of Dogon cosmology. Sagan begins by noting his surprise: in contrast to almost all prescientific societies, the Dogon hold that the planets as well as the Earth rotate about their axes and revolve about the Sun. Sagan, 1983:81. Strangely enough, rather than using Greil and his disciples' documentation, Sagan exploits a certain temple, who summarized Greil's discoveries. The Dogon go further. They hold that Jupiter has 4 satellites and that Saturn is encircled by a ring. Unlike every astronomer before Kepler, the Dogon are said to depict the planets moving correctly in elliptical, not circular orbits. 1983:81. Most amazing for Sagan seems to be the following. The Dogons contend that Sirius has a dark and invisible companion star which orbits Sirius once every 50 years. They state that the companion star is very small and very heavy, made of a special metal called Sagala. 26. which is not found on Earth. The remarkable fact is that the visible star does have an extraordinary dark companion, Sirius B, which orbits it in an elliptical orbit once each 50.04 plus or minus 0.09 years. Sirius B is the first example of a white dwarf star discovered by modern astrophysics. Its matter is in a state called relativistically degenerate, which does not exist on Earth, and since the electrons are not bound to the nuclei in such degenerate matter, it can properly be described as metallic. Sagan, 1983:83. How can we explain the Dogon's astronomical knowledge? Sagan has a hypothesis. I picture a Gallic visitor to the Dogon people. He may have been a diplomat, an explorer, an adventurer, or an early anthropologist. 1983:87. This man has read, or perhaps still has, a copy of Sir Arthur Stanley Eddington's book, The Nature of the Physical World, published in 1928, in which the density of white dwarf stars is discussed. The conversation turns to astronomical lore. Sirius is the brightest star in the sky. The Dogon regale the visitor with their Sirius mythology. Then, smiling politely, expectantly, they inquire of their visitor what his Sirius myth might be. The white dwarf companion of Sirius being a current astronomical sensation, the traveler exchanges a spectacular myth for a routine one. After he leaves, his account is remembered, retold, and eventually incorporated into the corpus of Dogon mythology. When Marcel Griel makes mythological inquiries in the 1930s and 1940s, he has his own European Sirius myth played back to him. Sagan, 1983:88. All this is sheer speculation. Had Sagan carefully consulted knowledgeable sources, example Griel, 1948, Dieterlen, 1971, Griel and Dieterlen, 1965, he would not have confused facts and symbolic levels in order to make his point about a beautiful full-cycle return of a myth. Let us note 3 facts. First, the orbiting cycle of Sirius B is analogized and reflected in the celebration of the Sigi, a ritual introduced by a mythical ancestor of the Dogons, Dionguseru. It is celebrated every 60 years, a symbolic period that integrates the 50 years of the revolution of Sirius B, for Dogons, the star of the Fanyo, plus 10 years, which makes the ritual agree with the Old Man and system of numeration by 60 and with its esoteric symbols, Dieterlen, 1971:2-3. The last Sigi ritual took place in 1967 and was filmed by J. Rauch and G. Dieterlen and released under the title La Caverne de Bongo, 1969, 35 mm in color. The preceding Sigi performance was in 1907, and before that in 1847. The rite is celebrated under the sign of the Star of the Fanyo. Indeed, this companion of Sirius is the representation in the sky of the little Fanyo seed. Husk, 1985:147. Second, if one wants to validate Sagan's hypothesis, one should, in fact, demonstrate that a European traveler hurried to the Dogon region just after the 1844 discovery by E. W. Bessel of the sinusoidal motion of Sirius. He must have taught it well for the Dogons promptly to integrate it in their myths to the point that it could perfectly function in a set of major founding symbols in time for the 1847 ritual of Sigi. Third, the preceding supposition seems difficult since the 27. Existence of Sirius B was, in Western science, really discovered in 1862 by A. G. Clarke. Dogons had already used the symbolism of the Fanyo in their 84 feet 7 inches and 1787 rituals of Sigi. Specialists in oral civilizations can easily check this. At the same time, they should evaluate the historical credibility and context of Dionguseru, who according to Dogon tradition is both the one responsible for the loss of immortality and the inventor of the Sigi cycle, Husk, 1985, Griel and Dieterlen, 1965. On the other hand, I see another problem, the Dogon's concept of Sigala, a metal which does not exist on Earth and which constitutes the nature of Sirius's companion, is strongly linked to the Sigi mythical cycle. It thus seems to go relatively far back in the history of the ritual, whereas in Western science the hypothesis of the relativistically degenerate nature of Sirius B was made for the first time in the 1930s. Most scientists did not then accept the concept, which, by the way, was proposed by an Indian scholar, S. Chandrasekhar. To conclude this long illustration of an epistemological ethnocentrism, I suppose by now it has become clear how controversial Carl Sagan's hypothesis is. Let us sum up. First, I do not believe that the Dogons got their astronomical knowledge from extraterrestrials. The bad faith, in the Sartrean sense, with which Sagan destroys the theses and fantasies of Ivan Daniken, who claims this in Chariots of the Gods, 1970, New York, and Gods from Outer Space, 1978, New York, makes me suspect that Sagan and von Daniken are probably closer than they suspect. Second, Sagan's way of treating the Dogons well illustrates the power of a will to truth. A metaphor might generalize this case. Let us imagine a theorist who is enclosed in Euclidean geometry. He thinks about, believes in, and writes on the impossibility of non-Euclidean systems. These, in effect, would incarnate the possibility of incredible contradictions such as the intellectual reality of an intrinsic truth, example a validly demonstrated theorem in Euclidean geometry, which would be simultaneously an extrinsic error, that is, a validly negated proposition in the logic of a non-Euclidean geometry. As we know, there are such things as non-Euclidean geometries. Thus my metaphor could at least become a symbol. It might not make sense at all to reduce non-Euclidean systems to Euclids, since the systems spring from radically different postulates and sets of axioms. In brief, although presented in the second part of the 20th century, Carl Sagan's hypothesis belongs to 19th century reasoning about primitives. In the name of both scientific power and knowledge, it reveals in a marvelous way what I shall define in the following chapter as an epistemological ethnocentrism, namely, the belief that scientifically there is nothing to be learned from them unless it is already ours or comes from us. Explorers do not reveal otherness. They comment upon anthropology, that is, the distance separating savagery from civilization on the diachronic line of progress, see Rotberg, 1970. R. Thornton claims that the discovery of Africa was also a discovery for paper. Had the great Victorian travelers not 28. written anything, it would not be said today that they had discovered anything. Strictly speaking, however, it seems difficult to prove in a convincing way that Livingstone, Stanley, Burton, Grant, Speck, and others entered into the enterprise for the sake of the text. Thornton, 1983:509. Other students can invoke other motives such as the classical ones of curiosity, courage, generosity, contempt. Killingray, 1973:48. At any rate, the explorer's text is not epistemologically inventive. It follows a path prescribed by a tradition. Expedition reports only establish a very concrete, vivid representation of what paintings and theories of social progress had been postulating since the Baroque period. In what the explorer's text does reveal, it brings nothing new besides visible and recent reasons to validate a discipline already remarkably defined by the Enlightenment. Levi Strauss, 1973:45-56. The novelty resides in the fact that the discourse on savages is, for the first time, a discourse in which an explicit political power presumes the authority of a scientific knowledge and vice versa. Colonialism becomes its project and can be thought of as a duplication and a fulfillment of the power of Western discourses on human varieties. The development of anthropology, which up to the very end of the 18th century was sought within travelers' narratives, now takes a radical turn. From now on it will develop into a clearly visible power-knowledge political system. As Foucault put it, ethnology has its roots, in fact, in a possibility that properly belongs to the history of the European culture, even more to its fundamental relation with the whole of history. There is a certain position of the Western ratio that was constituted in its history and provides a foundation for the relation it can have with all other societies. Obviously, this does not mean that the colonizing situation is indispensable to ethnology, neither hypnosis, nor the patient's alienation within the phantasmatic character of the doctor, is constitutive of psychoanalysis, but just as the latter can be deployed only in the calm violence of a particular relationship and the transference it produces, so ethnology can assume its proper dimensions only within the historical sovereignty always restrained, but always present of European thought and the relation that can bring it face to face with all other cultures as well as with itself. Foucault, 1973:377 Emphasis mine. African Genesis. I would like to use Frobenius's expression African Genesis, 1937, to formulate hypotheses about the epistemological locus of Africa's invention and its meaning for discourses on Africa. The genesis of anthropological science took place within the frame of mercantilist ideology. We know that during the 18th century, as G. Williams puts it, colonies were of value only insofar as they brought 29. Material benefits to the mother country, 1967:1730. On the other hand, it is during this same century that, paradoxically, original interpretations of savages were proposed by Enlightenment social scientists, Dutch ed., 1971. And I quite agree with R. L. Meek that if we look at their work, what shine out are its virtues rather than its vices, its brilliant intuitions rather than its occasional logical lapses, its adventurousness and novelty rather than its dogmatism, 1976:242. To defend this point, Meek quotes Marvin Harris, The Rise of Anthropological Theory, 1968, Benjamin Keane, The Aztec Image in Western Thought, 1971, and Sidney Pollard, The Idea of Progress, 1958. I may add Claude Lévi-Strauss, Anthropologie structurale 2, 1973, and M. Dutch ed., Anthropologie et Histoire au siècle de Lumières, 1977. The problem is that during this period both imperialism and anthropology took shape, allowing the reification of the primitive. The key is the idea of history with a capital H, which first incorporates St. Augustine's notion of providentia and later on expresses itself in the evidence of social Darwinism. Evolution, conquest, and difference become signs of a theological, biological, and anthropological destiny, and assign to things and beings both their natural slots and social mission. Theorists of capitalism, such as Benjamin Kidd and Karl Pearson in England, Paul Leroy-Beaulieu in France, Friedrich Naumann and Friedrich von Bernhard in Germany, as well as philosophers, comment upon two main and complementary paradigms. These are the inherent superiority of the white race, and, as already made explicit in Hegel's philosophy of right, the necessity for European economies and structures to expand to virgin areas of the world, Mommsen, 1983. From this point, various schools of anthropology developed models and techniques to describe the primitive in accordance with changing trends within the framework of Western experience. These different trends can easily be explained from two angles. The first is an ideological one and concerns the relationship between an individual's projection of consciousness, the norms exemplified by one's society, and the social or the scientific dominant group. See, example Baudrillard, 1972:174. On the other hand, mainly since the end of the 18th century, natural sciences have served as models for the progressive and wavering implementation of social sciences, Dutch ed., 1971:229-473. In Con Serie 2, one thinks of those ideological interests of strata that are in various ways privileged within a polity and, indeed, privileged by its very existence, Weber, 1978:920. On the other hand, Aristotle's invitation to study in beings the plane of nature, animal, I, 5, is mathematized, Vane, 1984:63. New methodological grids link social facts to physical phenomena. Laws of structural organization and distribution, patterns in individual or collective development, account for historical transformations. The social scientist tends to imitate the naturalist and compresses social behaviors and human cultures into scientific paradigms. These actually remain subsumed by what is defined as the goal of knowledge. Paul Vane recently made some strong statements about the confusion which comes out of this legacy. 30. Buffon thought that the fly should not hold a greater place in the concerns of the naturalist than it occupies in nature. On the other hand, he maintained a value relationship with the horse and the swan. But zoology has changed a great deal since then, and, after Lamarck had pleaded the cause of the lower animals, every organism became of interest in the science. Weber was indignant that the history of the Bantus could be studied as much as that of the Greeks. Let us not retort that times have changed, that the Third World and its nascent patriotism, that the awakening of the African people who are taking an interest in their past. It would be a fine time to see that patriotic consideration should be the criterion of intellectual interest, and that Africans have more reasons to despise Greek antiquity than Europeans had to despise Bantu antiquity. Vane, 1984:62. At the level of organization of discourses, these two factors, the impact of ideology and the model of natural sciences, can serve as guides to the relative epistemological unity of social sciences since the 19th century. For instance, it would be easy to draw a parallel between philology and anthropology. We wrongly tend today to consider the former, and particularly its offshoot, linguistics, as more scientific than the latter. Morgan's historicism in Systems of Consanguinity and Affinity of the Human Family, 1871, matches the positivism of Max Muller's lectures on the science of language, 1861 and 1864, in which fidelity to August Schleicher's Stammbaumtheorie is integrated with Darwin's general postulations. In the same way, the Wellandtheorie, which is central in J. Schmidt's work, Example die Verwandtschaftsverhältnisse der Indo-Germanischen Sprachen, 1872, is similar to the diffusionist perspective of Ankerman, Frobenius, and Grebner in anthropology. The principles of association and difference invoked by Boas and Lowy resemble many hypotheses in the philological field. Examples are the Jungrammatiker interpretations of analogy in the evolution of language exemplified by Meyer-Lubke's work, or the perspectives opened by H. Schuchard über die Lotgesetze, in which the major concept, the Sprachmischung, implies the necessity of subordinating general laws, such as those promoted by Darwin's disciples, to the complexity and alterity of the objects described and studied. I do not mean that there is an unquestionable genealogical dependence or obvious synchronic connection between these theories. It is clear, for example, that Schuchard deals extensively with multidimensional comparison, while Boas avoids it. In simpler words, I mean that anthropology and philology and all social sciences can be really understood only in the context of their epistemological region of possibility. The histories of these sciences, as well as their trends, their truths as well as their experiences, being derived from a given space, speak from it and, primarily, about it. Given that, one also might agree that from the anthropology of Buffon, Voltaire, Rousseau, and Diderot to the most modern studies, such as J. Favret Sayada's study of witchcraft in France, 1977, the basic concern of anthropology is not so. 31. Much the description of primitive achievements and societies, as the question of its own motives, and the history of the epistemological field that makes it possible, and in which it has flourished as retrospectivist or perspectivist philosophical discourse, see Sabag, 1964, Diamond, 1974. Thus ethnocentrism is both its virtue and its weakness. It is not, as some scholars thought, an unfortunate mishap, nor a stupid accident, but one of the major signs of the possibility of anthropology. Some thinkers, such as Levi Strauss, thought that studying a diversity of cultures reduced the weight of ideology and allowed anthropologists to fight such falsehoods as those about the natural superiority of some races and traditions over others. From this ethical point of view, some scholars have wondered whether it was possible to think of an anthropological science without ethnocentrism, example Leclerc, 1972. It is surely possible, as functionalism and structuralism proved, to have works that seem to respect indigenous traditions. And one could hope for even more profound changes in anthropology, as R. Wagner proposes, 1982. But so far it seems impossible to imagine any anthropology without a Western epistemological link. For on the one hand, it cannot be completely cut off from the field of its epistemological genesis and from its roots, and, on the other hand, as a science, it depends upon a precise frame without which there is no science at all, nor any anthropology. I distinguish two kinds of ethnocentrism, an epistemological filiation and an ideological connection. In fact, they are often complementary and inseparable. The first is a link to an episteme, that is, an intellectual atmosphere which gives to anthropology its status as discourse, its significance as a discipline, and its credibility as a science in the field of human experience. The second is an intellectual and behavioral attitude which varies among individuals. Basically, this attitude is both a consequence and an expression of a complex connection between the scholar's projection of consciousness, the scientific models of his time, and the cultural and social norms of his society. Thus, for example, for the 18th century one might think of the differences existing between Gage, Quesnay, and Helvetius, independently of the content of their interpretations of the stages of evolution, see Duchet, 1971, Meek, 1976. Frobenius and Lévi-Bruhl differ in the same manner, and their ethnocentrism is quite different from that of, say, Michel Léry's, Margaret Mead, or Carl Sagan. I could say that the epistemological filiation maintains and sustains anthropology as a system of knowledge and as a developing science. Cultural ethnocentrism explains ideological changes and struggles in the history and practice of the social science discipline. The fact that universal civilization has for a long time originated from the European center has maintained the illusion that European culture was, in fact and by right, a universal culture. Its superiority over other civilizations seemed to provide the experimental verification of this postulate. Moreover, the encounter 32 with other cultural traditions was itself the fruit of that advance and more generally the fruit of Occidental science itself. Did not Europe invent history, geography, ethnography, and sociology in their explicit scientific forms? Ricoeur, 1965:277. In the colonizing experience, the mingling of these two aspects of ethnocentrism tended, almost naturally, to be complete in both the discourse of power and that of knowledge, to the point of transforming the mission of the discipline into an enterprise of acculturation. And the anthropologist decided to take charge of controlling evolutionary processes. Anthropology, which used to be the study of beings and things retarded, gradual, and backward, is now faced with the difficult task of recording how the savage becomes an active participant in modern civilization. Malinowski, 193:8:7. Still, it is clear that since the beginning of the 19th century, explorers' reports had been useful for opening the African continent to European interests. Myths about beastly savages, barbaric splendors, or the white man's grave go along quite well with the tropical treasure house theory, the promises of the Golden Land or New or Fur, and with the humanitarian principles for suppressing the slave trade, and for Christianizing and civilizing the Africans. Hammond and Jablow, 1977, Leclerc, 1972. Theories of colonial expansion and discourses on African primitiveness emphasize a historicity and the promotion of a particular model of history. In other words, Mungo Park's journal OFA Mission, 1815, or Richard and John Lander's report, 1838, essentially address the same issues that R. E. Burton, V. L. Cameron, H. M. Stanley, and E. D. Luggard spelled out in different words, and on which 20th-century anthropology focuses. This is the discrepancy between civilization and Christianity on the one hand, primitiveness and paganism on the other, and the means of evolution or conversion from the first stage to the second. From this point of view, it can be said that, for instance, J. K. Elliott Burt's programmatic theory of the steps of colonization, Agriculture, commerce, industry, has the same significance as Lugard's views on the European mandate in Africa. What they propose is an ideological explanation for forcing Africans into a new historical dimension. Finally, both types of discourses are fundamentally reductionist. They speak about neither Africa nor Africans, but rather justify the process of inventing and conquering a continent and naming its primitiveness or disorder, as well as the subsequent means of its exploitation and methods for its regeneration. In fact, the question might be a bit more complicated, and also dramatic, for the imperial power of same, if we take into account, for example, Ricoeur's meditation on the eruption of the other in the European consciousness. When we discover that there are several cultures instead of just one, and consequently at the time when we acknowledge the end of a sort of cultural 33. Monopoly, be it illusory or real, we are threatened with destruction by our own discovery. Suddenly it becomes possible that there are just others, that we ourselves are an other among others. All meaning and every goal having disappeared, it becomes possible to wander through civilizations as if through vestiges and ruins. The whole of mankind becomes a kind of imaginary museum. Where shall we go this weekend? Visit the Angkor ruins or take a stroll in the Tivoli of Copenhagen? Ricoeur, 1965:278. In addition to Paul Ricoeur's anguished propositions, one should note the still strong anthropological spirit exemplified by N. Barley's small book, Adventures in a Mud Hut, 1984. In 1978, Barley decided to turn his attention to the Daoists, a strangely neglected group of mountain pagans in North Cameroon. They were interesting for him. They had, for example, skull cults, circumcision, a whistle language, mummies, and a reputation for being recalcitrant and savage. 1984, 13. The result is a brief memoir which 10 years ago would have qualified as arrogant or, at best, disrespectful of both fieldwork and the peoples described. Between commentaries on their heavily Africanized version of Marianne, the French revolutionary heroine, 1984, 17, and the fact that it is ridiculous that it should be in Africa that people of different races should be able to meet on easy, uncomplicated terms, 1984:21, one gets intrusive lessons. Among them, the following two sum up the project's scientific interest. About the whole business of anthropology, the author states: frankly, it seemed then, and seems now, that the justification for fieldwork, as for all academic endeavor, lies not in one's contribution to the collectivity but rather in some selfish development. Like monastic life, academic research is really all about the perfection of one's own soul. This may well serve some wider purpose but is not to be judged on those grounds alone. Barley, 1984:10. As to the Daoists, his adventures in a mud but gave Barley reasons for believing that in attempting to understand the Daoist view of the world I had tested the relevance of certain very general models of interpretation and cultural symbolism. On the whole they had stood up pretty well and I felt much happier about their place in the scheme of things. 1984:188. This, wrote a reviewer in the Daily Telegraph, is probably the funniest book that has been produced this year. The evaluation has since served for publicizing the essay. In a more neutral manner, I would say that this book is epistemologically significant. It convincingly illustrates my two previously described dimensions of ethnocentrism in the social sciences, the pertinence of an individual's projection of consciousness and the perception of a discipline from the normative perspective of its practice and history. It comments upon itself from within a paradigmatic cultural model. Barley assumes a magnificent position which elegically indicates the space of his introspectiveness and his African anthropology, face to face with Africa. The 34. Differences between a French botanist and an English anthropologist seem minimal and we talked far into the night. 1984:106. Thus, we are not only dealing with a potential imaginary museum but with concrete constraints produced by two major orders, a topographical dimension which explains how and why discourses on the same and the other are expounded, and a cultural order which, in the disorder of what today seems to be a common humanity, indicates clear divisions, subtle frontiers, and sometimes the so-called openings to oneness. I suppose that it is now clear that the trouble with Barley's text is not its ideological orientation. In fact, there seems to be none, at least no explicit one, apart from its superb interrogation of anthropology as a business of old stories. What it reveals, at the end, is an absolute and almost immoral hypercriticism and a metaphorization of cultural reading. So, for instance, this English alien, back in Europe, rediscovers La Ville Eternal and notes, "I pace the streets of Rome like a Daweo sorcerer whose unearthly slowness sets off his ritual roll from everyday activities," 1984:183. Saved from Italian robbers and sent to England by the British Embassy in Rome, one of the most important things he remembers is being alien. "An hour after my arrival, I was phoned by one friend who merely remarked tersely, 'Look, I don't know where you've been, but you left a pullover at my place nearly 2 years ago. When are you coming to collect it?' In vain one feels that such questions are beneath the concern of a returning prophet," 1984:186. In effect, a topographical configuration accounts for Barley's discourse, and a cultural atmosphere might explain his addiction to cream cakes and to anthropology. As to his impressionist message, it is a strikingly modernized lesson on Conrad's questions in Heart of Darkness: why is African culture a barbarous experience? What is European civilization, and in which sense is it different? For a history of African studies and discourses, it is therefore important to notice that apparent changes within the dominant symbols have never fundamentally modified the meaning of African conversion, but only the policies for its ideological and ethnocentric expression and practice. Present-day intellectual categories can allow, as demonstrated by Copens in this periodization, a distinction between travel literature, ethnology, and applied anthropology, Copens, 197 IA. Yet it is erroneous to depend on this type of theoretical distinction, which is concerned with differences of ideological policies, in order to distinguish genres of African knowledge. Travelers in the 18th century, as well as those of the 19th and their successors in the 20th, colonial proconsuls, anthropologists, and colonizers, spoke using the same type of signs and symbols and acted upon them. During the colonial era, these consistently involved reduction of differences into a Western historicity. This does not imply that Western inventors of an African genesis did not distinguish levels and types of interpretations of Africa. The author of Ursprung der Afrikanischen Kulturen, for example, could, in an article on the origin of African civilizations, perceive that the 35 demands of his discipline were not met by travelers' information. Far from bringing us answers to our questions, the travelers have increased our enigmas by many an addition. Frobenius, 1899:637. Today, the best students, faced with contradictory reports, will ask pertinent questions. What are these reports witnessing to? Do they contribute to a better knowledge of the African past? Are they scientifically credible and acceptable? C. Vanzina, 1962. If correctly answered, these propositions lead, in principle, to a new understanding of human history. As Vane put it, if the Bantu Homo historicus proved to be a more primitive organism than the Athenian, it would only add to the interest, for it would thus reveal a less known part of the plan of nature. As for knowing Weber, asks the question how many pages are to be devoted to Bantu history and how many to Greek, the answer is simple. It all depends on the volume of documentation, 1984:62. The question I am dealing with is one which would account for the possibility of anthropological knowledge, and its meaning for the foundation of both Africanist discourses and African gnosis. I am proposing to formulate it through a critical synthesis of Foucault's thesis on the last archaeological rupture in Western epistemology, a brief interpretation of Levi Strauss's notion of savage mind, and finally a plea for the importance of the subject in social sciences, a subject that structuralism too easily pretends to have killed. These philosophical questions of method should, I hope, affirm the usefulness of both an epistemological analysis and a critical understanding of Africanism. 36. 2. Questions of method. Foucault's proposition on the disappearing subject. I recalled the conclusions of a noted biologist concerning a similar experiment. It was possible, he said, by so abusing an animal, to produce in him emotional disorders strangely reminiscent of neurosis in men, and sometimes even to send him out of his mind by repeating these maneuvers fairly often. P. Bull, Planet of the Apes. In the European classical age, the center of knowledge was, according to Foucault's Archaeology, 1973, the principle of order. The means of organizing this knowledge is the discourse, the table, and the exchange. One can observe in this epistemological landscape three major systems: a. General grammar, the study of verbal order in its relation to the simultaneity that it is its task to represent. It has, as its object, the discourse in which the name dominates. The task of classical discourse is to ascribe a name to things and in that name to name their being. b. Natural history, or a theory of nature understood as the characterization, ordering, and naming of the visible. Its project is to establish a general and complete table of species, genera, and classes. c. A theory of wealth, rather than a political economy, analyzing value in terms of the exchange of objects of need, or in terms of the formation and origin of objects whose exchange will later define their value in terms of nature's prolixity. Foucault, 1973:79-211. In other words, during the classical age there was one and just one episteme that defines the conditions of possibility of all knowledge, whether expressed in a theory or silently invested in practice. Foucault, 1973:168. In the last years of the 18th century, a rupture appears. The episteme that allowed general grammar, natural history, and the theory of wealth gradually disappears. There is a radical mutation from the theme of order to that of history. In the space that systems of classical knowledge never occupied, new ways of knowing define themselves, thanks to new transcendentals, labor, life, and language. Economics replaces the theory of wealth and 37. Since Adam Smith, labor reveals an irreducible, absolute unit of measurement, and wealth is broken down according to the units of labor that have in reality produced it. Foucault, 1973:217-36. Biology supplants natural history. With Lamarck, Jussieu, and Vicq d'Azur, the principle of organic structure becomes the basis for taxonomies and thus separates the organic from the inorganic. The first defines the living, and the second, the non-living. In the field of analysis of language, philology takes the place of general grammar. Language no longer consists only of representations and of sounds that in turn represent the representations and are ordered among them as the links of thought require. It consists also of formal elements, grouped into a system, which impose upon the sounds, syllables, and roots an organization that is not that of representations. Foucault, 1973:235. From this epistemological caesura, a new landscape develops. The space of order, which served as a common place for representation and for things, for empirical visibility and for the essential rules, which united the regularities of nature and the resemblances of imagination in the grid of identities and differences, which displayed the empirical sequence of representations in a simultaneous table, and made it possible to scan step by step, in accordance with a logical sequence, the totality of nature's elements thus rendered contemporaneous with one another. This space of order is from now on shattered. There will be things, with their own organic structures, their hidden views, the space that articulates them, the time that produces them, and then representation, a purely temporal succession in which those things address themselves, always partially, to a subjectivity, a consciousness, a singular effort of cognition, to the psychological individual who from the depth of his own history, or on the basis of the relation handed on to him, is trying to know. Foucault, 1973:2-40. Thus, a new episteme imposes itself, different and opposed to its own history and prehistory. More importantly, according to Foucault, in the very mutation which brings it about, the metamorphosis of the theory of wealth into economics, natural history into biology, and general grammar into philology, for the first time, man appears in his ambiguous position as both an object of knowledge and as a subject that knows. 1973:330. Foucault states that man is constituted at the beginning of the 19th century, and, thus, for man, then, origin is by no means the beginning, a sort of dawn of history from which his ulterior acquisitions would have accumulated. Origin, for man, is much more the way in which man in general, any man, articulates himself upon the already begun of labor, life, and language. It must be sought for in that fold where man in all simplicity applies his labor to a world that has been worked for thousands of years, lives in the freshness of his unique, recent precarious existence, a life that has its roots in the first organic formations, and composes into sentences which have never before been spoken. Words that are older than all memory. Foucault, 1973:330. 38. Simply speaking, since the epistemological mutation at the end of the 18th century, three models impose themselves as essential paradigms: function and norm, conflict and rule, signification and system. They constitute and concurrently cover the field of all that can be known and said about humans. They strictly define what knowledge can offer about human beings. Foucault even thinks that the brief history of social and human sciences might be studied on the basis of these three models. It will suffice for students to follow the dynasty of their privileges by focusing on the temporal succession of models, biological, economic, and philological and linguistic, or by analyzing the regular shifts of categories and the meaning of their displacement. An example might be the receding of function, conflict, and signification, and the emergence of norm, rule, and system with Goldstein, Mauss, and Dumézil. Foucault also shows two major consequences of this reversal. 1. As long as the functional point of view continued to carry more weight than the normative point of view, it was of course necessary, de facto, to share the normal functions with the non-normal. Thus a pathological psychology was accepted side by side with normal psychology. In the same way, a pathology of societies, Durkheim, of irrational and quasi-morbid forms of belief, Lévi-Bruhl, Blondel, was also accepted. Similarly, as long as the point of view of conflict carried more weight than that of the rule, it was supposed that certain conflicts could not be overcome, that individuals and societies ran the risk of destroying themselves by them. Finally, as long as the point of view of signification carried more weight than that of system, a division was made between significant and non-significant. It was accepted that there was meaning in certain domains of human behavior or certain regions of the social area, but not others. When, on the other hand, the analysis was conducted from the point of view of the norm, the rule, and the system, each area provided its own coherence and its own validity. It was no longer possible to speak of morbid consciousness, even referring to the sick, of primitive mentalities, even with reference to societies left behind by history, or of insignificant discourse, even when referring to absurd stories, or to apparently incoherent legends. Everything may be thought within the order of the system, the rule, and the norm. By pluralizing itself, since systems are isolated, since rules form closed holes, since norms are posited in their autonomy, the field of the human sciences found itself unified. It was no longer fissured along its former dichotomy of values. Foucault, 1973:360. The arrangement of the quotation is mine. 39. With these suggestions, one might, for methodological purposes, classify the body of discourses on non-Western societies into two main groups. During the 19th century and the first quarter of the 20th, discourses were generally characterized by a functional perspective and a self-righteous intolerance founded on the philosophical implications of the paradigms of conflict and significance. Thus the analysis, through a temporalization of the chain of being and of civilizations, Dutch et. 1971, Hagen, 1971, Meek, 1976, could simultaneously account for the normality, creative dynamism, and achievements of the civilized world against the abnormality, deviance, and primitiveness of non-literate societies. This expression of a will to truth has been questioned only recently thanks to the implications of Freud's work and the contributions of Dumézil, Mauss, Dumont, and Levi Strauss, to the point where today one agrees without difficulty with R. Wagner's statement that we might actually say that an anthropologist invents the culture he believes himself to be studying, that the relation is more real for being his particular acts and experiences than the things it relates. 1981:4. Nevertheless, let us face Foucault's hypothesis of an archaeology of knowledge. The order of things, he says, is not the archaeology, but an archaeology of human sciences. 1980:82. First, one might ask, what in actuality is this archaeology which, according to its author, is different from the traditional history of ideas? Foucault, 1972, R35-40. The archaeologist may treat every discourse as a monument, and may emphasize the differential analysis of their modalities and the silent norms presiding over discursive practices. Yet their originality and their specificity are relative insofar as they are geographically determined and culturally integrated. Yes, Foucault insists on the vagueness of what his West really is, 1980. But the succession of epistemes, as well as the procedures and disciplines that they allow, account for a historical activity and, indirectly, legitimate a social evolution in which knowledge essentially functions as a form of power. It is true that Foucault methodologically seeks to oppose this outcome by using four major principles. These are: reversal, in order to recognize the negative activity of the cutting out of discourse; discontinuity, in order to understand discourse as a discontinuous activity; specificity, in order to conceive discourse as a violence that we do to things, or, at all events, as a practice we impose upon them; and exteriority, in order to look for the external conditions of existence of the discourse. Foucault, 1982:229. These principles, along with the notions that they bring, contribute to a new understanding of the Western experience, and at the same time clearly indicate its capacity to join knowledge and power. History might have, as Foucault states, abandoned its attempts to understand events in terms of cause and effect in the formless unity of some great evolutionary process, whether vaguely homogeneous or rigidly hierarchized. Foucault's enterprise remarkably explains the conquering horizons. 40. Of this history. Since the end of the 18th century, anthropological discourses represent it. They are constrained discourses and develop within the general system of knowledge which is in an interdependent relationship with systems of power and social control. Durkheim's prescriptions on the pathology of civilizations, Levi-Bruhl's theses on prelogical systems of thought, as well as Fraser's hypothesis on primitive societies, bear witness, from a functional viewpoint, to the same epistemological space in which stories about others, as well as commentaries on their differences, are but elements in the history of the same and its knowledge. The savage mind's kingdom. Men. Phyllis again exclaimed. Yes, men. Jin asserted. That's what it says. P. Bull, Planet of the Apes. The search for a discrete but essential order is what unites Foucault and Levi Strauss. In a broad sense, Levi Strauss's objectives in the understanding of history and anthropology are based on four principles: a. True reality is never obvious and its nature is already apparent in the care it takes to evade our attention; b. Social science is not based upon events; c. Reality and experience might be complementary but there is no continuity in the passage between them; and d. The social scientist's mission is to understand being in relation to itself and not in relation to oneself. Levi Strauss, 1963 and 1966. According to Levi Strauss, the similarities existing between history and anthropology are more important than their differences. First, both disciplines are concerned with remoteness and otherness. While history deals with remoteness in time, anthropology deals with remoteness in space. Second, their goal is the same, namely, a better understanding of temporally or spatially different societies and, thus, a reconstruction, a rewriting of what has happened or of what is happening in those societies. Finally, in both cases, scientists face systems of representations which differ for each member of the group and which, on the whole, differ from the representations of the investigator. The best ethnographic study will never make the reader a native. All that the historian or ethnographer can do, and all that we expect of either of them is to enlarge a specific experience to the dimensions of a more general one, which thereby becomes accessible as experience to men of another country or another epoch. And in order to succeed, both historian and ethnographer must have the same qualities: skill, precision, a sympathetic approach and objectivity. Levi Strauss, 1963 I6-17. 41. Levi Strauss knows the classical distinction of methodologies. The historian's techniques are based on precise data and documents, whereas the anthropologist constructs an understanding of an oral civilization on the basis of observation. Nevertheless, Levi Strauss does not consider this distinction pertinent. The fundamental difference between the two disciplines is not one of subject, of goal, or of method. They share the same subject, which is social life, the same goal, which is a better understanding of man, and, in fact, the same method, in which only the proportion of research techniques varies. They differ, principally, in their choice of complementary perspectives. History organizes its data in relation to conscious expressions of social life, while anthropology proceeds by examining its unconscious foundations. Levi Strauss 1963:18. One immediately recalls the following statements of Foucault. About history, he observes, all knowledge is rooted in a life, a society, and a language that have a history, and it is in that very history that knowledge finds the element enabling it to communicate with other forms of life, other types of society, other significations. 1973:372. About anthropology, he asserts, ethnology situates itself in the dimension of historicity, of that perpetual oscillation which is the reason why the human sciences are always being contested, from without, by their own history. 1973:376. The difference between the two positions, however, is clear. Foucault is emphasizing the possibility of a new anthropology and its dependence on Western historicity. As for Levi Strauss, he is distinguishing the methodological question from the epistemological one. The former is concerned with the future of anthropology, the latter, with ways of describing the solidarity that might exist between history and anthropology if one takes seriously Marx's statement, men make their own history, but they do not know that they are making it. Levi Strauss, 1963:23. Consequently, Levi Strauss thinks that it would be inaccurate to oppose the historian's method to that of the anthropologist. Anthropologists and historians have undertaken the same journey on the same road in the same direction, only their orientation is different. The anthropologist goes forward, seeking to attain, through the conscious, of which he is always aware, more and more of the unconscious, whereas the historian advances, so to speak, backward, keeping his eyes fixed on concrete and specific activities from which he withdraws only to consider them from a more complete and richer perspective. Levi Strauss 1963:24. This conception of history and anthropology as a two-faced Janus has important implications. It means a reorganization of the social disciplines, history, sociology, social philosophy, ethnography, and anthropology. More important, it signifies both a disengagement of anthropology from self-explanatory paradigms of primitiveness and a different look at primitive. 42. Societies and at the savage mind. X hypothesis, its momentum resides in the rejection of the antinomy between the logical and prelogical. For according to Levi Strauss, the savage mind is logical. 1966:268. What exactly is the savage mind? Levi Strauss affirms that the primitive mind is not the mind of a primitive or archaic humanity but an undomesticated thinking, 1962:289. Disagreeing with Levi Strauss, Maurice Godelier states that mythic thinking is not only the thinking of savages, but also, by its status, a primitive thinking. He writes, "I think that I am disagreeing with Claude Levi-Strauss because I do believe that mythic thinking is both undomesticated thinking and the thinking of primitives." 1973, 385. Godelier's argument claims that mythical thinking is, essentially, constituted by processes of analogies, dominated by relations of similitude, as was, according to Foucault, the epistemological field of the West in the 16th century, 1973:17-44. These are the analogies drawn from the field of perception, from serviceable knowledge, which constitute the basis with which the thinking of primitives, naturally submitted to the formal principles of undomesticated thinking, builds the organization of ideas in which is reflected infinitely the reciprocal image of humans and the world, and in which spring and function the illusions the primitive being holds of himself and the world." Godelier, 1973:386. Godelier's position is challenging, insofar as it indicates a radical and controversial hypothesis, the possibility of cross-cultural comparison of systems of thought dominated by themes of similitude, and thus a comparative study of types of knowledge defined within an infinite proliferation of resemblances. Example Mudimbe, 1981b 195-97. On the other hand, one might fear that it only draws the cloak of historical materialism over the most traditional and controversial theses of social evolutionism. J. Goody has recently proposed the use of changes in communication as criteria for understanding this sort of otherness. Because those changes are critical in nature and are multiple rather than single in character, they invalidate the dichotomy between primitive and advanced. Goody, 1977:10. Moreover, Goody delineates as a major issue the necessity of accounting for observed social transformations and types of domestication. 1977:16. In fact, one is at first struck by the apparent static character of Levi-Strauss's analysis of the savage mind. Let us sum up the three major principles. First, each human language is particular and expresses in an original way types of contacts that exist between man, producer of culture, and his environment, nature. Thus each language delineates in its own manner concepts, systems of classification, and knowledge. Traditionally, the opposition between primitive and advanced has been explicated through the opposition of two systems of order, magic and science. Levi-Strauss substitutes another opposition, science of the concrete versus science of the abstract. 43. Second, Levi-Strauss thinks that magic and science should not be considered two different steps in a chronological evolution, the first primitive and only a harbinger of the second. They are two different and parallel systems of knowledge. Magic postulates a complete and all-embracing determinism and is possibly an expression of the unconscious apprehension of the truth of determinism, the mode in which scientific phenomena exist. Science, on the other hand, is based on a distinction between levels. Only some of these admit forms of determinism, on others, the same forms of determinism are held not to apply. Levi-Strauss, 1966:11. The parallelism would thus account for the fact that science can coexist with magic. The Neolithic period shows this, being characterized by magic as well as such important discoveries and achievements as the invention of agriculture and the domestication of animals. Third, a more pertinent opposition would therefore be the science of the concrete versus the science of the abstract, or, analogically speaking, an opposition between bricolage and engineering, that might introduce and mean the opposition between mythical thought and science. These are not two stages or phases in the evolution of knowledge. Both approaches are equally valid. Levi-Strauss, 1966:22. Levi-Strauss insists on the relativity of the classical distinction between these two systems of ordering and acquiring knowledge. It is therefore better, instead of contrasting magic and science, to compare them as two parallel modes of acquiring knowledge. Their theoretical and practical results differ in value, For it is true that science is more successful than magic from this point of view, although magic foreshadows science in that it is sometimes also successful. Both science and magic, however, require the same sort of mental operations, and they differ not so much in kind as in the different types of phenomena to which they are applied. Levi Strauss, 1966:13. This statement about the science of the concrete articulates Levi Strauss's reasons for the promotion and celebration of primitive myths as both systems of abstract relations and as objects of aesthetic contemplation, 1964. Not only might the study of primitive myths open up avenues to understanding the hidden logic behind mythic thought, in its dual aspect as a logic of qualities and a logic of forms, but it might also create an opportunity for discovering ethical systems, which Levi Strauss thinks can give us a lesson in humility, 1979:507. Goody's critique of Levi Strauss's dichotomy emphasizes the weakness of the premises, and of the very distinction of magic and myth, concepts that are slippery to handle, and relics of some earlier folk contrast with religion on the one hand, as in 16th century England, and history on the other, as in 5th century Athens. More important, he believes that Levi Strauss's opposition of the science of the concrete and the science of the abstract amounts to a contrast between the domination of abstract science. 44. Figure 1. Levi Strauss's dichotomy. 45. To changes in the means of communication and, specifically, to the introduction of writing. Pushing forward a new distinction, the oral versus the written, Goody hopes to avoid both Levi Strauss's grand dichotomy and his diffuse relativism that refuses to recognize long-term differences and regards each culture as a thing on its own, a law unto itself, 1977, 151. Paradoxically, it is Levi Strauss's apparent diffuse relativism which appeals to me and, I think, to numerous students of non-Western Weltanschauungen and systems of thought. See, example Husk, 1982, Holland and Sodipo, 1986. It makes sense not only by what it allows a self-analytical anthropology but also in what it relativizes. As Tristes Tropiques demonstrates, the usefulness of a discourse on others goes beyond the gospel of otherness. There is not a normative human culture. It becomes a means for comprehending oneself. As Levi Strauss put it, in an excellent metaphor, the pleasure of listening to Debussy after Chopin is intensified, for the first constitutes an organized preparation for the second, which is no longer perceived as arbitrary. Perhaps, then, this is what traveling and anthropology are, an exploration of the deserts of my mind rather than of those surrounding me, 1977:430. On the other hand, for the first time the anthropologist knows that he is the other who may accept being in charge of reproducing a mythical state which no longer exists, which has perhaps never existed and will probably never exist in the future, 1977:447. He can think about the impossible. In the exteriority of his own culture, he has come into contact with an episteme radically opposed to Western norms, which since Descartes, and despite Rousseau's invitation, have enshrined the cogito, 1973:48-49. Presumably, Levi Strauss's perspective indicates a radical project of providing a body of knowledge that simultaneously could undermine a totalitarian order of knowledge and push knowledge into territories traditionally rejected as supposedly nonsensical. Geert states that what Levi Strauss has made for himself is an infernal cultural machine, 1973:346. And regarding Foucault's enterprise, White notes that it must seem to be little more than a continuation of a tradition of pessimistic, even decadent thought. And it is true that Foucault not only finds little to lament in the passing of Western civilization, but also he offers less hope for its replacement by anything better, 1979:113. The diagnosis is somewhat familiar. It can be related to Levi Strauss's and Foucault's doubts about the history of the same. Levi Strauss is opposed to the tyranny of history. Even history which claims to be universal is still only a juxtaposition of a few real histories within which, and between which, very much more is left out than put in, 1966:2-57. One could even generalize from this view and think that history is fundamentally a myth and thus enlarge Levi Strauss's concern: history is never history, but history for. In effect, as Levi Strauss says, what makes history possible is that a subset of events is found, for a given period, to have approximately the same significance for a contingent of individuals who have not necessarily experienced the events and may even consider them at an interval of several centuries. 1966:2-57. 46. Levi Strauss has chosen to pursue the analysis of mythological systems in order to write his own myth about them by using intellectual categories as tools for revealing an abstract and universal order of rationality. Levi Strauss, 1968, Overture. In this process he simultaneously promotes the kingdoms of primitive organizations and advances the claim that the order of cultural changes is determined everywhere by the constraints of the human mind. In doing so he methodologically replaces the Freudian unconscious by positing, as his aim, a super-rationalism, a universal unconscious that subsumes all particularities. What is, de facto, rejected or diminished in this perspective is the sovereignty of both dialectical reason and historical consciousness. Referring to Sartre's Critique de la raison dialectique, Levi Strauss can affirm that in Sartre's system, history plays exactly the part of a myth. 1966:256. Foucault seems to be an unhappy historian of the same. I cannot, he writes, be satisfied until I have cut myself off from the history of ideas, until I have shown in what way archaeological analysis differs from the descriptions of the history of ideas. 7982:136. In sum, as an unbelieving historian, he rewrites the ambiguous passion of knowledge. All his books provide good examples of this exercise, which brings to light the long, difficult, and permanent struggle of the same and the other. By promoting a critical archaeology of knowledge, not only does he separate himself from a history but also from its classical presuppositions, which lead to and serve the arrogance of the same. In his discourse on language, Foucault delineates the subjective, to question the Western will to truth, to restore to discourse its character as an event, to abolish the sovereignty of the signifier. 1982:229. Foucault's horizon is, one might say, a relativization of the truth of the same in the dispersion of history, in other words a decentralizing that leaves no privilege to any center. It is striking that one can hear, from this very practice which deploys a dispersion that can never be reduced to a single system of difference, Levi Strauss's voice proclaiming after Rousseau, nothing is settled, everything can still be altered. What was done, but turned out wrong, can be done again. The golden age which blind superstition had placed behind or ahead of us, is in us. 1977:448. I think that the positions of Levi Strauss and Foucault signify new critical symbols as well as invitations to redefine and rework or transform the history of the same. I also would like to integrate Ricoeur, who, studying the crisis of Western historicity, invites us to join our efforts under the sign of Plato's great class, which itself associates the same and the other. The similar is the great category. Or better, the analog, which is a resemblance between relations rather than between simple terms. Ricoeur, 1984:25. The following pages will show the real ambition of the analog. But in order to make it clearer, let me say that I shall be studying it with the passion of the other, of that being which has been so far a mere object of the discourses of social and human sciences. 47. The masterful demonstrations by Levi Strauss and Foucault do not convince me that the subject in the discourse on the same or on the other should be a mere illusion or a simple shadow of an episteme. What they teach me is different, namely, that we lack a theory that could solve the dialectic tension between creative discourses and the epistemological field which makes them possible, on the one hand, and Levi Strauss's unconscious that sustains discourses and accounts for their organization, on the other. In fact, there is an obvious way out of this problem by means of the subject, who directly or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously, participates in the modification or the constitution of an epistemological order. M. Foucault, for example, clearly knew what his subjective will meant for the promotion of otherness and strongly urged us to reconsider what madness, as well as incarceration and sexual abnormality, signify in a given society. See, example Foucault, 1965, 1977, 1978. As for Levi Strauss, it strikes me that he proves well in the Mythologics that empirical categories can be used as keys to a silent code, leading to universals. When analyzed, such a project in social sciences can be pertinent only with regard to the intentionality of its inventor. In our case, it is in Levi Strauss's praxis expressing itself within a cultural and human environment which is an obvious practico-inert as illustrated by his confession in Trieste's Tropiques. The cry that closes the book that the golden age is not behind nor before us but in us expresses the power of a consciousness and its liberty. In sum, the structuralist method that Levi Strauss develops and applies convincingly is an intellectual tool. Its condition of possibility resides in an epistemological field in which the strength of the cogito has led to the right of an absolute human freedom, and consequently to systematic meditations on the comparative virtues of the same and other. One might meditate upon the grave moral conclusion that ends The Origin of Table Manners, 1979, which demonstrates that the ambiguous idea of Sartre's hell is other people has not been entertained by Indians, who modestly state that hell is us. Levi Strauss, 1979:422. This philosophical choice completes the lesson of Rousseau's Confessions on I as an other, without negating or suppressing Levi Strauss's freedom to meditate on these paradoxical statements and compare them. In this particular situation, Levi Strauss, to use an expression he likes, is in the situation of an astronomer looking at stars. To claim I is an other would be, in this case, to propose a symbolic identification. The I who pronounces the sentence is, in Sartrean vocabulary, in anguish, a subject thinking about how to define himself. Is he the absolute subject of the praxis that the sentence expresses symbolically, or a pure reflection of the other as meant by the copula? An African amplification. After a certain period it would be the sound of the whistle alone that would produce the 48 effect. The men would have acquired what are known in scientific jargon as conditioned reflexes. P. Bull, Planet of the Apes. Levi Strauss and Foucault have brought to African consciousness new reasons for developing original strategies within the social sciences. It is not my aim here to discuss the extent of their African presence, nor the possible deviation that their real or supposed disciples indicate in African social studies. See, example Kinanga, 1981, Anzembil, 1983. I will rather describe an atmosphere, that of an African prise de parole about philosophy and knowledge, in which one easily recognizes an amplification of Levi Strauss's and Foucault's major theses. Politically, one might also find on the surface strong coincidental resemblances to Sartre's dreams regarding liberation. The notion of amplification implies direct or indirect causal relations. As I.D. London put it, amplifying effects can make minor events the progenitors of larger happenings. More precisely, one can distinguish two main genres of effects. An amplifying causal sequence may be seen as producing either of two effects. 1. It may converge upon expectation, in which case amplification is said to be convergent. Z. It may diverge from expectation, in which case amplification is said to be divergent. 1977. The convergence is obvious, particularly in Francophone Africa, where the prise de parole took place in the 1960s and 197 OS as a discourse about anthropology and simultaneously, a critical reflection on African culture and its geography. The pre-independence generation of African intellectuals was mostly concerned with political power and strategies for ideological succession. Since 1960 and more visibly since the 197 OS, a new generation prefers to put forward the notion of epistemological vigilance. This generation seems much more concerned with strategies for mastering intellectual paradigms about the path to truth, with analyzing the political dimensions of knowledge, and with procedures for establishing new rules in African studies. As Imvan expressed it recently, the principle of the new attitude is different. If political sovereignty is necessary, the scientific sovereignty is perhaps more important in present-day Africa. Imvan, 1983:14. Power is still an objective. In order to comprehend the most original of contemporary discourses, one can still refer to Aimé Césaire's wish for an African Copernican revolution, 1956:12. Whether or not the use of hatred against neo-colonialist guardianship or policies still makes sense, it does not seem any longer to be an important factor in the struggle for maturity. There is an African literature that flatters condescending Western ears, in which Africans prove, by means of negritude and black personality rhetoric, that they are intelligent human beings who once had respectable civilizations that colonialism destroyed. This is considered by some representatives of the present generation of African intellectuals to be a childish reaction of overcompensation. Tawa, 1971a, Rambat, 1976. 4, as Adotavi expressed it. 49. The black person who accepts his race is a good black, but if he forgets our fall, if he forgets himself, if he faints in mystical ecstasy, if he sees black when he should see right, he or she loses himself or herself, loses the being black in losing perspective. Adotavi, 1972:102. African responsibility seems thus defined in terms of intellectual attitudes rather than in reference to an imperative political succession. Is this sort of strategy a sign of an amplification of the Western crisis of the social and human sciences? Imvan is explicit about the connections and their meaning. The West agrees with us today that the way to truth passes by numerous paths, other than Aristotelian Thomistic logic or Hegelian dialectic. But social and human sciences themselves must be decolonized. 1983:141. In a text presenting the mission of philosophy in Africa, P. Houghtonji insists on a preliminary awareness and the necessity of destroying myths of Africanity and mystifications inherited from the inventors of Africa and her culture. Therefore it was necessary to begin by demythifying the concept of Africanity, reducing it to a status of a phenomenon, the simple phenomenon which per se is perfectly neutral, of belonging to Africa, by dissipating the mystical halo of values arbitrarily grafted on this phenomenon by the ideologues of identity. It was necessary, in order to think of the complexity of our history, to bring the theater of this history back to its basic simplicity. In order to think of the richness of African traditions, it was necessary to weaken resolutely the concept of Africa, to rid it of all its ethical, religious, philosophical, political connotations, etc., with which a long anthropological tradition had overloaded it, and the most visible effect was to close the horizon, to prematurely close history. Houghtonji, 1981:52. The propositions are transparent. Imvan seems to be carrying Foucault's project further than the French philosopher himself would have. Houghtonji emphasizes the necessity of considering Africanity as a fate, in the sense of an event. Its demythification should sustain a critical reinterpretation of an African history invented from its exteriority. Houghtonji's invitation to appauvrir, impoverish or weaken, the very notion of Africa implies a radical break in African anthropology, history, and ideology. The convergence with Levi-Strauss's and Foucault's predicaments is clear. Although most Western anthropologists have continued up to now to argue about the best models to account for primitive societies, Levi-Strauss, Foucault, and, since the 1960s, Africans have been destroying the classical frame of anthropology. By emphasizing the importance of the unconscious and questioning the validity of a universal subject as the center of signification, they simultaneously demand a new understanding of the strange object of the human sciences and a redefinition of at least three fields, anthropology, history, and psychoanalysis, as leading disciplines of self-criticism. Foucault dreamed of the prestige of an anthropology that will seek its object in the area of the unconscious processes that characterize the system of a given 50. Culture, and would bring the relation of historicity, which is constitutive of all ethnology in general, into play within the dimension in which psychoanalysis has always been deployed. The aim of this reconversion would be the definition of a system of cultural unconsciousness. Anthropology might, then, cease to be what it has been until now, a questionable discourse on societies without history, 1973:373-81. How can one not recall Levi Strauss's definition of the anthropologist's goal? His goal is to grasp, beyond the conscious and always shifting images which men hold, the complete range of unconscious possibilities. These are not unlimited, and the relationships of compatibility or incompatibility which each maintains with all the others provide a logical framework for historical developments, which, while perhaps unpredictable, are never arbitrary. Levi Strauss, 1963:23. The outcome of this critique of anthropology has been devastating. Taua, 1971a, Leclerc, 1972, Adotovi, 1972. It is nevertheless essentially the outcome of an external crisis. See, example Swartz, 1979, 1980. For example, Van explicitly refers to this reconversion and to the deconstruction of systems alleged to be the best way to truth. On Hautanji's agenda of philosophical tasks, if a radical criticism of anthropology's products is a preliminary obligation, the ultimate objective of the philosopher's task seems defined by an amplification of one specific lesson of Althusser, bearing on a theory of scientific practice whose development depends upon the actual development of scientific knowledge. Hautanji, 1977:214. Yet even a casual reader will perceive an ethnocentric tone. Van writes, the West agrees with us rather than we learn from the West. Hautanji emphasizes the uniqueness of the European scientific tradition and, at the same time, describes the new subject of thinking, the African philosopher, as a human being among human beings, an intellectual among his colleagues and a member of a given social class. Hautanji, 1977:70. A glance back at the literature of 1940-1960 shows the originality of the present-day spirit. Then, as G. Ballandier wrote in his Afrique Ambigue, the African was challenging the weaknesses of the West, trying to gain recognition as a subject of history, and, paradoxically, demanding the attention of a world which has become more curious about his destiny. This period was for him a moment of an aggressive self-expression, after having long been an object of exchange or an instrument in the hands of foreigners. He was defining his rights to succession and dedicating himself to a possible new beginning. It was the era of negritude and African personality, in brief, the period of the African event as described by Claude Wathier in his overview of the Africa of African intellectuals, 1964. A liberal French scholar could begin his book on l'avènement de l'Afrique noire in a way that today would be cause for embarrassment. Blacks are awakening from a centuries-long slumber. Black Africa as a political event expresses itself as the slow evolution that led blacks to participate actively on the international scene. For thousands of years, in effect, they did not seem to have taken any initiatives, neither in 51. Antiquity, when they were nevertheless in contact with the civilizations of the Middle East and the Far East, nor during the Middle Ages when they provided slaves, gold, and incense to Arab merchants living on the coasts of Mozambique and Somalia, and where the message of Islam had reached them from North Africa across the Sahara, nor in the modern era, when Europeans had encircled the African coasts with forts and factories. Brunswick, 1963:7. In the 1950s, some of the best students of African affairs were still concerned with questions of African humanity, intellectual capabilities, and moral evolution. Creel, 1950, 1952, Huernier, 1952, Ombradane, 1969, Van Seneghem, 1956. J. Vanzina was examining how orality could actualize neat factual texts and precise knowledge which, once well understood, could be reproduced and enshrined in the frame of scientific discourses. Vanzina, 1961. In America, particularly during the 1960s, at least in political science, the major objective sought by the comparativists at the time was the development of a framework and categories that were universally valid so as to permit comparison of all types of historical and contemporary political systems, particularly Western and non-Western, irrespective of scale, structure, or the cultural matrix within which they are found. Coleman and Halisi, 1983:40. Some Africans after the Negritude generation have been forcibly domesticated, intellectually speaking. In principle, they should easily function in an orthodox manner within the consecrated field of normative discourse, sophisticated intelligence, and scientific textuality. But rather than reinforcing in the normative manner their own competence, most of them, in a kind of instinctual reflex, began to question its significance, interrogate the credibility of their own prizes de parole, and challenge the evaluative scale of both scientific processes of examination and ideological presuppositions of tasks in social sciences. Among others, the following can be considered representative of this spirit: W. E. Abraham, Ghana; O. Bimwini, Zaire; H. Jate, Tunisia; E. Ebussi Bolaga, Cameroon; A. P. E. Alongu, Zaire; P. J. Houtangi, Benin; Imvan, Cameroon; A. M. Ngindu, Zaire; T. Obenga, Congo; T. Okara, Nigeria; J. O. Sodipo, Nigeria; Iso, Guinea; M. Tawa, Cameroon; and K. Wayardu, Ghana. They are all members of the same generation. The oldest, Mban, was born in 1930, the youngest, Houtangi, in 1942. They all published their major works between 1960 and 1970. Two external characteristics give to this group a relative homogeneity: the spiritual context of their youth and their formal training. Most of them were born into Christian families, which constitute the second or the third generation of African Christians. Thus they were or still are profoundly marked by Christian principles and values. A number of them, Bimwini, Ebussi Bolaga, Mban, Okara, and Ngindu, are Roman Catholic priests, and others, Ilungu and Tawa, for example, at one time in their lives thought about becoming priests. The second external unifying characteristic is the type of training that these persons received. To illustrate, let us note that they were educated at some of the most respected schools and universities in Europe, principally in 52. Belgium and France, and hold prestigious academic degrees. For example, Jate and Houtangi attended the well-known École Normale Supérieure in Paris and are both agrégés in history and philosophy respectively. Abraham did his postgraduate program at the University of Oxford, where he received his D.Phil. Obenga holds an impressive list of degrees ranging from history to Egyptology and philology. Theologian and philosopher, trained within the curriculum studiorum of the Society of Jesus, Ebussi Bolaga is a doctor in philosophy from the University of Lyon. Bimwini and Okara have doctorates in theology and philosophy from Louvain University. Ngindu holds a doctorate from the Catholic School of Theology in Kinshasa and a degree in social sciences from the University of Paris. So, an MD, holds 2 doctorats d'état from the University of Paris, one in medicine, the second in human and social sciences. Ilungu, Mban, and Tawa, in addition to their doctorats de troisième cycle and various degrees in philosophy and letters, are doctors d'état from the University of Paris. On the basis of their academic achievements, these men hold important positions. They are university professors, and some have had important political responsibilities. For a number of years, Abraham was the in partibus philosopher of President Nkrumah in Ghana, Obenga has been the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Congo, and Houtangi and Mban were, for years, top civil servants in their respective countries, Benin and Cameroon. Their actual power is, however, in the intellectual and spiritual field that they control de facto. They are not only teachers but also in charge of regional, inter-African, or even international agencies working for the development of the continent. Bimwini, for example, was until recently a powerful general secretary of the influential Zairene Episcopate. So is active throughout Black Africa in the establishment of new programs in psychoanthropology. Obenga brings to African history associations a critical view on Cheek and Tadiop's theses and, at the same time, as director of a major research center in Libreville, fights for an African perspective and initiative in history. Sodipo, a university vice-chancellor, is the editor of Second Order, and Wiredu, his assistant editor. Hountanji manages the General Secretariat of the Inter-African Council of Philosophy. Mban, who for a long time was General Secretary of the African Society of Culture in Paris, is now serving as the coordinator of the Ecumenical Association of Third World Theologians, and Ngindu is the editor of the Bulletin of African Theology and the secretary of the Center of African Religions in Kinshasa and secretary of its journal, Cahiers de Religions Africaines. All of these men are in power, and no one doubts their mission in the process of modernization. Through different lenses, they all more or less define and explain conditions and possibilities of setting in motion principles of modernization and defining the meaning of being African today. This is highly ideological, and one could assert that their contributions are no more than programmatic statements or polemics. This is a matter of subjective judgment. These intellectuals are producing a body of good works, which are both difficult, because of the amplifications that explain them, and extremely 53. Sophisticated with respect to the relationships between power and knowledge. There is no doubt that a careful study of their works would locate weaknesses. However, it would also emphasize the complexity and ambiguity of propositions for creative capacities and multiple and non-restrictive ways to truth. Indeed, the general ambition of these propositions for spiritual and intellectual autonomy silently assumes a severe political and ideological confrontation. Abraham put it aptly. But what shall Africa, which is not of the West or of the East, do? It would perhaps at least be an act of supine madness to ape the West or the East, indeed any point of the compass, like a new sun worship, in ways which cannot leave the cultures of Africa the same without our having an interest in what is dominant in the external culture, or without bothering to understand its mechanics and rationale. Abraham, 1966-35. With the problem of truth, we are confronted with one of the most paradoxical forms of amplification and with the promotion of African alternatives. Indeed, it is on this particular question that African academics and scholars violently interrogate the European tradition. In order to clarify the meaning of this violence, let us note that since Descartes, philosophy in the West has been, in a special way, concerned with the relationship between knowledge and truth. To be a philosopher was to be concerned with the question, what is the truth? What is knowledge? Foucault, 1980:82. With Nietzsche, the question was modified and became, what is the best way, the surest path to truth? Accordingly, in his work on the crisis of the European sciences, Husserl was dealing, in actuality, with Nietzsche's promulgation. Foucault considers himself to represent a third moment, from which, looking backwards, he can ask, what is the history of this will to truth? What are its effects? How is all this in relation to power? 1980. The African postulation would seem situated, metaphorically, between Nietzsche's predicament and Foucault's enterprise. More precisely, it critically jumps the bavaridages of colonial discourses and its anthropological applications, and centers on the system of signification that allowed the colonial propositions and their inferences. This critical jump is negatively described by Ebosi Bolaga as a way of survival. Philosophizing becomes an urgent task, sipo en veut survivre, il faut vraiment philosopher, in order to survive one must philosophize. Concretely, the path to truth still seems, so far, an external model accomplished in the West, imposing rules for the renunciation of the African will to be self and, simultaneously, defining the principles for the abolition of regional histories. It remains for the Muntu to realize for himself what is already in himself. To realize for oneself, for one's profit, by going to a good school, getting help, or learning to produce, imitate, according to his capacity. His truth being realized outside of himself, he has no resource except to apply, imitate, Turn to intermediaries. Ebusi Bolaga, 1977:95. This principle that founded colonial sciences is, according to Ebusi Bolaga, still operating in Africa, even in the commitment of present day. 54. African philosophers and social scientists, one might find, subtle and silent, the acceptance of the thesis of the Western philosophical model as a rationalite en act. Because of this situation, Ebusi Bolaga hypothesizes a critical recit pour soi, which on a regional basis and from a new reading of one's own particular social experience, can organize the chaos and put forward the rationality of historical sequences, the links between facts from the standpoint of their finality, or from the genesis of this finality itself. Thus, according to Ebusi Bolaga, the recit is a reconstruction of history. By necessity a negation of the present, and also a negation of self, it is, at the same time, the only critical way to self. Its internal dynamism will, eventually, guarantee the reconciliation of the historical reason and a reasonable freedom for the muntu. The historical reason and reasonable liberty are wrested from experienced madness and arbitrariness. They are the inversion and reversal of madness and arbitrariness. The discourse which is being constituted by the being for itself should describe in a concrete way the future of the for itself in history, in a regional history, whose reach is universal because of the being of the subject of history. Ebusi Bolaga, 1977:223. The notion of critical reading, as well as that of a recit pour soi that might produce a regional historical account of the global history of humankind, bring us back to Levi-Strauss's and Foucault's annihilation of the mythologies of the same. From this perspective, B. Moore's classical rules on scientific strategies and their metaphors e.g., in science, as in art, we are compelled to make estimates about promising and unpromising lines of attack, 1958, seem dreams of a questionable conjunction of science, knowledge, and power. Levi-Strauss insists, who is speaking about science? Do we know how to live with others? The formula hell is other people, which has achieved such widespread fame, is not so much a philosophical proposition as an ethnographical statement about Western civilization. For, since childhood, we have been accustomed to fear impurity as coming from without. When they assert, on the contrary, that hell is ourselves, savage peoples give us a lesson in humility which, it is to be hoped, we may still be capable of understanding. Levi-Strauss, 1979:507. This ethical lesson stems from an anthropological context. Ebusi Bolaga's discourse deploys itself in the order of an amplification conceived from an African perspective. Foucault, in the conclusion of his survey of the history of insanity in the Age of Reason, notes that Nietzsche's last cry, proclaiming himself both Christ and Dionysus, is not on the border of reason and unreason, but the point where art becomes impossible and where it must fall silent. 1965:287. I think a number of African thinkers would identify with Nietzsche's claim, in a figurative way. The amplification is obvious. Is it pure accident that a great number of leading African intellectuals have, between 1955 and 1970, worked strenuously publishing works on some really compromising European 55 thinkers? To note just a few, Ilungu specialized in Malebranche's philosophy, Hountanji chose Husserl and Comte, Senghor commented upon Teilhard de Chardin's theses, Tawa was then working on Hegel, Ngindu beginning his book on Liberté, and Ujirashavuja completing his research on Heidegger. In these enterprises one notes a remarkable mediation between the rigor of a philosophical exercise and the fantasies of a political insurrection. The text commented upon is a mirror which reveals the self to the reader or commentator. From an idealist epistemology come questions and propositions which, on the one hand, seem close to Sartre's political aesthetics for the liberation of the Third World and, on the other, transpose into African geography Foucault's and Levi-Strauss's critiques of such notions as history, culture, human space, and conventions. This clear amplification is sufficient reason for me to state that despite their violence against the rule of the same and the history of its conquests over all regionalisms, specificities, and differences, Levi-Strauss and Foucault, as well as a number of African thinkers, belong to the signs of the same power. What they represent could be considered an expression of the intelligence of the same. As Foucault himself stated, referring to his own intellectual filiation, can one still philosophize where Hegel is no longer possible? Can any philosophy continue to exist that is no longer Hegelian? And more precisely, truly to escape Hegel involves an exact appreciation of the price we have to pay to detach ourselves from him. It assumes that we are aware of the extent to which Hegel, insidiously perhaps, is close to us. It implies a knowledge in that which permits us to think against Hegel, of that which remains Hegelian, 1982:235. One could also relate Levi-Strauss's view to this same origin, or, more convincingly, to Kant's dream about metaphysics and anthropology, see Levi-Strauss, 1968. The apparent profanation represented by these projects might simply be an optical illusion. Levi-Strauss and Foucault are engulfed in the history of the same and its contradictions. I would not say that African intellectuals are engulfed in the same way. The passion that in Levi-Strauss's and Foucault's works presents theories about norm, rule, and system only uncovers and seeks strictly to define this complex history of an identity. In the name of the same methodological principles, Africans tend, despite differences of language and education, to doubt the ethical value of these estimations. See example Houtangi, 1977, Wiredu, 1980. Seen from the frontiers of the Western power knowledge system, all these choices seem stimulating. Still, one can meditate on their projects as possible symbols of a failed will to transcendence, now expressing its desire towards an ambiguous new beginning. However, it is important to note that African ideology, as a body of reflex ions and questions, springs from the same lines of dissolution that, in the kingdom of the same, allowed Levi-Strauss's and Foucault's crises. Metaphorically speaking, in Nietzsche's confusion there is not only the silence of an art and a power knowledge, but also, insistently, there are all the promises of Kant's old question on the possibility of an anthropology: how pertinent is it to speak about humans? 56. 3. The power of speech. The missionary's discourse and Africa's conversion. In fact, I am now so accustomed to the paradoxes of this planet that I wrote the preceding sentence without thinking of the absurdity it represents. P. Bull, Planet of the Apes. It takes little imagination to realize that missionary discourses on Africans were powerful. They were both signs and symbols of a cultural model. For quite a long time, along with travelers' accounts and anthropologists' interpretations, they constituted a kind of knowledge. In the first quarter of the century, it was clear that the traveler had become a colonizer and the anthropologist, his scientific advisor, while the missionary, more vigorously than ever, continued, in theory as well as in practice, to expound the model of African spiritual and cultural metamorphosis. The missionary's particular position in the process of Africa's conversion has led to very peculiar results. Bureau, 1962:248-62. These results, intersecting with ideological perspectives, have, on the one hand, fostered African theories of otherness and, on the other, brought about serious doubt concerning the pertinence of Western discourses on African societies. Thus, we have two magnificent actors, the missionary and his African successor, both of them presenting their views on policies of conversion, basing them on what African culture is supposed to be, and utilizing anthropology as a means of dominating or liberating African people. Hastings, 1979:119-20. The theme to investigate is the articulation between missionary language and its African echo or negation, and the ultimate consequences of this relationship for anthropology. The investigation is appropriate in view of questionable hypotheses about missionaries' positive or negative contributions to African ideology, and, in general, of the controversial interpretations of this relationship in the crisis of African studies. For the sake of clarity, I shall address first the subject of missionary discourse, second, the African response, third, how they mingle historically and ideologically in an anthropological locus and have ad valorem responsibility in the building of an African ideology of otherness. 57. The more carefully one studies the history of missions in Africa, the more difficult it becomes not to identify it with cultural propaganda, patriotic motivations, and commercial interests, since the missions program is indeed more complex than the simple transmission of the Christian faith. From the 16th century to the 18th, missionaries were, through all the new worlds, part of the political process of creating and extending the right of European sovereignty over newly discovered lands. Keller, Lasitsin, and Mann, 1938. In doing so, they obeyed the sacred instructions of Pope Alexander VI in his bull Intercedere, 1493 to overthrow paganism and establish the Christian faith in all barbarous nations. The bulls of Nicholas V. Dum Diverses, 1452, and Romanus Pontifex, 1455, had indeed already given the kings of Portugal the right to dispossess and eternally enslave Mahometans, pagans, and black peoples in general. Deschamps, 1971. Dum Diverses clearly stipulates this right to invade, conquer, expel, and fight, invadandi, conquirandi, expugnandi, debellandi, Muslims, pagans, and other enemies of Christ, Saracenos ac paganos, aliasque Christi inimicos, wherever they may be. Christian kings, following the Pope's decisions, could occupy pagan kingdoms, principalities, lordships, possessions, regna, principatus, dominia, possessions, and dispossess them of their personal property, land, and whatever they might have, et immobilia bona quicum per eos detenta ac possessa. The king and his successors have the power and right to put these peoples into perpetual slavery, subjugandi allorum personas in perpetuum servitudum. See Bimwenii, 1981 A621. The missionaries, preceding or following a European flag, not only helped their home country to acquire new lands but also accomplished a divine mission ordered by the Holy Father, Dominator Dominus. It was in God's name that the Pope considered the planet his franchise and established the basic principles of terra nullius, nobody's land, which denies non-Christian natives the right to an autonomous political existence and the right to own or to transfer ownership. Witt, 1958. If the Reformation challenged the Holy Father's power to give, grant and assign forever lands to European monarchs, the new axiom, quaes regio, ilius religio, enforced the complementarity between colonial activity and religious conversion. For instance, the Christian Kingdom of Congo was officially recognized by the Holy See and the major European sea powers in the 16th and 17th centuries. However, it lost its special status in the mercantilist and Protestant 18th century. The prevalent economic ideal of a balance of trade was inseparable from the need to increase the nation's wealth and its strength, hence the great utility of colonial trade and possessions. The Church's involvement in establishing Western sovereignty was important both before and after the Reformation. The Mass celebrated on the Guinea coast in 1481, under a big tree displaying the royal arms of Portugal, symbolized the possession of a new territory. Among a multitude of other similar acts, Vasco da Gama erected a pillar, engraved with the Portuguese. 58. Royal arms, on the east coast in the Kingdom of Melinda, and Diego Con constructed another in 1494 at the mouth of the Congo River. These symbols were part of a formal and elaborate ceremony of appropriation of a terra nullius. Generally, such a ceremony presented three major characteristics: Keller et al., 1938, a. The construction of a physical sign bearing the royal arms, such as a pillar, Portuguese, a landmark or even a simple pile of stones, Spanish, or a cross, English and French; b. A solemn declaration, perhaps presenting the letters patent received from the king, announcing the new sovereignty and indicating that the possession is taken in the name of, or for, the king, and c. A symbolization of the new jurisdiction. Explorers from Roman Catholic nations, generally, performed a mass, whereas Anglo-Saxons symbolized their control over the land with a sacred formula or legal decree. For example, on August 5, 1583, as part of the ceremony of taking possession of Newfoundland, Sir Humphrey Gilbert promulgated a code of 3 laws, namely, the establishment of the Church of England in the colony, the punishment as high treason of any act prejudicial to the Queen's right of possessing the new land, and, for those uttering words to the Queen's dishonor, the penalty to be having their ears removed and their ship and goods confiscated. See, example Keller et al., 1938. The missionary played an essential role in the general process of expropriation and, subsequently, exploitation of all the newfound lands upon the earth. As G. Williams puts it, if in many areas his presence helped to soften the harshness of European impact on the indigenous peoples whose lands were invaded and exploited, his fervor was allied, rather than opposed to commercial motive. Williams, 196-7:29. The scramble for Africa in the 19th century took place in an atmosphere of Christian revival. The Age of Enlightenment and its criticism of religion had ended. Coleridge's phrase, "The Bible finds you," was an apt one for all Christians. In Catholic Europe, the First Vatican Council firmly reorganized Catholicism. A group of distinguished prelates even re-evaluated the meaning of the so-called Curse of Ham, hoping that the interior of Africa may participate in the solemn coming joy of the Church's triumph. Interior Africa Solemnis Gaudi I Proximi Ecclesiae Triumphi Perdiceps Fiat, Bimwenii, 1981:625-26. There was, besides, a general spirit of adventure in the air. Rotberg, 1970, Betts, 1975. The European political and economic rivalries were an incentive to action overseas. The success of men like Cecil Rhodes reinforced the myth of an African treasure house and appealed to young and ambitious potential colonists. Above all, scientific curiosity and philanthropic objectives combined and confused the struggle against the slave trade. Geographic explorations and mythologies about poor savage Africans, Hammond and Jablow, 1977. 3 major figures, from the 15th century to the end of the 19th, determined modalities and the pace of mastering, colonizing, and transforming the Dark Continent: the explorer, the soldier, and the missionary. Christopher, 1984. The explorer, at the end of the 15th century, 59, was looking for a sea route to India. Later on, he concerned himself with mapping out the continent and, in the 19th century, compiling information and organizing complex bodies of knowledge, including medicine, geography, and anthropology. The soldier constituted the most visible figure of the expansion of European jurisdiction. He built castles and forts on the coasts, was in charge of trading posts, participated in the slave trade, and, in the 19th century, implemented colonial power. Finally, there was the missionary, whose objective has been, throughout the centuries, the most consistent, to expand the absoluteness of Christianity and its virtues. Of all these bearers of the African burden, the missionary was also, paradoxically, the best symbol of the colonial enterprise. See Kalu, 1977. He devoted himself sincerely to the ideals of colonialism, the expansion of civilization, the dissemination of Christianity, and the advance of progress. Pringle's 1820 vision sums it up nicely. Let us enter upon a new and nobler career of conquest. Let us subdue savage Africa by justice, by kindness, by the talisman of Christian truth. Let us thus go forth, in the name and under the blessing of God, gradually to extend the moral influence, the territorial boundary also of our colony, until it shall become an empire. Hammond and Jablow, 1977:44. Obviously, the missionary's objectives had to be coextensive with his country's political and cultural perspectives on colonization, as well as with the Christian view of his mission. With equal enthusiasm, he served as an agent of a political empire, a representative of a civilization, and an envoy of God. There is no essential contradiction between these roles. All of them implied the same purpose, the conversion of African minds and space. A. J. Christopher rightly observes that missionaries, possibly more than members of other branches of the colonial establishment, aimed at the radical transformation of indigenous society. They therefore sought, whether consciously or unconsciously, the destruction of pre-colonial societies and their replacement by new Christian societies in the image of Europe, 1984:83. One might consider that missionary speech is always predetermined, pre-regulated, let us say colonized. It depends upon a normative discourse already given, definitely fixed, clearly meant in a vital connection between Christianity and Western culture as a whole, Dixon, 1984:33. Missionary orthodox speech, even when imaginative or fanciful, evolved within the framework of what, from now on, I shall call the authority of the truth. This is God's desire for the conversion of the world in terms of cultural and socio-political regeneration, economic progress, and spiritual salvation. This means, at least, that the missionary does not enter into dialogue with pagans and savages but must impose the law of God that he incarnates. All of the non-Christian cultures have to undergo a process of reduction to, or in missionary language of regeneration in, the norms that the missionary 60 represents. This undertaking is perfectly logical. A person whose ideas and mission come from and are sustained by God is rightly entitled to the use of all possible means, even violence, to achieve his objectives. Consequently, African conversion, rather than being a positive outcome of a dialogue unthinkable per se, came to be the sole position the African could take in order to survive as a human being. In dealing with this kind of general theory, we need models to refer to. I propose to use three men: the 17th-century Italian Giovanni Francesco Romano, the 19th-century African Samuel A. J. Crowther, and the 20th-century Belgian Placide Frans Tempels. These individuals were neither the best of all missionaries, nor necessarily the most remarkable. Yet one easily recognizes that each one, in his time, was an excellent example of sound commitment to religious interests and imperial policy. Giovanni E. Romano, a missionary in the Congo from 1645 to 1654, published in 1648 a report of fewer than 100 pages on his voyage to, and his sojourn in, that Central African kingdom, Romano, 1648. He really presents no reasons for supposing that the Congolese cannot understand the Gospel's message. His conception of mission coincides with traditional practice. It struck me that, as a missionary, he could have accomplished the same type of work with Saint Boniface in Germany. He boasts of the number of people converted, masses celebrated, sacraments given, churches erected, but he cannot stand the presence of Dutch Protestants, those enemies of the Catholic faith, Nemici della Santa Fede Cattolica, who undermine the impression of European grandeur and unity. Romano defines his own mission as working God's field la vigna del Signore, and preaching God's news predicare la parola di Dio, to the poor and pagan Congolese, questi gentili, qui poveri, etc. For a soldier of God, this does not exclude concern for the privileges of rank and for the continuation of this friendly Christian kingdom of Congo. Romano and his colleagues intervene in the conflict between the Congolese monarch and one of his rebel vassals, since a Christian monarch is a treasure that must be preserved at any cost. About the Catholic Congolese monarch Garcia II he wrote: "The devotion that His Majesty has showed for our religion, convent, and school is a praiseworthy thing for eternity." Romano, 1648-37. Romano's language is a language of orthodoxy, the expression of the holy faith. Few derogatory words occur in his report. In his ethnographic description of the kingdom, the African customs are neither curious nor bizarre, mudimbe boy, 1977. Except for the king and his courtiers, all the inhabitants are poor and pagan people. This is not a paradox. Romano describes an African version of a Christian European kingdom with its dukes, earls, and barons. With such a model, it is perfectly normal to observe a rigid hierarchy determined by social status and position or, in terms of the interpretation current in Romano's time, by God's will. The only major difference between the model and its African expression appears in a metaphor of colors: white versus black. The natives of Congo are all of them 61. Black, some more, some less. At birth, they are not black but white, and then gradually they become black. Mudimbe Boyi, 1977:375-83. At the heart of Romano's conviction lies the desire for the universality of God's law. At the same time he hopes to overcome Satan's presence in the African Vigna della Cristianità, field of Christianity, and promote the essenza della verità, essence of truth. The second model is Samuel A. J. Crowther. Born about 1806, this former slave and native of Yorubaland in Nigeria was educated at Fora Bay College, Sierra Leone, and in England. Ordained a minister in 1843 within the Church Missionary Society, he became in 1864 the first Anglican bishop of the territories of Western Equatorial Africa beyond the Queen's dominions. An untiring missionary, he participated in several explorations, among them the voyage that he related in his journal of an expedition up the Chad rivers, published in 1855. Crowther believed that Africa could regenerate herself without the help of others. Meester, 1980b 72, Sunea, 1983:60-83. However, in presenting his own experience, he tends to refer to contemporary classification of savages, and from this perspective builds his own project of converting his African brethren to civilization and Christianity. About his 11,854 Niger expedition, for instance, Crowther recalls, "I asked whether the inhabitants of Gomkoi were pagans or Mohammedans, and was informed that they were all pagans, that the males wore some sort of cloth around their loins, but the females only a few green leaves. On asking whether they were cannibals, I was answered in the negative." In Hammond and Jablow, 1977-36. What is interesting in this brief quotation is its classificatory implications, in particular the characteristics selected: paganism, nakedness, and cannibalism. Western assimilated, Crowther intends to relate an ethnographic case objectively, but he is very clearly describing the syndrome of savagery. As D. Hammond and A. Jablow rightly put it, the basic attitudes which arbitrarily relate these essentially unrelated qualities, paganism, nakedness, cannibalism, are those which assign all cultural differences to the single category of savagery, and one trait as it distinguishes a savage from a European becomes an index to the existence of the other traits which are part of the syndrome. Hammond and Jablow, 1977-36-37. In fact, far from making Crowther responsible for this syndrome, I am inclined to look at him as expressing the signs of an episteme. He simply shares a pervasive evolutionary assumption, a tendency to see in Africans only these indexed features and thus subsequently to indicate the necessity of a regeneration through both a cultural and spiritual conversion. See Figure 2. 62. Figure 2. Ideological model of conversion, colonial rule. Premises, mediators, aims. Status, primitiveness, conversion, civilization. Symbols: pagan, evil; Christianity, Christian, good; or signs: naked, child; education, civilized; adults, animal, beast; evolution, evolue, human being; method, anthropological missiology; colonial presuppositions, applied sciences, anthropology, pedagogy. My third model is the Belgian Placide F. Tempels, a missionary in Central Africa from 1933 to 1962 and author of Bantu philosophy. Placide Tempels was a very serious and careful student of Bantu culture, despite allegations to the contrary made mainly by professional anthropologists and philosophers, who are inclined to emphasize formal training as the sine qua non condition of sound work. Tempels had lived more than 10 years among the Luba Katanga people, sharing their language and culture, when he decided to publish his experiences, 11979:3-25. Rather than as a philosophical treatise, his Bantu philosophy could be understood simultaneously as an indication of religious insight, the expression of a cultural doubt about the supposed backwardness of Africans, and a political manifesto for a new policy for promoting civilization and Christianity. But this complexity is not what is commonly discussed when specialists speak of temples as philosophy. It must be remembered that Bantu philosophy is based on very simple ideas. They go like this. First, in all cultures, life and death determine human behavior, or, presented differently, all human behavior depends upon a system of general principles. Second, if the Bantu are human beings, there is reason to seek the fundamentals of their beliefs and behavior, or their basic philosophical system. From this position, Temples attempts a true estimate of indigenous peoples, rejecting the misunderstanding and fanaticism of the ethnology of the past and of the former attitude of aversion entertained with regard to them. Pause's preface in Temples, 1959:13-15. This meant questioning the classical doctrines about evangelization, civilization, and colonization. Temples, 1959:167-89. These three models, Giovanni Francesco Romano, Samuel A. J. Crowther, and Placide Franz Temples, signify the authority of the truth, its signs and discourse. We can perceive in them an expression of a common ideology. They are, all of them, people for whom commitment to God is central. Concretely, they believe that they are the ones in charge of saving. 63. Africa. This, for them, means the promotion of the ideals of Christian civilization. Finally, they are secure in their knowledge of the correct means for Africa's conversion. In brief, they prove right M. de Certeau's observation that the credibility of a discourse is what first makes believers act in accord with it. It produces practitioners. Certeau, 1984:148. In his evaluation of Christianity from an African point of view, Ebussi Bolaga, the philosopher from Cameroon, holds that in general missionary discourse has always been presented as a discourse of philosophical reduction and ideological intolerance. Christianity is the inheritor of Greek reason, and it is the continuation and the achievement of the Judaic revelation. By these two traits it is the critic of the falsehood of other religions and denounces their mythological character. Its proper element is language and history, but not the obscure regions of the cosmos nor of the imaginary. That is why it agrees with modernity and resists better than other systems the corrosion of modernity, the dissolution of the world in which it exists. Ebussi Bolaga, 1981-35. Sharing this belief in the superiority of Christianity, expressed in its essential qualifications, that is, its identification with reason, history, and power, the missionary's discourse has, according to Ebussi Bolaga, always presented five major features. First of all, it is a language of derision, insofar as it fundamentally ridicules the pagans' gods. And one must not forget that since its birth Christianity has appropriated for itself both the only way to true communication with the divine and the only correct image of God and God's magnificence. Second, it is a language of refutation or systematic reduction. All pagan religions constitute the black side of a white transcendental Christianity, and this metaphoric opposition of colors means the opposition of evil and good, Satan and God. The third feature illuminates the missionary's pragmatic objectives. His action is supported by a language of demonstration, which reflects God's truth. In order to sustain his derision for and refutation of non-Christian beliefs and practices, the missionary emphasizes the Christian faith in terms of its historical coherence and transforming virtues. Religious and biblical categories enter into the logic of his civilization, thus making sacred a cultural model and giving it a divine seal. Consequently, there is a fourth characteristic, the rule of Christian orthodoxy, which relates faith to knowledge of the only truth. This is the cornerstone of the belief in the supremacy of the European experience, the support of a fantastic set of principles. It accounts for the following major principles: first, that the Christian characteristic resides in the quality of faith and not in moral grandeur; second, that it is faith which promotes and gives sense to ethics and not the contrary. The last trait of missionary discourse relates to these two axioms and their theological significance. It is a language that conforms to these vigorous axioms. Missionary speech and praxis prove that no human enterprise can succeed as long as the true God is not 64. Acknowledged. The Christian God's Spirit appears, therefore, as history's only force. I would prefer to simplify this analytical perspective of Ebosi Bolagas into a simpler scheme. The missionary language of derision is basically a cultural position, the expression of an ethnocentric outlook. The aspects of refutation and demonstration rationalize the initial ethnocentric moment and are aimed explicitly towards an intellectual reduction that would complement the rules of orthodoxy and conformity. Thus we have three moments, rather than types, of violence in missionary language. Theoretically, they are expressed in the concepts of derision, refutation demonstration, and orthodoxy conformity. Taking into account the missionary theology of salvation, and more precisely the general policies of convertio gentium, it becomes clear that the same violence is linked to the spiritual and cultural process of conversion in a hypostatic union, see Figure 3. All missionaries, whatever their denominations, operate according to the same canon of conversion. Their language depends on three major types of data always considered a given and taken for granted: premises, mediators, and objectives. All of them tend to integrate cultural and religious aims, the mission being altogether oriented towards the cultural promotion and spiritual salvation of savages. Thus, for instance, G. E. Romano's preaching of the Holy Faith to these needy also implied involvement in political affairs to perpetuate a Western Christian dependent polity in Africa. Bishop Crowther was preoccupied with both Christianization and Westernization of naked, cannibal, and pagan primitives. Temple stated his philosophy of civilizing Bantu people in this way: if the Bantu cannot be raised by a Christian civilization, they will not be by any other. 1959:186. The pertinent categories arise from a structural combination. On the one hand, ethnographic commentaries on African peoples are arranged according to the prospect of their possible conversion. On the other hand, specific socio-cultural symbols designate the passage from primitiveness to civilization. An evolutionary thesis expresses the conversion from savagery and Satan's darkness to the light of civilization and God's kingdom. The transformation is sometimes described as the introduction or restoration of health in a sick universe, the establishment of order in a world of disorder, madness, corruption, and diabolical illusions. See Pirat, 1973, Fernandez, 1979. In its standard form, the process of conversion, which is the path to a civilized life, is presented as a gradual one. At the lowest level one finds primitives or pagans. These, infected by the will to become westernized, become catechumens. The zenith of their development is achieved when they become Christians or evolus, that is, westernized individuals. Accordingly, the missionary's language presents three major approaches: derision of so-called primitive religions and their gods, refutation and demonstration to convince. 65. Figure 3. The missionary theology of salvation. Premises, mediators, aims. Status: primitiveness, conversion, Western civilization and Christianity. Symbols: illness to introduce health, to restore disorder, to establish order, madness, satanic, Christian models of faith, illusions and corruption and behavior, darkness to promote the light of God and civilization. Method: derision, demonstration, conformity. The evolving Africans, and imposition of rules of orthodoxy and conformity for converts. Quite inevitably, the Christian faith has for many years been inextricably bound up with this Western aggression. But it has also to be admitted quite frankly that during these centuries the missionaries of the Christian Church have commonly assumed that Western civilization and Christianity were two aspects of the same gift which they were commissioned to offer to the rest of mankind. This assumption was sometimes quite conscious and was explicitly stated. More often it was quite unconscious and would have been indignantly denied. But in neither case are we called upon to judge our fathers. Their sincerity can hardly be disputed. Taylor, 1963:5-6. Fundamentally, An evolutionary assumption was expressed on the basis of a dualistic anthropology, seen Jimbayenska, 1979:10 and 28-19. As Benedict XV put it in his encyclic, Maximum Mud, 1919, missionaries must be determined to oppose Satan and to bring salvation to the poor people of Africa victimized by evil forces. Yet one notes that Romano focused on mediators and aims rather than on premises. And Temples absolutely doubted the classical process of conversion. He was not sure in the least that assimilation constituted the best way, and he hated the Evolus, whom he considered to be bad copies of Europeans. Moreover, he did not believe that to Christianize meant to impose a Western philosophical anthropology. Temples, 1962. However, Temples's position did not imply a complete negation of the essential dualism but only indicated another type of guidance for the promotion of orthodoxy and conformity. The emphasis he gave to Bantu ontology, for example, means that he had faith in the possibility of bringing about a new Christian civilization without destroying Bantu values or their underlying major principles, the concept and reality of vital. 66. Force, c. Example Matakszynski, 1984 and Donders, 1985. This outlook is simply a new manner of demonstrating and promoting the essence of orthodoxy, the aim remaining clearly the same. Christianity is the only possible consummation of the Bantu ideal. Temples, 1959:186. Temples is not alone in looking for new policies for integrating Christianity into African cultures, and Ethiopian Christianity, African Islam, and syncretic churches all over the continent witness to the vitality of a process of indigenization. Montiel, 1980, Sunkler, 1964, Barrett, 1968, Brenner, 11984. In the 1960s, Taylor detected three main ingredients in the African challenge to Christianity. A. Christian religion is inherently Western and fails to correspond to the felt needs of Asia and Africa. B. This challenge poses a radical question: can the Christian faith not only prove its ability to meet the deep human needs of our time but also make peoples of different backgrounds feel at home in the New World? C. The Christian Church has not yet faced the theological problem of coexistence with other religions. Taylor 1963:6-8. At any rate, the apparent success of Christianity is startling. After 1 century of evangelization, the Christian community represents today some 45% of the population of the continent. Let us note that, according to the World Bank, 1984, the total population of sub-Saharan Africa, which rose from 270 million in 1970 to 359 million in 1980, seems set to double by the turn of the century and significantly more than triple by the year Zozo, World Bank, 1984:26. Within this frame, the Catholic Church has today some 76 million members, Protestant denominations acknowledge 50 million followers, the Ethiopian Coptic Church, 30 million members, and some thousand autonomous local churches bring the total Christian membership to roughly 2 million. When one keeps in mind that, through conversion, and especially disproportionate population growth, see World Bank, 1984:82-83, the Christian community gains between 5 and 6 million new members each year, it becomes obvious that by the year Zoo Africa could have the largest concentration of Christians in the world. Barrett, 1970, Meester de Ravenstein, 1988-15, Donders, 1985:1, 30. The trend is identical with the increase in the number of ministers. A 1985 Vatican statistical report shows that in Catholicism the number of diocesan clergy is increasing in Africa, South America, and Oceania. In Central America, the figures remain almost the same. In North America, the report notes a modest drop, and the most notable reduction is found in Europe. But the most significant shift is in the percentage of the world's major seminarians produced by different parts of the world. In Africa it jumped from 6.7% in 1973 to 10.7% in 1983, while in North America it dropped to 10.9% from 19.2% in the same period. In Europe, the percentage went down to 34.4% from 41.1%. If European Catholicism seems to be aging dangerously, the dynamism of its African counterpart belongs either to a holy nightmare or, if one prefers, to an incredible miracle. Monasteries are being built, new religious movements. 67. Both activist and charismatic, are appearing and organizing themselves successfully. There are not enough schools for potential catechists, nor are there sufficient convents for nuns. There is not enough room in seminaries for candidates to the priesthood, yet despite the increase in vocation, particularly in the countries with the highest fertility rates, Kenya, Nigeria, Tanzania, Zaire, the number of priests is considered to be low. According to the Vatican statistical document mentioned above, in 1983 Europe had 58.2% of the world's priests for 3.3% of the world's Catholics, North America had 17.1% of the world's priests for 7.7% of its Catholics, South America had 8.4% of the world's priests for 28.1% of the world's Catholics, and Africa had 4.3% of priests for 8% of the world's Catholics. See also Laurentin, 1977, Meester de Ravenstein, 1988-14. As to other Christian denominations, one notes that, for example, the most populous Quaker community in the world lives in the northern part of Kenya, and that it is in Uganda that one finds the most statistically important Anglican church in the world. The question becomes, how really Christian is this converted Africa? A. Hastings proposes a vague, prudent answer. As regards Catholics and Anglicans, the Christian advance could probably be charted in a rough but not unreliable way by the decline in ecclesiastical marriage rates. Its vast, amorphous mass of devotion, cult, belief, superstition, new bonds of fellowship so often structured in ways that hardly accord with the rules of Rome, Geneva, or Canterbury, may prove the most enduring ecclesiastical legacy of this quarter century. Hastings, 1979:274. This evaluation does not answer the question, nor does it explain why Christianity seems so attractive. In his book on a non-bourgeois theology, 1985, Donders emphasizes the appeal of the miracle of God in Jesus and the desire to be a member of a new communitas or communion. See also Oduyoy 1986:97-108. He also refers to a cultural reason, the necessity of an anthropological conversion. David Barrett believes that one of the main reasons Africans are so attracted to Christianity, and to Islam, is the community it offers. It is his opinion that the conversion movement at the grassroots level is due to the fact that Africans are turning away from their local tribal religions because they see no salvation in those organizations anymore. They want to belong to a larger human and religious community. Donders, 1985-32. In fact, this seems like Beta's classical explanation: the mission station was not merely a base for teaching the Christian discipline and for propagating the faith, it was also the pocket of a new invading civilization. 1968:15. In a critical analysis of African Christianity, de Meester de Ravenstein names three antinomies: the complexity of the African critique of Western. 68. Christianity, which implies the possibility of a zero degree of Christianity, the difficulty of bringing together African traditional values and the absolute gratuity of God's gift, and the fundamental opposition between Christ's religion and the African's religious heritage. 1988-43-50. These evaluations from knowledgeable observers clearly show the confusing reality of African Christianity. Let us follow its recent history. From the 1950s onward, new orientations appeared for the indigenization of the Church: Nyamatai, 1978, Hastings, 1979. Gradually, official policies shifted from the initial step of adaptation, one that insisted on the Africanization of some external aspects, music, hymns, etc., to an examination of the content of Christianity in an African setting. New premises established a completely different perspective. The pagan culture is considered and analyzed as an abandoned field in which God's signs already exist, figure 4. Thus, if there can be only one aim, Christianity methods are arbitrary and should be modified and adapted to circumstances and cultures. Taylor, 1963:12-4. African intellectuals appealed to the Church to come to grips with traditional practices, and with the worldview that these beliefs and practices imply. Hastings, 1979:119, see also Kalu, 1977. The best illustrations of this current are Graverin's Visage africain de l'Église, 1962, Malago's Un Visage africain du Christianisme, 1965, Bahoken's Clairières Métaphysiques africaines, 1967, and Biddy's New Testament Eschatology in an African Background, 11971. In these contributions, the authors explicitly favor the search for Christianity's essential message, one which would penetrate African ways of thinking and living. A new vocabulary arises and, in principle, covers new forms of evangelization, Africanization, indigenization, naturalization, adaptation of Christianity. Some theorists even speak of indigenizing the gospel and the message, Bimwinii, 1981a231. In Roman Catholic circles, the norms of the new policy are relatively well spelled out in two official documents of Pius XII, Evangelii Praecanis, 1951, and Fide Donum, 1957. What this ambivalent vocabulary introduces and means is a progressive displacement of responsibility insofar as the future of Christianity is concerned. See, example Chip Enda, 1977 and Sediloane, 11977. Historically, one can refer to de Prétre Noirs S. Interrogant, 1956, a collection of black priests' articles and a solidly nationalist reflection on Christianity, as the first explicit manifestation of a new radical current. Ironically, it was during this period that positive and sympathetic contributions on African religions were produced in anthropology. They include Deschamps' Les Religions d'Afrique Noire, 1954, Perrinder's African Traditional Religion, 1954, and Witchcraft, 1958, Lienhardt's Divinity and Experience, 1961, Van Seenegam's La Notion de Dieu chez les Balubas du Kassai, 1956, Ski Bestes les Sens Religieux de Primitifs, 1963, Damon's Les Religions de l'Afrique, 1964, a translation of his 1963 Die Religionen Afrikas, and African Systems of Thought edited by Fortes and Dieterlen, 1965. African clergymen read these books looking for ways of transforming traditional religion or, at least, of 69. Figure 4. The Theology of Indigenization. Premises, mediators, aims. Status, pagan culture, conversion, Christianity. Symbols, abandoned field to plant, so the adapted Christianity, African field to spread the good seed, stepping stones of to establish and to indigenized Christianity in pagan construct, the church, Christianity, traditions, method, critical evaluation of demonstration, conformity, premises. Using some of its elements in the process of adapting Christianity, Malago, 1959. In the wake of independence, some of them became clearly radical. They suspected the good faith of anthropological descriptions and began to question the very meaning of the theologies of adaptation. Bimwinii, 1980a, 172-89. At first, the concept of adaptation was hailed on all sides, by African Christians as well as by missionaries. Even though it was not seen as committing the church to religious dialogue with African tradition, and perhaps because of this, adaptation, as the means by which the African church could develop its own lifestyle, was highly welcome. It was only slowly realized that the concept of adaptation contained within itself the seeds of perpetual Western superiority and domination. The reaction has been quite violent. Shorter, 1977, 150. The fact is that even at the time of the Manifesto of Black Priests, 1956, the search for an African Christianity was already enveloped by the themes of cultural authenticity and independence. It clearly implied a relative rejection of both anthropologists' and missionaries' interpretations of African traditions and religions as well as the colonial presence. The search had two major aspects: a nationalist reading and the introduction of an intellectual rupture in colonial history. For example, Kagame questions the competence of temples and makes a journey back to his own roots with his La Philosophie Bantu Rwandais de l'Être, 1956, in which he describes Rwandan Bantu ontology, a criteriology, psychology, cosmology, and ethics. I am afraid Shorter confuses problems of method and ideological motivation when he states that it is only because Kagame is inspired by European philosophy that the African thinks of trying to express the traditional thought of his people as a conceptual system, 1977:24. The inspiration is one thing, the objective another. What Kagame did was to use the 70 Aristotelian model in order to demonstrate that, contrary to anthropologists' and missionaries' accepted opinions, his people had always had a well-organized and systematic philosophy. He explicitly intended to undermine the myths which sustained both colonial policies and the Church's programs for an adapted Christianity, 1976. Philosophically, one could debate Kagame's assumption about the possibility of collective and non-explicit philosophies. Ideologically, however, his work was quite important, if considered to be an answer to hypotheses on pagan cultures and the premises of adaptation policies, see Figure 4. In the same vein, A. Makarikaisa published his La Dialectique de Burundi, 1959, E.B. Iduwu, Olodumare. God in Yoruba Belief, 1962, and Towards an Indigenous Church, 1965, Imvan, L'Art d'Afrique Noire. Liturgie et Langage Religieuse, 1965, and E.M. La Effiliabo, a series of booklets presenting and analyzing traditional religiosity vis-a-vis Christianity, 1962, 1964 A and B, 1966. Significantly, the concept of African monotheism appeared and was used more and more frequently. Indeed, it refers to W. Schmidt's concept of primitive revelation, 1931, and gives respectability to what was formerly called pagan and polytheist belief. One of the major assumptions of Schmidt's method is the existence of a universal theory or philosophy that each human community expresses in its own way and according to its own needs. This philosophy would be always and everywhere particular in its religious, cultural, and historical manifestations, but universal in its essence. Its presence marks the difference between human societies and animal communities, Schmidt, 1933-1949. A primitive revelation can thus be deduced from all human cultures and, with it, a basic monotheism. The concept of primitive revelation has not, so far, clarified the theoretical questions that it implies, despite the brilliant discussions and stimulating overviews recently presented by Malago, 1973, and by Mwinai, 1968, 1981a. K. Dixon even thinks that there are no easy solutions to the problem of the relation between God and the gods, and that it is much less enlightening than is thought to use such terms as monotheism and polytheism. In a sense they confuse the discussion. Dixon, 1984:58. On the other hand, the force of ideas for political and cultural autonomy had a direct impact on religious thinking. During the 1959 International Meeting of Black Writers and Artists in Rome, a committee on theology elaborated a text calling for another Christianity in Africa. Within Catholicism, two Jesuit priests from Cameroon, Van and M. Hebga, were active in this area, and their influence marked discussions on possible ways to reconcile Christianity and Africanity, by Mwinai, 1981a 2730. A theology of incarnation was promoted with a particular emphasis on new premises, negritude and black personality as expressions of an African civilization, African history with its own symbols as a preparation for Christianity, and finally the experience of slavery, exploitation, and colonization as signs of the 71 Suffering of God's chosen ones, Figure 5. The most striking feature of these intellectual positions resides in the theoretical distinction between the program of political liberation which should permit a transformation of the traditional civilization and that of rethinking Christianity as an integral part of the local culture, Idowu, 1965, Hebga, 1963, Chidimbo, 1963. There is a reason for this orientation, writes Ma Oduyoy, a woman theologian of Ghana. The identity crisis in Africa, especially among the urbanized, the Western educated, and the Christians, may be attributed to the loss of a dynamic perspective on life, which comes from knowing and living one's religio-cultural history. We cannot expect those who cannot tell their story, who do not know where they come from, to hear God's call to his future. Oduyoy, 1986:54. I have recently proposed that in the 1960s, a goal was clear and that it is now possible to discern the major trends which contributed to the progressive construction of a theology of incarnation, mudimbe, 1983a94-95. Trends are, a strong interest in the Africanization of Christianity insofar as it would permit a divorce between Christianity and Western history and culture and would introduce African features into the Church. B. A search for an African element in the field of theology and religious activities, which might keep pace with the ideological objectives for political and cultural autonomy. This trend mainly characterizes Roman Catholic African theologians. C. A vigorous interest in traditional religions, leading to the supposition that in general anthropologists' and missionaries' works are neither dependable nor acceptable. This encourages new programs and projects which will be the responsibility of African scholars. See also Chipenda, 1977, Sediloane, 1977, Oduyoy, 1986. It would be inaccurate to pretend that most missionaries supported the new African perspective. The Church's official policies in the late 195s and early 1960s were as confusing as those of the colonial powers. Hastings, 1979:159-74. Despite the fact that the Church had trained most of the nationalist leaders and intellectuals, and also despite widely held doubts concerning the Church's commitment to the principles of Western supremacy in Africa, many a missionary did not welcome the outcome of ideologies of otherness and did not at all like doctrines of African independence. Besides political fears, there was the feeling that these new theories were opening a new era and meant the end of missionary initiatives in Africa. As Hastings, commenting on the significance of the Assembly of the International Missionary Council held in Ghana in 1958, put it, the churches of the Third World were becoming independent and the old missionary relationship which so clearly involved a status of dependence must. 72. Figure 5. The Theology of Incarnation. Premises, mediators, aims. Status: African conversion, a modern traditional African civilization, black personality, negritude, symbols: African history, otherness, African culture, African, Muslim, African Weltanschauungen, and European heritages, African Christianity, a particular experience, slavery, exploitation, colonization method, social science, African autonomy, ideology. Inevitably end. What role would there now be for missionaries? Hastings, 1979:120. The question was pertinent. By the mid-96s the initiative became African and, generally speaking, integrated the essential theses of a new model of conversion, Meester de Ravenstein, 198 ca. The emphasis is, then, put on new premises, negritude, blackness, African heritage and experience. It tends to present conversion in terms of critical integration into Christianity, that is, on the one hand, asserting cultural autonomy and, on the other, defining Christianization as a way of accomplishing in Christ a spiritual heritage authentically African. Malago, 1981:43, Bimwini, 1981b 47-60. Ebusi Bolaga aptly wrote, that at least for Africans, the emergence of an African we subject was the major human phenomenon of the second half of this century, 1978:339. Two major phenomena thus emerged, see figure 5. The first was a strong emphasis on history and a new anthropology as a means for a better understanding of both African tradition and identity. This led, in 1966, to the creation of centers of African religions. In pastoral institutes in Bodija, Nigeria, Bukumbi, Tanzania, Kokati, Ivory Coast, Kinshasa, and Lubumbashi, Zaire, etc. It generally gave birth to realistic programs taking into account native languages, local customs, and the social relations of production. Second, a striking ideological convergence became obvious. African theologians' interests blend with local nationalisms and the orientations of the African Society of Culture, ASC, and with Présence Africaine, Paris, on the significance of African religions, Bass, 1977:12,938, Muserwa, 1985:37-56, Otoyoy, 1986:45-55. Further, a succession of scholarly meetings in the 1960s redefined the concept of conversion and the purposes of studying African religions, while at the same time broadening. 73. The scope of the criticism of anthropology and the philosophy of Christian missions in Africa, Agassiou, 1977, Apiakubi and Torres, 1977. 1955, On Africa and Christianity. Meeting. Accra, Ghana. 1959, On Christianity, Africanity, and Theology. Meeting. Subcommittee on Theology, Second Congress of African Writers. Rome, Italy. 1961, On African Religions. ASC Colloquium, Abidjan, Ivory Coast. Proceedings published by Présence Africaine, Paris, 1962. 1963, ASC publication. African Personality and Catholicism. Paris, Présence Africaine. 11963, Reincarnation and Mystic Life According to African Religions. Congress, Strasbourg, France. Proceedings, Reincarnation et Mystique en Afrique Noire. 1965-1965, On Africa's Traditional Religions. Congress, Bouake, Ivory Coast. Proceedings, Les Religions Africaines Traditionnelles. Paris, Souil. 1966, On African Theology. African Churches Conference. Ibadan, Nigeria. Proceedings, Pour en Théologie Africaine. Yaoundé, CLI, 1969. 1968, Renewal of the Church and New Churches. Colloquium. Kinshasa, Zaire. Proceedings, Renouveau de Pègle et Nouvelles Églises. Maadai, Revue de Clerge Africaine, 11969. 1969, Understanding African Religions, à la rencontre de religions africaines. Secretariatus pro non Christianis. Rome, Libreria Edit Rice Ancora. 1970, On African Religion as a Source of Culture and Civilization. ASC Colloquium. Cotonou, Benin. Proceedings, Religion africaine comme source de valeurs de culture et de civilisation. Paris, Présence Africaine. 1972. In the 1970s, the reconsideration of classical grids was widespread among African scholars. Hebga, 1976, Kalalumbe, 1977, Ngindu, 1979. At scholarly conferences, no one really cared any longer about the scientific evidence of the past. African scholars now preferred to deal directly with the issues that involve African responsibility in theology and social sciences, as well as in the humanities. Goulet, 1981, Ngindu, 1985. In religious studies, the most challenging theological meetings were the following: In 1976, the Assembly of Third World Theologians, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and the Pastoral Colloquium of Kumi, then Upper Volta, in 11977, the Conference on Black Civilization and the Catholic Church in Abidjan, and the Accra meeting which led to the constitution of an Ecumenical Association of African Theologians, Apiakubi and Torres, 11977, and, in 1978, the Kinshasa Congress on African Religions and Christianity, Ciarigi, 1979. The result of this process may best be illustrated by two quotations from African Roman Catholics. The first is from Malula Cardinal Joseph Albert, Archbishop of Kinshasa. African Christianity cannot exist without African theology. And this implies that it should be made clear that relations exist between the authentic religion. 74. Brought to us through Christ on the one hand, and religions in general, and more precisely African religions on the other hand. As Africa possesses today its own theologians, this task belongs in the very first place to those African theologians. Malula, 1977:23. The second is from Zoungrana Cardinal Paul, Archbishop, Rome. Beyond refusing all external domination, our wish is to link up in depth with the African cultural heritage, which for too long has been misunderstood and refused. Far from being a superficial or folkloric effort to revive some traditions or ancestral practices, it is a question of constructing a new African society whose identity is not conferred from outside. Cardinals, even African ones, are not customarily extremist. On the contrary, Malula's and Zoungrana's pronouncements clearly indicate the concerns of the 1980s, an analysis of the complementarity existing between Christianity and African religions, an African theology of incarnation, considered the responsibility of African theologians, and, finally, a permanent search for an identity from a positive anthropological background, Chwibangu, 1977:2.931. And McVeigh could note in 1980, that Africa has reached its theological maturity and African Christianity is searching for new interpretations of its faith. It is a time of turbulence and ferment, but also a time of excitement. Something new is happening, something unique and important. McVeigh, 1980:91. Is this impulse towards a new discourse purely activist? Does it express at an intellectual level a confusion implying a possible transformation of ideological reference? It is obvious that new norms seem to be imposing themselves in the arena that the voices of missionaries, anthropologists, and colonial administrators have dominated so far. See, example Thomas, Lanoux, and Onuruks, 1969, Emmett, 1972, Pratt, 1972, Holland, 1976, Oduyoy, 1986. It may be said that what is at stake for Africans is simply the appropriation of an initiative which is based on what paradoxically founded the power and the knowledge of the colonial system. See, example Mazrui, 1974. As T. Okura put it. Hence the peculiar originality of African culture. It means the common experience of the trauma of the slave trade, of the humiliation that was colonization, of assault on traditional religion, of new won political independence, of present economic exploitation, of the ambivalent status of standing hesitatingly on the threshold of the age of industry. Okura, 1978:279. The interrogations which carry the initiative sometimes slip into a sort of demagogical spiritual activism. However, that is perhaps not as important as the struggle for an orthodoxy defined in terms of historical and cultural difference. At a very general and vague level, the main characteristic of the new 75 discourse is its own self-definition as a discourse of succession. Mban, 1978:167-76. Looked at carefully, it can be divided into two complementary genres. One bears upon techniques of interpreting and reworking the signs of what was called paganism and primitiveness yesterday and which, today, is qualified as religion and God's symbolic discretion. The second genre tends to focus on the right of being other and thus on the epistemological demands of the enterprise, see, example Ngindu, 1985. In the first case, studies evaluate the values of the past in terms of present exigencies and the future of African communities, thus inverting the order of anthropology's classical description. Anthropology's fecundity has been based on the approach to primitive organizations as closed systems, see, example Mudimbe, 1966, Malago, 1973, Bujo, 1975, Masamba, 1976, Hebga, 1979. In the second case, ideological or philosophical discussion concentrates upon the diversity of human experience. It consequently studies the relativity of cultural and political grammars, which, in their singularity, testify to an essential hidden meaning beneath the surface, example Chwibongu, 1974, Bozak, 1977, Adukanu, 1981, Ebosibolaga, 1981, Bimwinai, 1981b. In both cases, one sees that the new discourse on African difference conveys an ambitious and explicit will to truth. As such, it generates and explicates its own presence in both history and the present knowledge about African realities, example Ebosibolaga, 1978, 339-70, Ella and Lanu, 1981. A third trend is clearly political, the Black theology of South Africa. Influenced by Latin American liberation theology and by the North American civil rights movement of the 1960s, this current expresses itself in terms of the Exodus theme played out in a modern setting, Bozak, 1977 and 1984 A and B, Tutu, 1984. Its formulation is based on three main principles: the importance of taking into account the socio-political context in which humans live, the obligation of espousing human dignity as the major concern, thus theological practice meets political praxis, and the belief that Christian faith does not transcend ideologies, Bozak, 1977:99-122. Such a radical understanding of theology can only clash with the two preceding types of discourse, particularly the first. According to Buthelezi, for example, the theology of indigenization is not acceptable for two reasons: it means doing a superficial exercise of matching the already culturally colored Christian teaching and African thought. And the emphasis that this procedure places on African life and thought is not realistic, since it involves conjuring up the past, which is not crucial to the African in his present socio-economic and political circumstances. In Dixon, 1984:127-28. To my knowledge, so far only Ebosibolaga, R98R, has focused on the intellectual limits and ambiguities of this radical theological orientation. De facto, this trend sees itself as applied theology and explicitly submits to the politics of those who would become princes of a new organization of power. In doing so, it joins in the service of new political chauvinisms and idols, repeating the missionaries' dream of conciliating God's glory and Caesar's power. In its intention, as well as in its power, the new discourse on Christianity is 76. Clearly the result of cross-cultural breeding. One might choose to emphasize its ambiguity, Relibera, 1959, 15:4-87, or even review the paradoxical questions that allowed it to emerge. First, there is the question of knowing who can or should speak validly about Africa, and from which viewpoint. Second, there is the issue of promoting discourses on others now that we have learned an essential lesson from the criticism of anthropological and missionary discourse: savages can speak, not only when their very being and their traditions are at stake, but also in order to evaluate procedures and techniques that pertain to the description of their being, traditions, and beliefs. See Apiakubi and Torres, 1977:189-95, Ngindu, 1985. However, insofar as the new African discourse perceives its own course and fate in terms of epistemological rupture, Bimwinai, 11981a, Ebosibolaga, 1978 and 19811, we may stop at this claim and interrogate its situation. That can be done through three questions: who is speaking? From which context? In what grids and in what sense are the questions pertinent? I propose that one of the best ways of answering these questions might be a careful rewriting of the relationships that have existed between African ethnography and the politics of conversion. The anthropologist's influence, ethnography and the politics of conversion. I must now admit that I adapted myself with remarkable ease to the conditions of life in my cage. I even grew so accustomed to this situation that for more than a month, without feeling how outlandish or degrading it was, I made no attempt to put an end to it. P. Bull, Planet of the Apes. Anthropology participated in colonization and promoted what McGaffey calls the mythological phase, with hypotheses founded on a series of binary oppositions which contrasted the virtues of European civilization with their supposed absence from Africa. But I am not convinced that, as McGaffey suggests by quoting G.I. Jones, the early descriptive ethnographers were ill-served by the speculative constructions of the amateur anthropologists to whom they turned for theories. McGaffey 1981:236. One believed that amateurism has strongly contributed to a solid foundation of anthropology. Its presence had, in my opinion, exactly the same status as amateurism during the emergence of the discipline in the 18th and early 19th centuries. See, example Hodgen, 1974. The Central African Bibliography of Anthropology, for instance, is filled with the works of amateurs, mainly missionaries, which are important documents of anthropological information. McGaffey thinks that 77. Work by missionaries, priests, and amateur ethnographers dealing with African religious beliefs or rites should not necessarily be regarded as anthropological. European writing about Africa presents itself in Africa with uniform authority as the product of sciences, itself a European property that Africans are told they should aspire to. An ethnographic account of this writing must recognize that much of what has been produced is of poor quality, and that what is good has not succeeded in replacing inaccurate representations of Africa in, say, the popular press. We would all like to identify our society with its best achievements, and we tend to forget or to excuse as aberration its mediocrities, horror, and blunders. McGaffey, 1981:265. This is fine and correct. Nevertheless, there are at least 2 points that I would like to discuss. The first concerns anthropological authority, the second, ethnographic interpretation. It is in the name of science that McGaffey makes the distinction between reliable and unreliable anthropology. In other words, science is science, and it should not be confused with its opposite. More precisely, although good anthropology shares the same epistemological framework as bad, they are different in nature. The bad is bad insofar as it does not obey the rules of the anthropological authority, that is, to use an expression of E. Evans Pritchard, a scientific habit of mind. As he put it, it is true that some missionaries were well-educated men and had learned to speak native languages with fluency, but speaking a language fluently is very different from understanding it, as I have often observed in converse between Europeans and Africans and Arabs. For someone who has not made an intensive study of native institutions, habits, and customs in the native's own milieu, that is, well away from administrative, missionary, and trading post, at best there can emerge a sort of middle dialect in which it is possible to communicate about matters of common experience and interest. Evans Pritchard, 1980:7. I understand well Evans Pritchard's point when he writes of evolutionist theorists that, none of the anthropologists whose theories about primitive religion have been most influential had ever been near a primitive people. It is as though a chemist had never thought it necessary to enter a laboratory. 1980:6. However, I do not follow him in his critique of missionaries' knowledge. If some missionaries, as he notes, were well-educated men, it is fair also to recognize that a great number of them were, by training, relatively well-read, not only in social sciences but also in scholastic anthropology. Moreover, if one speaks seriously of Westerners who, far away from westernized posts, lived with Africans and shared their ordinary life, one is speaking of missionaries. Records and proofs exist. Contrary to most anthropologists' 10 months or, at best, 2 or 3 years of field research, many missionaries spent almost their whole lives among Africans. And, in general, an objective look at the facts indicates that their existential understanding of local habits, 78, and customs is and was very often extraordinary. If there is a difference between missionaries' and anthropologists' interpretations, it comes from the intellectual particularity of their respective missions. In order to save souls, the missionary undertakes the task of integrating his understanding of the local community into a process of reduction grounded in a theology of salvation defined within Western historicity. On the other hand, the anthropologist wants to contribute to the history of humankind by paying careful attention to all of its regional peculiarities and interpreting them according to a methodological grid of analysis and generalization which, also, depends upon the same Western historical experience. See, example Stavenhagen, 1971, Swartz, 1979, 1980. In addition, regarding credibility, both the missionary and the anthropologist use the same argument, which might be questioned by natives: I know them or I lived with them. Writing about this principle of authority, J. Clifford aptly stated recently, many ethnographers are still cast in the experimental mode, asserting, prior to any specific research hypothesis or method, the I was there of the ethnographer as insider and participant. Of course, it is difficult to say very much about experience. Like intuition, one has it or not, and its invocation often smacks of mystification. Clifford, 1983:128. If one can speculate about the meaning of this authority, one could also admit that the missionary's authority does not make more sense than the anthropologist's. There is, however, a major difference. Both the missionary and the anthropologist pretend to be bilingual in an African setting. But the former, generally speaking, refers to an existential experience, whereas the latter uses an experiential authority. The first may fluently speak the indigenous language, the second, in general, would rather use Evans Pritchard's sort of middle dialect. The first seeks to reduce the primitives to his faith and its cultural presuppositions. For the second, primitives constitute an object topic, which might or might not fit into a scientific framework and must be accounted for. Fundamentally, there are two main problems, one, of comprehending cultures, the other concerning the significance of the interpretation offered. At a basic level, missionaries, as well as anthropologists, when they return from the primitive context, refer to the same context. To use M. Hollis's example and words, anthropologists and missionaries knew nothing about the natives when they started and seem to have discovered everything they know in the end. This is very well. How do they discover that the natives sometimes perceive what they perceive? Insofar as the anthropologist is concerned, M. Hollis has a response. Two possible answers are that he observes their behavior and that he translates their utterances. 1981:228. This explanation is annoying, since most anthropologists only speak pidgin. How could they translate a local language that they do not know, and that, paradoxically, the missionary shares with the natives? In fact, this question is frightfully ill-presented. It has unduly transformed an opposition of missions into a problem of competence for the interpretation of cultural texts. 79. And subject matter. In any case, its exaggeration shows at least that, as matter of principles, the concept of a missionary as anthropologist should be thinkable. In effect, despite the classical bias in the discipline, nothing ontological prevents a missionary from acquiring the methodological awareness and necessary skills of a good field worker. He could, then, like the best trained specialists, practice anthropology, that is, build bridges between two cultures, two texts, his own and the local one, and thus produce a clear representation of his own creative experience. In this case, as well as in anthropologists, as R. Wagner notes, the result is an analogy, or a set of analogies, that translates one group of basic meanings into the other, and can be said to participate in both meaning systems at the same time in the same way that their creator does. 1981:9. Let us take another of Hollis's images based on the coherence theory. As a metaphor, we should consider the African cultural organization as a text. By his training and mission, the missionary is and must be an unbelieving interpreter. The anthropologist, in principle, should be believing, otherwise his scientific project no longer makes any sense. The missionary is concerned with the complete conversion of the text, the anthropologist with the understanding of its internal rationality. It is because the missionary has been, generally, a non-believer that the anthropologist tends to reject his interpretations as approximations. In passing this judgment, the anthropologist often forgets what the missionary or, worse still, the native might remind him that he is not perfectly bilingual and, therefore, despite his scientific background, his intellectual construction may well be just a questionable invention. One might object that this is not the point. From an archaeological viewpoint, one would rather emphasize that missionaries' accounts and those of anthropologists witness to the same episteme. In their variety and contradictions, the discourses explicitly discuss European processes of domesticating Africa. If these discourses have to be identified with anything, it must be with European intellectual signs and not with African cultures. Thus, temples can be related to M. Greele and Evans Pritchard, and Bantu philosophy, temples, 1959, can be read in connection with Theodore Greele, 1948, 1965, and social anthropology and other essays, Evans Pritchard's, 1962. All of them share a similar perspective, an idealistic faith in the potentiality of African culture, expressed in an agrarian metaphor, and the conviction that colonization is both a providential accident and a historical benefit. The analysis of this fact and its possible evaluation, example Adoda v. 1972, Leclerc, 1971, Osh, 1979, show that, as G. Velasco aptly put it, all the stages that found as much the ethnological project as its object are seized with a primary deformity or a major vice, in other words this obliteration of the gaze that produced an ideology of the civilization, Velasco, 1983:23. Despite their critical positions, Temples, Greele, and Evans Pritchard still depend on the legacy of Levy-Bruhl, Fraser, Morgan, and Tyler, who, after 80. A. Conseil de Travaillitas, promoted a split in the human condition. Allegorically, it has been well illustrated in variations of theses for or against the axiom of the identity of human nature. And we are all painfully aware of the mystifications according to which all cultures pass through a succession of evolutionary phases, from magic through religion to science, from savagery to barbarism to civilization, from sexual promiscuity through matrilineality and finally to patrilineality. Temples, Greele, and Evans Pritchard all believed that the colonial administration might use their science and experience to implement the conversion of the native society. As Evans Pritchard put it, if those who control policy believe in material prosperity, literacy, or whatever it may be, they feel that they have to give them to peoples of their colonial empire. Whether they are doing right or wrong is a question for moral philosophy, not for social anthropology. Evans Pritchard, 1962:119-10. In other words, this idealistic perspective is likely to see and describe the value of local customs that the colonial power will not tolerate. At the same time, the decryption may help administrators to understand the indigenous culture and to better dominate it. Yet the frustrated Evans Pritchard, who would have liked to be a government advisor on colonial policy, states, "I do not believe that anthropological knowledge can be applied to any extent in the arts of administration and education in any other than in this very general cultural sense in the influence it has in shaping the attitude of the European towards native peoples." Evans Pritchard, 1961, 122. Temples and Grial too experienced the same ambiguous feelings concerning the colonial mission. Human civilization was Western in the eyes of the colonizers, and Africans were, at least for Temples in the 1930s, not quite human. What they were, whether pure children or incipient human beings in need of tutoring, was simply the result of the application of Western standards within a non-Western context. One may consider this perspective general, since on a theoretical level it transcends the so-called difference between French and British anthropology. Therefore, I do not follow J. Copen's, 1971a, nor the traditional view which opposes the French and British, emphasizing the metaphysical aspects of the first as opposed to the pragmatism and empiricism of the second. This type of distinction is probably pertinent as far as a classification of intellectual policies is concerned. From an epistemological standpoint, the French and British approaches essentially meant the same things: reduction and acculturation, see, example Herrick and Schilling, 1984. Moreover, the basic ideological ground is the same. First, the importance of Durkheim's legacy in both schools accounts for the European scholar's responsibility in shaping Africa's knowledge, particularly in terms of the classification and interpretation of hierarchies in political and religious systems. Second, the essential reasons which led to the organization of the International African Institute in 81. Great Britain in 1926 and to the creation of the Institut d'Anthropologie in France stem from an identical philosophy of conquest. The essence of anthropology in France and in England is the same. Its circumstantial tones and expressions vary, but its aim seems identical. Leclerc, 1972. Paradoxically, Lévi-Bruhl, despite his opposition to the English anthropological school, best reflected the Victorian ideology in which the evolution of culture as a parallel to the evolution of species explained the superiority of Europe as a result of biological and cultural achievement. But it was in England that social and cultural anthropologists made the most use of Durkheim's doctrine concerning primitive societies. In fact, from a more general historical frame, one can observe three complementary genres of speeches contributing to the invention of a primitive Africa: the exotic text on savages, represented by travelers' reports, the philosophical interpretations about a hierarchy of civilizations, and the anthropological search for primitiveness. The complementarity of these speeches is obvious. It is perceived as a unity in the Western consciousness. The exotic text dominates in the 17th century. In the 18th century, it complements Enlightenment classifications of peoples and civilization. In the 19th century, an ideology of conquest appears in explorers' sagas, anthropologists' theories, and the implementation of colonial policy. However, until the beginning of the scramble for Africa, historical distinctions of genres can only be relative. As far as I know, no one has yet made a detailed study of Greek and Latin writers' influence on the European invention of Africa. Miller's synthesis, 1985:23-28, of the ambivalence about blackness in antiquity is too brief and, as such, a bit controversial. It refers to Snowdon's thesis, 1970, according to which Greeks and Romans were only culturally biased and distinguishing the civilized from the barbaros, independently of race. The Greeks and Romans attached no special stigma to color, regarding yellow hair or blue eyes as a mere geographical accident, and developed no special racial theory about the inferiority of darker peoples qua darker people. Snowdon, 1970:176. The problem is more complex than that. In the same vein as Snowdon's argument, one could emphasize, as did A. Bourgeois, evidences of assimilation and cultural integration. Greeks had traveled as far as Africa. Inversely, blacks had visited or lived in Greece. Bourgeois, 1971:120. It was the same in Rome. Yet what do these cases demonstrate? Here is just one of numerous counterexamples. During the reign of Hadrianus, AD 76-138, the poet Florus from the African province was denied a prize because, according to a witness, the emperor did not want to see Jupiter's crown going to Africa. See, example Schilling, 1944:26, Mudimbe, 1979. Miller's analysis is strictly a correction of Snowden's interpretation. A systematic study of the ancients' perceptions may distinguish three main problems. The first is a question of carefully locating and describing sources and then evaluating their credibility. For example, in his presentation of the 82 Greek sources of African history, 1972, Van begins by noting that a rapid consultation of E. Jacobi's Die Fragment der Griechischen Historiker shows that, from the 943 pages of Part 3, there are 276 pages referring to Egypt, 60 to Ethiopia, 9 to Libya and 8 to Carthage, for a total of some 355 pages, Van, 1972:13. This is an invitation to further research and not a closure. A vast field of research awaits scholars. The second issue concerns the content of the sources and both the physical and cultural geographies they unveil. How can we, today, read these texts and make sense of information and representations they offer? Finally, there is a question of method, and it is twofold. On the one hand, how may we discriminate between myth and observed facts when they come out of genres so diverse as drama, example Aeschylus, Aristophanes, Sophocles, poetry, example Callimachos, Homer, Pindar, mythography, example Apollodorus, technical and hermetic texts, example Hesychus, Hippocrates, Xenophanes, and history and geography, example Agatharchides, Diodorus, Herodotus, Pliny. At the same time, in drawing together information, we have to respect a hidden movement which accounts for chronological differences in methods of describing barbaroi in general. To put it in a more concrete way, I feel that it is obvious that Diodorus and Pliny, who describe northern Africa 5 centuries after Herodotus, add to and transform an old knowledge by integrating it in the order of their contemporary culture. Herodotus's ethnographical map is a detailed one, from the Egyptian borders to the Tritonian lake. Each tribe or community is well typified on the basis of some major paradigms: habitation, social space, food, physical features, religion, and marriage customs. The lake is Herodotus's reference point. He expands upon its mythological associations going back to the Argonauts, 179, and, particularly, its Greek tradition in terms of sacrifice and customs. The inhabitants of the Tritonian lake region mainly sacrifice to Athene, next to Triton and Poseidon, 189. Herodotus's account of the regions westward of the lake becomes vague. Thus, for example, the distances to the Ammonians, Garamantes, and other tribes is expressed in days of travel. He writes, "I know and can tell the names of all the peoples that dwell on the ridge as far as the Atlantes on Mount Atlas, but no farther than that," 185. That said, he describes the nomads who live in movable houses, 19, eat meat, drink milk, do not touch the flesh of cows, 186. He notes that west of the Tritonian lake the country is savage, full of wild animals and strange creatures, dog-headed humans, headless peoples, and human beings who have their eyes in their breasts, besides many other creatures not fabulous, 191. Pliny's chronicle follows different norms. First, it proceeds from west to east, specifically from Mauritania to the extreme eastern regions of Libya, the south of Egypt, and the Ethiopian cities of Napata and Meroe. Second, and more important, Pliny evaluates countries and peoples in terms of the presence or absence of Romans. One of the most striking illustrations may be his reflection about Ethiopia and the town of Napata, Nec Tamen Arma. 83. Romana ibi solitudinem feserunt. It was not the forces of Rome that made the country a desert, nh6, xxxv, 182. Pliny's geography details Roman colonies and portrays ethnic groups in terms of political allegiance, relative autonomy, and opposition to the Roman power. Geography reveals the expansion of the Imperium Romanum, conquered kingdoms and new colonies in Mauritania, Traducta Julia, Julia Constantia, Zolil, Lixus etc., cities of Roman culture on the coast of the Mediterranean Sea, Portus Magnus, Oppidum Novum, Tipasa, Rosicurium etc., strategic outposts on the edges of the Sahara Desert, Augusta, Tamisai, Tigavi etc., and, finally, Roman centers in the provinces of Numidia, Africa, and Cyrenaica. From the background of this normative space, which is the equivalent of Herodotus's Tritonian lake region, one seizes the meaning of a geography of monstrosity, that is, of the unknown spaces and their inhabitants. In the 5th century BC, Herodotus could state, to my thinking, there is no part of Libya of any great excellence whereby it should be compared to Asia or Europe, save only in the region which is called by the same name as its river Sinipus, 198. 500 years later, Pliny described the north of Africa in terms of the transformations brought about by Roman civilization, nh. v. r. I4. Yet, his geography of monstrosity faithfully mirrors Herodotus's description. To Herodotus's immense space of human monsters living in the eastern part of Libya, Pliny opposes a specific area around the Black River which has the same nature as the Nile, nhv. Vita, 44, strange beings live there, peoples who do not have individual names, cave dwellers who have no language and live on the flesh of snakes, the Garamantes who do not practice marriage, the Blemyi who are headless, satyrs, strap-foots, etc. Nh. v. 8, 45-46. Let us note briefly that Diodorus of Sicily's Ethnography of Ethiopians, Book 3, conforms to this model. It is also antithetic and presents two types of Ethiopians. There are civilized ones who inhabit the capital city of Napata, and whose history is transformed for the better by a Greek-educated king, Ergomenes. Then there is the majority, the other ethnic group, who are savage, Agrioi, and black in color, Melans. For centuries, questionable facts from Herodotus, Diodorus of Sicily, and Pliny were widely accepted. In the 16th century, for instance, John Locke, who supposedly met West Africans, presented an account obviously derived from classical sources. He described Negroes, a people of beastly living, without a god, law, religion, other people whose women are common, the region called Troglodytica, whose inhabitants dwell in caves and dens, for these are their houses, and the flesh of serpents their meat, and people without heads, having their eyes and mouths in their breast. This is a faithful recitation of Herodotus, see, example Book 4, Diodorus of Sicily, see Book 3, and Pliny, see Book V. At the other extreme, 19th century anthropologists depict the essential paradigm of the European invention of Africa, them. Often they express the belief that the African is a negation of all human experience, or is at least an exemplary exception in terms of evolution. 84. The various philosophical perspectives of the Enlightenment did not negate this hypothesis. Dutch et. 1971, Meek, 1976. In a more technical discourse, the Enlightenment defined the characteristics of savagery. Thus Voltaire's explanation of human inequality based on the metaphor of the inequality of trees in a forest, and Buffon's principle of human advancement depending upon the use of intellectual capabilities, are part of the very tradition that includes the European travelers' reports. Their particularity lies in their awareness of the possibility of translating foreign people's experiences and reducing them to theoretical models rather than just presenting them as exotic and incomprehensible. In his discourse on the origin of inequality as well as in his treatise on the origin of language, Rousseau in this vein, suggests that inequality is produced by society. He claims that primitives are beyond the natural state and defines natural man as fictitious. Yet an elaborate ladder of cultures, established diachronically, emerges from his dialectic of necessity and liberty. One could even relate the Enlightenment's critical discourse on primitiveness, the historical origin of peoples, and their identification as objects of study to subsequent variations on these theories. These include Hegel's contemptuous pages on blacks and savages in general and Lévi-Brul's assertion that primitives seem frozen in a state of prelogism, thousands of years behind Western civilization. More recently, one finds K. Jaspers's interpretation of the history of primitives who simply vanish in the presence of Western culture, and B. Malinowski's theory of cultural change, involving the African's dream of becoming if not European, then at least a master or part master of some of the devices, possessions, and influences which in his eyes constitute European superiority, see John, 1961. In fact, our three genres of speech constitute variations on a single discourse. More precisely, they reveal the same archaeological ratio which both creates and explains them. To the extent that this analysis is correct, the question of accounting for the dependence of these genres of speech on their epistemological locus of possibility is, in large measure, one of explaining intellectual procedures for reducing non-Western otherness to Western sameness, or, from a diachronic point of view, one of establishing their order of appearance. I propose two periods and, therefore, two overlapping types of knowledge of Africa, before and after the 1900s, or, to use a marker, before and after Malinowski. Before 1920, this knowledge was organized in substantial congruence with Western existence. It is in its expression the negative side of that region that Foucault describes as the sociological field where the laboring, producing, and consuming individual offers himself a representation of the society in which this activity occurs, of the groups and individuals among which it is divided, of the imperatives, sanctions, rights, festivities and beliefs by which it is upheld or regulated, 1973:377. Evolutionism, functionalism, diffusionism, whatever the method, all repress otherness in the name of sameness, reduce the different to the already known, and thus fundamentally escape the task of making sense of other. 85. Worlds, C. Ake, 1979, Kopens, 197 IB, Kokary Vidrovich, 1969a, Mofch, 1976. It is more than a matter of methodological limitations. This limiting ethnocentrism testifies to a kind of epistemological determinism. A good example is in Evans Pritchard's theories of primitive religion. The book divides theories into two categories, psychological and sociological, the psychological being further divided into intellectualist and emotionalist theories. While the psychological trend is represented by works of Max Muller, Herbert Spencer, Edward Tyler, James Fraser, Andrew Lang, R. Marit, R. H. Lowy, and G. van der Leeuw, the sociological orientation may be found in works of Fustel de Coulanges, E. Durkheim, and Robertson Smith. Upon reading in the conclusion that none of the theories maintain popularity any longer, one's first reaction is amazement. Upon closer scrutiny, however, a careful reader realizes that what Evans Pritchard is doing is highlighting methodological limits in the study of non-Western religions and cultures. All this amounts to saying that we have to account for religious facts in terms of the totality of the culture and society in which they are found. They must be seen as a relation of parts to one another within a coherent system, each part making sense only in relation to other institutional systems as a wider set of relations. Evans Pritchard, 1980:112. Thus for Evans Pritchard all the preceding interpretations were, at best, questionable because of two errors, the first being the evolutionary assumptions, the second, that besides being theories of chronological origins they were also theories of psychological origins, 1980:108. Evans Pritchard also uses the "if I were a horse" hypothesis. By this he means that each of the scholars tried to imagine how he would think if he were a primitive, then drew conclusions from these futile introspections. According to Evans Pritchard, it is Lévi-Brul who comes closest to handling primitive religions in a proper manner, 1980:81. Evans Pritchard believed that if we are to have a general sociological theory of religion, we shall have to take into consideration all religions and not just primitive religions, and only by doing so can we understand some of its essential features, 1980:113. but he does not indicate how the present-day scholar could deal with the problems of interpretation that confronted earlier interpreters. In a recent book, 1977, A. Shorter tried to analyze the most prominent schools in the study of primitive religion. In The Beautiful Disorder of Contradictory Hypotheses and Ideologies from the Periods Before and After the 1920, Shorter distinguishes 6 schools: a. The particularist approach, the classical methodology of social anthropology, which is questioned by African scholars; b. The enumerative method exemplified by G. Parinder, which generally fails to situate the facts it studies in whole contexts and seems sterile; c. The hypothesis of African religious unity, W. E. Abraham, J. S. Mbidi, which is unproven, and a hypothesis. 86. Nothing else, d. The historical approach, T. O'Ranger, I. N. Kamambo, which is questionable for its heavy reliance on oral history; e. The comparative methodology, Evans Pritchard, which presupposes historical method; and f. The categorical and thematic approaches, M. Douglas, J. Getz, C. H. Sawyer, which, based on theoretical models, are designed to help a scholar understand any given situation, and are not a substitute for the serious study of each society in its own right. Shorter, 1977, 38-57. If progress is thinkable, Shorter states, it is on the basis of the creative potentiality that the combination of the last 3 methodologies represents. The future of the comparative study of African religion appears to lie with the limited rather than the generalizing approaches. 1977:58. A. J. Smet, a professor of philosophy at the Catholic School of Theology in Kinshasa, proposes a historical, rather than a methodological, classification. He organizes contributions based on content, emphasizing those which brought a sympathetic approach to the understanding of African philosophy. 7980:27-107. 2 names dominate this current, C. van Overberg and G. van der Kerken. The first, president of the International Bureau of Ethnography, promoted the decisions of the 1905 International Meeting on Economic Expansion, Bergen, for a systematic description of African Weltanschauungen, van Overberg, 1913. The second discovered the rationality of African systems, through African languages, thanks to his sojourn in the Belgian Congo, Smet, 1980:96. Their analyses, contrary to contemporary descriptions, depict positive aspects in 3 main areas: culture, religion, and behavior. Smet, 198:098-99. Van der Kerken is aware of the richness of the traditional literature, which is, for him, a form of a popular philosophy. He calls it practical philosophy and compares it to the popular philosophy of the simple and unrefined folk of contemporary Europe. Smet, 1980:102. Van der Kerken insists on the existence of an organized knowledge, connaissances and croyances, and a clear distinction of types of concrete knowledge, savoir and technique. It is irrefutable that the schools of magicians in Africa have often been at the same time, as elsewhere in the world, in addition to being the first centers of magic, the first religious, scientific and philosophical centers, that there was at least an oral teaching and that certain traditions passed from masters to disciples. Africans possess practical notions of psychology, that they used in the education of children, of logic, that they used to present a problem before an African court or to refute an argument of an adversary, of ethics, on which they rely to reproach the conduct of a member of the clan, of politics, which they use to govern the village, etc. In Smet, 1980:101-2 emphasis mine. Van der Kerken gives us a great deal of information about this repartition of psychology, logic, ethics, and politics. He writes that they do not, in reality, constitute an order of knowledge comparable to the European one. They are, rather, embryonic systems that have not yet developed sophistication. 87. At the same period, 1907 to 1911, a young seminarian, Stefano Chaos, published 2 brief texts on Bantu psychology in La Revue Congolaise. Keos had been studying philosophy since 1905, and the influence of evolutionary hypotheses is clear in his thinking. Civilization means for him the regeneration of Africa through both westernization and Christianization. His article is symbolically subtitled, "The Congolese Seen by a Civilized Congolese." Yet within the masochistic reasoning, in which Keos celebrates the superiority of the European and demonstrates the relative savagery of his own country, one encounters astounding confessions. The young clergyman had hoped to impress his compatriots with questions from his newly learned philosophy. Their answers surprised him. "They reason better than I do. They answered better than I thought. Thus I said to myself, the human being is naturally a philosopher." Keos, 1979:410-12, in the 1900s, an ambiguous expression surfaced in missionary and anthropological studies. Oral philosophy, it still implies both the traditional notions of historical backwardness and its potentiality for evolution. It refers to 2 different types of experience. The first is that of being human and thus having the rationality of a Weltanschauung specifically proper to humans. The second provides the cultural basis of a specific Weltanschauung through collective intellectual constructions, myths, literature, proverbs, etc., or by reference to a personal form of reasoning. In fact, the expression is not new. One can find it in the writings of Frobenius at the beginning of the century and later on in various anthropologists' texts. Smet, 198-095-96. The novelty is that the expression has been admitted at an institutional level and therefore signifies a possible reconversion of the policies of domesticating the Black Continent. Benedict XV's encyclic of 1919, Maximum il Lud, is just one sign among others. For a long time in anthropology the important problem has been the methodological process of analysis, following the model of natural sciences. It reduced people to the status of mere objects, so that an ethnocentric perspective could illuminate African savagery from Western norms. See Leclerc, 1972, Southall, 1983, Terry, 1969. McGaffey, following D. Sperber, speaks of a semiological illusion and rightly suggests as a possibility that the process of ethnocentric distortion in anthropology is much more complex than it is usually supposed to be, a two-way process, at least, in which African theories are shown to be capable of selling well in world markets. 1981:252. Even African anthropologists have described their own culture from this viewpoint, smuggling European concepts into African contexts and passing them off as African religion or philosophy. 1981:248. Between the 2 world wars in Europe, particularly in France and Germany, some of the most diligent students of African societies promoted new ways of speaking about primitives. They include scientists or missionaries like M. Delafosse, L. Frobenius, M. Rousseau, R. Schmitz, P. Schumacher, G. Tessman, G. van der Kerken, and C. van Overberg. They were all Lévi-Brul's contemporaries, and most of them had read his La Mentalite Primitive. 88. Even though some of these scholars explicitly tend to accept his pervasive ideas or, unwittingly, to reinforce them, it was already clear that a change was occurring in anthropology. Lévi-Brul, like many professional anthropologists, used to work by proxy. Those, like M. Delafosse, O. L. Leroy or P. Salkin, who had lived with Africans, could oppose him. Titles such as Weltanschauung and Charakter des Nègres, L'âme nègre, and La raison primitive, an essay de réfutation de la théorie du prélogisme constitute a new schema for research, or at any rate the possibility of interpretation from a new perspective. However, the methodological rules remained essentially the same. They are evolutionary, or functionalist, and still imply that Africans must evolve from their frozen state to the dynamism of Western civilization. The policies of applied anthropology had taken the view of colonialism and focused on African structures in order to integrate them into the new historical process. The most imaginative Africanists, like P. Salkin, already imagined some of the consequences of political colonization and intellectual westernization, foreseeing the independence movement and its possible outcome, namely, the relative autonomy of a Europeanized and assimilated Africa. Will African civilization victoriously resist the grip of European civilization? Or from reciprocal reactions of one upon the other will an intermediary civilization spring up which will conserve the African foundation and at the same time disguise it under a European cloak? Salkin, 1916. Quoted by A. J. Smet, 1980:103. A great variety of interpretations was proposed, particularly about African religions. But they still all followed traditional paths. First of all, the notion of religion is hardly even used to designate African beliefs and religious practices. Second, explanatory schemas, theoretical elaborations, and even empirical descriptions cautiously follow the classic 19th century models. That is the case even of such achievements as Trillis's work on pygmies, 1931, and Evans Pritchard's study of the Azanda, 1937. Schmidt's ambitious enterprise in Die Ursprung der Gottsidee and his concept of Hermenotheismus, Schmidt, 1931, constituted a breakthrough in its heuristic objectives. As I have previously noted, one major assumption of the method is the existence of a universal theory that each human community expresses in its own way and according to its own needs. This philosophy would be always and everywhere particular in its cultural and historical manifestations, and universal in its essence. It was also during this period that more and more Africans became aware of their traditions. In the British colonies, it was the great period of applied anthropology, but also of the first monographs on African laws and customs, Agisov, 192-4, Danquois, 2928. One can follow the same trend in French-speaking countries. D. Lobson published L'Empire du Moonaba, 1932, and Les Secrets des Sorciers Noirs, 1934, and M. Canum, Opes. 89. Defons, 1938. Le Bulletin de l'enseignement de l'AOF, Afrique occidentale française, published articles by Africans, D. Lobson, Babu Hama, Amadou Mapate Diagni, Bendud Madamba, etc., on local cultures. In the Belgian Congo, the official norms promoted the teaching and use of African languages. Journals, such as Nkuruos, written in Chwilaba, had a large circulation. Moreover, written literature in African languages exhibited a good beginning or, in some countries, a positive vitality. I shall cite just a few examples. In Nigeria, A. Abubakar Tafawa Balewa wrote in Hausa, Shehu Umar, 1934, and A. Abubakar Iman became editor of a Hausa newspaper, Gaskiya Ta Fi Kwabo. In Malawi, E.W. Chafulamire taught history to his people and wrote in Nyanja about how to behave in contemporary times. In the same language, Uzziah S. Entera wrote Chief Miss Yamboza's history and wrote of the past of the Chua community. In Rwanda, Kagame, editor of a Kinyarwanda newspaper, Kinyamateka, since 1941, began his important work of poetry in Kinyarwanda on the victorious drums and the source of progress. The same trend was apparent in a number of other African languages, among them Bimba, Zambia, Zaire, Ghana, Kikongo, Angola, Congo, Zaire, Lingala, Congo, Zaire, Loza, Zambia, Runyoro, Uganda, Swahili, Tanzania, Zaire, and Yoruba, Nigeria. The most prosperous literature is surely in South African languages, Soto, Tswana, Xhosa, and Zulu, and was produced by such writers as J. K. Bokwi, 1855-1922, H. I. E. Dlomo, 1903-1971, M. O. M. Sebeni, 1912-1972, and B. W. B. Vilakazi, 1906-1947. Yet the promotion of African literature and languages was basically a dubious enterprise. It kept pace with the philosophy of applied anthropology and questionable policies in education programs. Nevertheless, it seems legitimate to consider this literature in African languages as an expression of African condition, thus it is a voice of anthropology if one accepts the etymological root meaning of the word, anthropologos, a speaking about humans. This literature heavily relies on African experiences and milieu and can present another view, different from that of the colonizers and Western anthropologists. Consequently, it takes on a power which could ultimately be used against foreign ideologies. Two other facts confer a particular weight on this period: the collaboration, in both America and Europe, between Black Africans and Black Americans, Shepperson, 1960, and, in France, the glorification of African models in both art and literature. Of those involved, Apollinaire, Cendrars, Derain, Guillaume, Matisse, Picasso, and Vlaminck are the best known. Hauser, 1982. Both movements contributed to the emergence of a Black African consciousness. This consciousness firmly relies upon an anthropological perspective but does not always seem to follow the mainstream of anthropologists' conclusions. Within the post-primitivist era, for example, Paul Hazume wrote Dog Isamai, 1938, an ethnological novel about the court of Abomey. In 1938, Jomo Kenyatta published Facing Mount Kenya, which is both a study of Kikuyu ways and style of life and a discrete political manifesto. During 90 those years a very popular kind of anthropology developed. More and more Africans published traditional tales and legends, see Blair, 1976:2730. Later on, the influence of Griel's and Dieterlen's works and the impact of cultural anthropology led African intellectuals to distinguish good and bad works about Africa, according to their conception of the value of their own civilization. The most extreme example of this ideological process is Cheek and Diop's work on the cultural experiences of Africa, 1954, 1968, 1978. In the 1950s it was clear that independence movements, in their opposition to colonialism, also tended to reject the essentials of anthropological perspectives. African intellectuals began to question the methodological reductionism of the discipline. Later, Africa scholars preferred to speak about African history, regarding Western colonialism and its ideology as a parenthesis in the Black African experience. A.J., 1969, Kizerbo, 1972. The changes that began circa 1950 were not the doing of Africa scholars. They were the consequence of the rise of African nationalism in the form of political movements. Nationalist movements by their very existence challenged both implicitly and explicitly the two basic premises of the previous work of Africa scholars. FRST, nationalist movements asserted that the primary arena of social and political action, in terms of legitimacy and hence of study, was and ought to be the colonial state/putative nation and not the tribe. Secondly, nationalist movements asserted that the relationship between Europeans and Africans had not been one of culture contact at all, but rather one of a colonial situation. Culture contact could be good or bad, and the anthropologists had devoted themselves politically to trying to make sure it was good rather than bad. Wallerstein, 1983:157. An analysis of some of the most representative works of this last period indicates a bizarre climate. Some classical methodologies of social philosophy and anthropology continued to sustain scholarly works, such as Dyke's book on trade and politics in the Niger Delta, 1956, Idiwu's study on God in Yoruba belief, 1962, W. E. Abraham's hypothesis of a family resemblance which allowed him to use Akan culture as a methodological paradigm, 1966, Agot's History of the Southern Luo, 1967, E. A. Arendt's account of Igbo religion, 1970, Okot P. Bitek's presentation of Luo religion, 1971, J. M. Agasu's study on relationships between God and man among peoples of South Dahomey, 1972, and Deng's book on the Dinka, 1972. But within this apparently classical orientation, a new ideological dimension appears. For example, E.B. Idiwu, in his subsequent book on African religion, questions the validity of Western scholars' works, since most of them cannot understand African languages and conduct their studies by proxy through research assistants scattered all over the field or by library work, 1965, 1975. J. B. Dankwa's attempt, 1944-1968, to link Akan religious categories to those of the Middle East is similar to El Olamide's objective in his study of Yoruba religion, 1948, in which he claims to demonstrate the 91. Egyptian origin of Yoruba tradition. This assertion is similar to the theme of Cheek and Tadiop's works on the religious, linguistic, and cultural unity of Africa, 1954, 1960a, 1960b. In fact, no one will disagree that a nationalistic trend is present. More and more African scholars seem to rely on the hypothesis of African unity. The title of Abraham's book The Mind of Africa, 1966, is a program. Here one can also situate Malago's enterprise, 1973, which, after the major works of P. Cole, G. Hulstert, Van Seneghem, and others, draws a new frame from Perrinder's approach and asserts the homogeneity of a Bantu religious vision of the world, that some call unto, negritude, Africanity, three terms used one for the other. Malago, 1973:11. It is easy to point out the paradox faced by these African scholars. On the one hand, for the sake of their own pride and identity they deny exoticism and its assumptions, on the other, they are sincerely ready for the practice of a positive social science, and so for a conscious alliance with science in the frame of its epistemological field. Example Houtanji, 1980, 1981. It is from this exact point that we can observe and understand the contradictions of Pan-Africanist ideology in social science. Shorter, 1977-38-60. Idewu's postulations or Malago's Africanity, as a common factor of African cultures and religious beliefs, are just hypotheses, in the same way as Abraham's family resemblance is an assertion and not a scientific demonstration. Mbidi's theory of the cultural unity of the continent as a foundation for the coherence of African religions and philosophy is supported by nothing except his own subjectivity, 1970:2. This paradox may account for some tedious discussions that, in Africa, repeat alternations of European social thought, McGaffey, 1981:261. From this statement, however, it cannot be inferred that Africans must endeavor to create from their otherness a radically new social science. It would be insanity to reproach Western tradition for its Oriental heritage. For example, no one would question Heidegger's right to philosophize within the categories of ancient Greek language. It is his right to exploit any part of this heritage. What I mean is this: the Western tradition of science, as well as the trauma of slave trade and colonization, are part of Africa's present-day heritage. K. Krumah rightly pointed out, in his Consciencism, Chapter 3, that Africans have to take these legacies along with Muslim contributions and their own past and experience. See also Mazrui, 1974. Moreover, one might also conceive the intellectual signs of otherness not as a project for the foundation of a new science, but rather as a mode of re-examining the journeys of human knowledge in a world of competing propositions and choices. Kane, 1961, Brenner, 1984:126-40. Concretely, from the background of the colonial politics of conversion, this mode seems imperative, and one would agree with R. Horton. The kind of comparative conceptual analysis that the philosopher of traditional thought could offer would do much to help the contemporary intellectual. 92. In his struggle to think through the relationship between his two supercompartments, that is, tradition and modernity, it would be supremely relevant to such questions as, should there be a global stand in favor of traditional thought patterns and against modern patterns? Or should there be a global commitment to the running down of the traditional in order to make way for the modern? Or again, should traditional thought patterns be encouraged to coexist with modern? And if so, in what manner? Or yet again, is traditional thought a many-stranded thing, whose various strands must be disentangled and their appropriate relations to modernity considered one by one? Horton, 1976:71. Beyond as well as in the exposition of comparative studies, the logic of the mode would institutionalize a re-evaluation of preceding norms, voices, and consensus. As a test of the fruitfulness of the new formulas and answers, one would look both at the durability of the founding arguments and at processes purifying controversial assumptions in the field. I have read 3 rewarding and ambitious contributions: O. Nduka's brief essay on the implications of African traditional systems of thought, which is based on a critique of principles of causation and the quality of the understanding of mechanical and organic processes, Nduka, 1974:97, Gaikai's note on the philosophical relevance of Akan proverbs and the paradigm of the African proverb as situational, Gaikai, 1975, Nkam's impressive work on paremiologic symbols, 1979. Using the logic of classes in order to describe metaphors and metonyms in Titula proverbs, Nkam succeeds in 2 ways. First, he makes an original contribution by demonstrating that it is possible to reformulate the logic of classes in terms of the logic of propositions. Second, through this highly abstract exercise, he analyzes the originality of an African culture in its dual dimension: internal plenitude and aspiration towards universality. A final example taken from a quite different source is Horton's schema of common and contrasting features existing between African traditional thought and Western science. At the end of his demonstration, he writes, "Though I largely disagree with the way in which the negritid theorists have characterized the differences between traditional African and modern Western thought, when it gets to this point I see clearly what they are after." 1981:170. To sum up my position more theoretically, I would say that there is a mutation which took place in the 1900s and which explains both the possibility and the pertinence of an African discourse on otherness. This mutation signifies a new foundation for organizing a plurality of historical memories within the frame of the same episteme. Thus, fundamentally, it does not seem to matter whether Herskovits's propositions on African cultures, Vanzina's methodological proposal on oral history, or Davidson's contributions to African history and Ballandier's to African sociology created or determined the emergence of a new spirit against a reigning tradition. It does not mean either that, before the 193 OS, no one thought of questioning the grids through which the same displayed its kingship. E. Blitton's thought. 93. Which I shall look at carefully below, is, for instance, an enunciating sign of the rupture. On the other hand, the very fact that in the 193 OS and 1940s a Collingwood could concern himself with the theme of reenacting the glory of the same by focusing on the documentary virtues of historical thought and its means does not invalidate my thesis. On the contrary, it rather shows the intellectual audacity of Herskovits or of Vanzina, and its specificity as a question about both philosophical and historical imagination. The articulation of this mutation was already visible in the 1920s, and one of its most apparent signs is the fragmentation of the notion of civilization. See, example Brodel 1980:177-217. In the first quarter of this century, critical thinkers like Blitton and Frobenius seemed to be simply transferring doxological modalities from their own rationalizations of African experiences, the first hypothesizing a black personality culture on the basis of the most controversial racist recommendations, the second anxious to grant African social formations the practicality of a classification of its culturally distinct features. However, it seems clear that Blitton and Frobenius, however unknowingly, participated in a larger epistemological shift. In the 1920s, this shift would, among other things, reveal its presence through the appearance of ideologies of existence, subjectivity, otherness, and interest in oral philosophies and histories. Picasso and Sendrars's celebration of primitive imagination and works, and Schmidt's description of the universal extension of an hermenotheismus were predicated upon this epistemological shift, which makes them comprehensible. The specific question of African culture is probably the best conceivable illustration of this epistemological mutation. Within the framework of the early 20th century epistemology, all discourses on Alterity could only, as Foucault suggested, b. Commentaries or exegeses on excluded areas, primitive experience, pathological societies, or non-normal functionality, subsumed by the same defined and understood in terms of a biological model from which determining terms function, conflict, signification emerge as classifiers with the power of measuring the social, individual, or psychological distance vis-a-vis. The model, see Foucault, 1973:360. Anthropology, as well as missionary studies of primitive philosophies, are then concerned with the study of the distance from the same to the other. A reversal of categories is more obvious in Schmidt's enterprise than in Malinowski's postulations. The former, by the extension of diffusionist gradients and thus the universalization of properties of the same, was, despite his preconceptions, marking the very possibility of a grid which, using new criteria rule, norm, and system could eventually account for the universality and the particularity of each cultural organization according to its own rationality and historical strategies. And we have seen that the outcome of this problem in the 1950s depends on a new manner of speaking about theodicies and cosmogonies, which in their differences grant a regional coherence and at the same time witness to properties of human mind and its universal potentialities. On the other hand, the so-called relativist principles of Malinowski seem to be just 94 sophisticated postulates which, concretely, in the particularity of social formations as radically autonomous bodies with respect to their functional organization, negated cross-cultural influences, or at any rate the validity of any comparative schema. More important, Malinowski enclosed the alterity of social formations in their own strictly limited otherness and thus very clearly underlined the regional virtues of such paradigms as function, conflict, and signification. Thus it is no wonder that Malinowski's best creation was applied anthropology, a technique for supposedly avoiding aberrant mixtures of the same and the other. The monstrosity is represented by a mixture symptomatic and symbolic of culture change, the Skokian, the famous concoction brewed, retailed, and consumed in the notorious slumyards of native South African locations. Anything which quickly increased the alcoholic content was added: calcium carbide, methylated spirits, tobacco, molasses, and sugar. Bluestone, are only a few examples. Malinowski, 1938 XXI. Independently from the significance of this violent symbol, how can anyone, even an African, survive after drinking such a poison? If we carefully look at the paradigms which produce Malinowski's method and which, essentially, are the same that guided applied anthropology, we can state that there is no epistemological rupture between Lévi-Brul's comments on prelogism and Malinowski's functionalism. All of them, as well as Durkheim, one of the guiding stars of functionalism, work at describing the reversed image of the same through the models that impose the notions of function, conflict, and signification. The real change, that is, a reversal of grids, came later. Yet we have to note a major difference between Lévi-Brul and Malinowski. The French philosopher is strictly concerned with the notion of deviation, écart, and, through an exegesis of merits of the same's function and signification, he challenges the identity of human nature through time and space. As everyone knows, Lévi-Brul was haunted by Tyler's theory about animaism and Comte's loi de trois. He used primitives as an opportunity for distinguishing both the logical and the historical distance that separates the homogeneous experience of the same from the heterogeneity and prelogical character of the other. Malinowski, in contrast, was more imaginative, despite the fact that he believed, as Lévi-Brul did, that humans can be mere objects of science. He substituted the concept of an organic function of a social system for the determinism of the passage from prelogic to logical knowledge. In doing so, Malinowski was promoting a radical possibility, that of using and referring to such conceptual tools as autonomous rule, social norm, and the epistemology and singularity of regional cultural systems. It becomes clearer that the voices which, from the 1900s to the 1950s spoke against the historicity of the same and its scientism do indeed repudiate anthropological policies and researches that are anti-historical insofar as African communities are concerned. Particularly, they oppose the political processes of acculturation, C. Wallerstein, 1983. In order to escape these 95 ideological limits, some of the participants prudently or boldly chose to claim that everything in human experience was simultaneously both culture and history. They were just inferring lessons of an epistemological mutation from the margins of Malinowski's outlook. In effect, this rupture has led from an indecent curiosity about the mysteriousness of the other to Pavain's statement, to which Herskovits, Levi-Strauss, Vanzina, Ajayi, or Cheek and Tatiop could have subscribed. The Romans existed in a manner just as exotic and just as ordinary as the Tibetans or the Nambikura, for example, neither more nor less, so that it becomes impossible to continue to consider them as a sort of value standard. Enrico 1984:43. The Panacea of Otherness. J. P. Sartre as an African philosopher. Apes descend from man? Some of us thought so, but it is not exactly that. Apes and men are two separate branches that have evolved from a point in common but in different directions. P. Bull, Planet of the Apes. Up to the 1920s, the entire framework of African social studies was consistent with the rationale of an epistemological field and its socio-political expressions of conquest. Even those social realities, such as art, languages, or oral literature, which might have constituted an introduction to otherness, were repressed in support of theories of sameness. Socially, they were tools strengthening a new organization of power and its political methods of reduction, namely, assimilation or indirect rule. Within this context, Negritude, a student movement that emerged in the 1930s in Paris, is a literary coterie despite its political implications. Besides, these young Mina Césaire, Leon Damas, Leopold Senghor mostly used poetry to explore and speak about their difference as blacks. Blair, 1976:143-51, Kestlut, 1965. It is Sartre who in 1948 with his essay, Black Orpheus, an introduction to Senghor's anthology of New Negro and Malagasy poetry, transformed negritude into a major political event and a philosophical criticism of colonialism. However, everyone would agree that the Indian criticism of colonialism, beginning in the 1900s, and the growing influence of Marxism from the 1930s onwards opened a new era and made way for the possibility of new types of discourses, which from the colonial perspective were both absurd and abhorrent. The most original include the Negritude movement, the Fifth Pan-African Conference and the creation of Présence Africaine. Eventually, these signs of an African will for power led to political and 96. Intellectual confrontations, conferences of Bandung, Paris, and Rome. In the 1950s, one also witnessed a radical criticism of anthropology and its inherent preconceptions of non-Western cultures. Since then, a stimulating debate about the African significance of social sciences and humanities has taken place. In his foreword to Senghor's anthology, J. P. Sartre made the voices of negritude widely known. But what an ambiguity in raising the French existentialist to the rank of philosopher of negritude. The resources and promise of a young ideology devoting itself to the needs of a self-rediscovery were to be cast into a very critical but somehow stultifying mold. In Black Orpheus, Sartre presents means for a struggle against the dominant ideology and affirms the right of Africans to fashion a new mode of thought, of speech, and of life. What he proposes is much more than a brilliant game of opposites, with which Senghor might have been satisfied. Today, these black men have fixed their gaze upon us and our gaze is thrown back in our eyes. Black torches, in their turn, light the world and our white heads are only small lanterns balanced in the wind. 1976:7-8. Sartre goes further. With passion, he sets up paradigms that would allow the colonized black to assume control of a self. See Jeanson, 1949. It is the efficiency alone which counts. The oppressed class must first take conscience of itself. This taking of conscience is exactly the opposite of a reed sent into one's self. It has to do here with the recognition in an action of the objective situation of the proletariat. A Jew, white among white men, can deny that he is a Jew, can declare himself a man among men. The Negro cannot deny that he is Negro nor claim for himself this abstract uncolored humanity. Sartre even specifies the exact significance of the Negro's revolt. The Negro who vindicates his negritude in a revolutionary movement places himself, then and there, upon the terrain of reflection, whether he wishes to rediscover in himself certain objective traits growing out of African civilization, or hopes to find the black essence in the wells of his soul. Sartre, 1976, 17. The negritude which he thus affirms and celebrates is simultaneously the triumph of Narcissism and suicide of Narcissus, tension of the soul outside of its culture, words, and every psychic fact, luminous night of non-knowledge. Immediately after this celebration, he warns that negritude can neither be sufficient nor must it live forever. It is made to be negated, to be exceeded. Among the ruins of the colonial era, its singers must again rework songs, reformulate their myths, and submit them to the service and to the need of the revolution of the proletariat. It could be said of Black Orpheus that while correcting the potential theoretical excesses of the ideology of negritude, it did so in a high-handed manner, thwarting other possible orientations of the movement. At the same time, it subjugated the militants' generosity of heart and mind to the fervor of a political philosophy. Sartre, in the 1940s and early 1950s, was promoting 97. In the name of commitment, the moral demand of choosing political sides. A substantial part of being and nothingness is devoted to the tension between the for itself, pour soi, and for others, pour autrui. Now Sartre dedicated himself to the analysis of the concrete consequences of this dialectic as illustrated by colonial systems. Sartre, 1956. It was to the credit of Senghor that he was not stifled by the peremptory arguments and the vision of this first theoretician of negritude whom he had aroused. He had asked Sartre for a cloak to celebrate negritude, he was given a shroud. Nevertheless, Black Orpheus is a major ideological moment, perhaps one of the most important. It displays both the potentialities of Marxist revolution and the negation of colonialism and racism. The Negro, states Sartre, creates an anti-racist racism. He does not at all wish to dominate the world, he wishes the abolition of racial privileges wherever they are found, he affirms his solidarity with the oppressed of all colors. At a blow the subjective, existential, ethnic notion of negritude passes, as Hegel would say, into the objective, positive, exact notion of the proletariat, 1976:59. What Sartre did was to impose philosophically the political dimension of a negativity in the colonial history. This was a compelling task for Africans. By emphasizing the relativity and the sins of Western expansionism, he gave meaning and credibility to all signs of opposition to colonialism and called for a new understanding of the significance of violence in the colonies. Thus, Pan-African conferences, Gandhi's non-cooperation movement, and the Neo-Destur party emerging in Tunisia would appear to have a dialectical and positive portent for the future. They could influence the lives of the colonized and, also fundamentally, provide the possibility of new societies. The change from colonized to independent, from rule by divine right to liberation, may not seem to have any relation to anthropology in particular or African social studies in general. In fact, it does. First, Black Orpheus was in large measure responsible for the blossoming in Francophone Africa of the negritude literature of the 1950s, Blair, 1976, Wathier, 1964. A literature engagée, a highly political literature, put forward Sartre's basic positions concerning African spiritual and political autonomy. This new generation of writers born between 1910 and 1920 includes Cheikh Anta Diop, Bernard Dadi, René Depestre, Frantz Fanon, Keita Fadeba, Camarole, and Ferdinand Oyano, among others. Second, black intellectuals, particularly francophones, read Sartre, discussed his anti-colonialist positions and, generally speaking, upheld them. Fanon disagrees with Sartre yet offers a good example of his impact. In his Peau Noire, Masques Blancs, Fanon accuses Sartre of treason, for Fanon does not believe that negritude is dedicated to its own destruction. Some years later, in Les Dames de la Terre, the West Indian theorist firmly applies Sartre's dialectical principle and bluntly states, there will not be a black culture, the black problem is a political one. On the other hand, there is a connection between this black literature engagee and the African ideology of otherness. In Black Orpheus, Sartre proposes a Marxist paradigm. The founders of negritude do not disagree. 98. With him on this point. Some West Indians, for instance Aimé Césaire, Étienne Leroux, Jules Monerat, and Jacques Roumain, have been at one time or another members of the Communist Party. Mamadou Dia, Alain Diop, Birago Diop, Jacques Rabimanandra, and Senghor are rather critical of communism, even when, as in the case of Senghor, they are socialists. For them communism is merely, as Sartre defined it, a traveling companion. They question the overemphasis on the fate of the international proletariat and wish to determine a strategy for promoting the individuality of African culture. As opposed to Marx's rigid interpretation of the relations between values and people's aspirations in society, they look for ways of reinventing a socio-historic foundation for independent African societies. Senghor, 2962. Thus the basic premise of the African ideology of otherness, history is myth. Is Sartre really the inspired guide of this revolution? Let us say that Sartre, philosopher in partibus of negritude, or, figuratively, Sartre as Negro philosopher is a symbol. Since the 1920s, writers like R. Marin, A. Gide, or M. Savage had criticized the colonial enterprise. In anthropology, scholars such as Maurice Delafosse, Leo Frobenius, Marcel Griel, and Theodore Monod had offered positive views of African social regimes. And in 1947, we found grouped around the press and journal, Présence Africaine and its founder, Alain Diop, a significant number of French intellectuals. Georges Ballandier, Albert Camus, Emmanuel Mounier, Paul Rivet, Gide, and Monod, for example, affirm the political and cultural implications of the mythical character of colonial history, Rabimanandra, S.D. 24. But Sartre established a cardinal synthesis. By rejecting both the colonial rationale and the set of culturally eternal values as basis for society, his brief treatise posited philosophically a relativist perspective for African social studies. Sartre did not necessarily influence Georges Ballandier or Joseph Kizerbo, nor does he guide all African thinkers. Nevertheless, his insights illuminated the trends and preoccupations of African scholarship. His path to liberation meant a new epistemological configuration under the sovereignty of dialectical reason. Jeanson, 1949. It is from his interpretation, rather than from communism, that the two characteristics of present-day African social studies presented by Coppens, 197 IA, make sense. On the one hand, a radical criticism of imperialism and, on the other, a Marxist revival which, in effect, has taken hold of the whole theoretical domain of African studies. Despite the importance of the negritude movement, very little attention has been given to the relationships between its textual organization, its sources, and its expressions. Meloni, 1962. We have known, for instance, that negritude was a French invention, but not how essentially French it was. Adotavi, 1972. We have been told that the negritude literature appears unified, but its structure and spirit are more in keeping with European sources than with immediately visible African themes. Gerard, 1964, Bastide, 1961. Hauser's voluminous book, 1982, deals with these issues and is probably the most complete study to date on the negritude movement. The value of this work does not lie in any new discovery but in the manner in 99. which it addresses the issues of negritude significance and objectives. According to Sartre, negritude signifies, fundamentally, tension between the black man's past and future. Thus it must always be ready to redefine itself. As Hauser says, It clothes itself in mythical forms, offering its meaning as a mot de passe and its philosophy as an inversion and a reversal of Western theses. The result is a paradox: poets for the blacks, the men of the negritude movement, were read by whites, poets of the present, they are perceived in Africa as poets of the past. Hauser, 1982:214. While a literary language, negritude's content reveals an ideological system and even, according to Sartre, a revolutionary project. It comments upon a Weltanschauung, interprets a given world, unveils the universe, dire le monde, and gives a significance to it, signifier le monde. Meloni, 1962, Diacade, 1965. But at the same time, because it is an ideological discourse, negritude claims to be a key to a new understanding of history. And thus the problem of the political and cultural responsibility of the negritude movement, Senghor, 1964, appears as a responsibility which Hauser considers ambiguous. Insofar as negritude's political position is concerned, Hauser states that negritude has not been a revolutionary movement, nor even, with the exception of Césaire, a movement of revolt. Hauser, 1982:443. Moreover, in relation to its conditions of possibility, negritude stands as the result of multiple influences: the Bible, anthropologists' books, and French intellectual schools, symbolism, romanticism, surrealism, etc., literary legacies and literary models, Baudelaire, Lautréamont, Rimbaud, Mallarmé, Valéry, Claudel, Saint John Perse, Apollinaire, etc. Hauser presents multiple proofs of the Western sources of negritude and seriously doubts its African authenticity. Hauser, 1982:533. It becomes immediately apparent from these internal contradictions of negritude that Sartre's proposition on the deadlock of the movement makes tremendous sense. Unless understood as metaphors, the signs of otherness that negritude might have promoted in literature, philosophy, history, or social science, seem to refer to techniques of ideological manipulation. R. de Pestre forcefully points this out. The original sin of negritude and the adventures that destroyed its initial project come from the spirit that made it possible, anthropology. The crisis that destroyed negritude coincides with the winds that blow across the fields in which anthropology, be it cultural, social, applied, structural with black or white masks, is used to carrying out its learned inquiries. De Pestre, 1980:83. Ideologies for otherness. In the wake of negritude, but also running parallel to it or even against it, is the affirmation of African political thought. It aimed initially at recognizing the black personality, la personnalité nègre, and obtaining certain socio-political rights. Wathier, 1964. Only later, in the 1950s, did it really. 100. Serve Projects for African Independence, Kokary Vidrovich, 1974. It is commonplace to see in it one of the important elements of African nationalism. The other is resistance to colonialism, whether passive or violent. It is noteworthy that its most distinguished promoters are drawn from among those first and best assimilated to Western culture and thought. Further, one almost senses that these westernized Africans resented the need to return to their own sources and to state the right to be different. See Kestlud, 1965, Wathier, 1964, Dieng, 1983. To consider this awakening as a special turning point in the history of the West is not, in any case, to disqualify it. In 1957, Nkrumah published his autobiography, in which he explained to what extent he had been influenced by communist and socialist writings, Black American political theories, particularly Marcus Garvey's philosophy and opinions, and Padmar's view on Pan-Africanism. He also wrote that he learned much from Hannibal, Cromwell, Napoleon, Mazzini, Gandhi, Mussolini, and Hitler. Senghor, 1962, also presented his own orientation, writing in first-person plural to include his friends, the co-founders of the negritude movement. If they believed in affirming their difference, it was, according to him, because of anthropologists and Black Americans. Also, in the period between the two wars they were privileged witnesses of the crisis of Western values. Moreover, their recent discovery of Marx gave them reasons for utopian dreams. Senghor's explanation is plausible. Up to the 1960s, anthropology, Black American ideology, and Marxism had a significant impact on the African intelligentsia. For the sake of brevity, let us mention as important points of reference three major types of contributions which gradually changed colonial thinking and practice. First, there were anthropological and missionary commitments to African values, for instance, Schmidt's enterprise in the 193 OS and Temples's, Greel's, and Dankwa's studies in the 1940s. In addition, contributions from African scholars such as Malago, 1955, and Kagame, 1956, promoted the concept of African theodicy or of signs of a natural religion. They all established African religions as particular and original experiences of a universal wisdom or philosophy. Second, there was intervention by some Western sociologists and historians. Raymond Michelet in his African Empires and Civilizations, 1945, and Basil Davidson and Georges Ballandier in their numerous publications opposed widely accepted conceptions of living fossils or frozen societies. Third, there was the awakening of African intellectuals who began to speak about their past and their culture and attacked, or at least interrogated, colonialism and its basic principles. Dieng, 1979, Gis, 1979. This ideological rupture sounds sincere and quite probably was in the minds of scholars who participated in it. Yet, it is a magnificent paradox, an almost illusory sacrifice of applied anthropology. It is based on two fragile principles, a methodological reversal and an intellectual discontinuity in African social studies. In their application, rather than opening up a new realm, these principles help to confuse prospects for otherness and the 101. Significance of this concept. The significance belongs to the studied other and is revealed to perception and given to understanding through the reality of a concrete experience. As to the discourse on this significance, it is always a project and a transcendent idea which cannot be reduced to a mental apprehension. To teach, as did Dankwa, Davidson, Michelet, or Malago, that there are, in Africa, organized social structures, sophisticated systems of relations of production, and highly complex universes of belief, is to express propositions which can be tested. To add commentaries or exegeses on black cultures which are essentially mystical, religious, and sensuous, is to decipher a possibly controversial myth and, at any rate, to elaborate on what is not the immanent significance of the object studied. The anthropologist did not seem to respect the immanence of human experience and went on to organize, at scientific expense, methods and ways of ideological reduction. Concrete social experiences were looked at and interpreted from the normativity of a political discourse and its initiatives. With a Michelet and a Herskovits, the forming of new ideological perspectives in the field produced a reversal. African experiences, attitudes, and mentalities became mirrors of a spiritual and cultural richness. There is no mystery, nor scandal in this, if we agree that we are dealing with discourses bearing upon human experience and accounted for by an episteme. I should also make it clear again that we are not concerned with evaluating the ethical value of discourses, but only with designating a genealogy of knowledge. Michelet's, Davidson's, Ballandier's or Malago's studies do not transform the heart of the object matter, but rather reverse, as Sartre did philosophically, a method of narration and the techniques of describing the object. A shift has occurred. A new anthropology has, silently but powerfully, put in place its basic norms, namely respectability and internal coherence for African systems and experience, as well as rules for their progressive integration into modernity. One may observe this gradual change in some representative domains, anthropology, history, and political thinking. In anthropology, studies of traditional laws were carried out by Ayajisov, the Laws and Customs of the Yoruba people, 1924, and J.B. Danquah, Akan Laws and Customs, 1928. Analyses of African customs were published, for example, D. de Lobson's, Les Secrets des Sorciers Noirs, 1934, M. Canams, Au Pays de Fons, Us et Coud du Dahomey, 1938, J. Kenyatta's, Facing Mount Kenya, 1938, J. B. Danquah, The Akan Doctrine of God, 1944, 1968, and the excellent researches of K. A. Bizia and P. Hazume, respectively, The Position of the Chief in the Modern Political System of Ashanti, 1951, and Le Pacte du Sang au Dahomey, 1937-1956. In the field of history, the most prominent contributions to African nationalism were J. C. de Graaf Johnson's African Glory, The Story of Vanished Negro Civilizations, 1954, and Cheek and Tati Ops, Nations Négres et Culture, 1954, in which he analyzes the notion of Hamites and the connections between Egyptian and African languages and civilizations. 102. It was in the political essays that a clearly progressive awakening gradually affirmed the principles of African nationalism and international integration. In Towards Nationhood in West Africa, 1928, J. W. de Graaf Johnson still envisaged the future of West Africa in terms of the British Empire. But 9 years later, W. Azikiwe, in Renascent Africa, 1937, was more critical of Western colonial programs. He emphasized the fact that the Renascent African must know that his ancestors made definite contributions to history, and he condemned imperialism and militarism. Major essays took into account the resolution of the Fifth Pan-African Congress of Manchester, 194-5, which stated, "We demand for Black Africa autonomy and independence, a central theme in Nkrumah's Towards Colonial Freedom, 1947, Césair's Discours sur le colonialisme, 1950, and Fanon's Peau Noire, Masques Blancs, 1952. For a number of African intellectuals, these works have been, and probably still are, major sources for their cultural autonomy. In her doctoral dissertation, 1965, El Kestlud provided a brief history of the contacts with Black Americans that contributed to the awakening of the consciousness of Africans, see also Shepperson, 1960. L. G. Damas, just before his death in 1978, strongly confirmed this thesis with reference to the contributions of W. E. B. Du Bois, Langston Hughes, Carter Woodson, Count E. Cullen, and, in particular, Mercer Cook, all of whom he considered links between Black Americans and Africans. Damas, 1979:247-54. To these names, Senghor adds Claude McKay and Richard Wright, Senghor, 2962. It is difficult to say with certainty to what extent the ideological commitment of Black Americans made an impact on the African intelligentsia. It converged with the influence of the Marxist movement, and particularly with that of the French Communist Party, which, before World War II, was the force best organized to fight openly for the black man's cause. A number of Francophone black intellectuals became communists, including Césaire, J. Romain, E. Leroux, and J. S. Alexis. Others, like Nkrumah, Nyerere, and Senghor, allied themselves with socialist ideological principles. In any case, the association with Black Americans strongly influenced the critical views of Black Africans with respect to the crisis of Western values. It also revealed differences in the socio-historical conditions of both. Opposition had already appeared at the Second Pan-African Congress, in 1921, held successively in London, August 28, Brussels, August 29 to September 2, and Paris, September 3 and 5. Surveying the history of the black race, Du Bois had, to Blaise Diogne's great surprise, pleaded for the principle of the separation of races and of separate evolution. But Diogny imposed on the assembly the ethnological point of view that the black and the colored people were capable of progressive development which would allow them to reach the advanced state of other races. Bontinck, 1980:604-605. Nevertheless, the greatest influence on African thought from the 1930s to the 1950s was Marxism. Significant examples of its impact are the warm support that Sartre gave to the Negritude movement in 1948 with his essay 103. Black Orpheus, the publication by Aimé Césaire of Discours sur le colonialisme in 1950, and the meeting at the Sorbonne, in 1956, of the First International Congress of Black Writers and Artists. That same year some black intellectuals stated publicly that they wished that Marxism could promote their cause, and not only the reverse. In frustration, Césaire, 1956, left the French Communist Party. During the Sorbonne meeting, Marxism was at the center of the debate. A critical distance was therefore suggested, without entailing total rejection. As Elie would say, the blind refusal of Marxism would be as absurd as a total alienation to the Marxist system would be fatal for the evolution of humankind, 1956. Though expressed differently, it is the spirit that dominated the debates during the first meeting of non-aligned nationalists in Bandung. Ultimately, the principle of non-alignment would be projected in politics. In literature, see John, 1968, this position is expressed in three major ways: first, in terms of domestication of political power, Imfalil, Mongobidi, and Sembinismene; second, in a criticism of colonial life, Chinua Achebe, D. Krabi, E. Oyano; and third, in the celebration of the African sources of life, Aloba, Asfriwi, Cheikh Hamidou Kane. It is noteworthy that a number of political leaders who came to power in independent Africa declared themselves pro-Marxist or socialist or, in some cases, defined ways of indigenizing socialism. Socialists or not, the African heads of state, attempting to link thought to action, have published much, perhaps too much. In the late 1950s, one of the most prestigious leaders, Ahmed Sékou Touré, dared to refuse the progressive route to political autonomy proposed by France. In 1959, he published more than 1,000 pages on his socialist projects for the development of Guinea and the promotion of Africa, 1959a, 1959b, 1959c. Aimé Césaire celebrated this courageous and dynamic thought, 1959 to 1960. In its inspiration, as in its perspectives, it is close to that of Nkrumah. With the translation of his autobiography, Nkrumah's influence, already immense in Anglophone Africa, came to French-speaking countries in 1960. His work met increasing favor, whose highest point was the welcome given to his consciencism. In this work, as in others, Nkrumah incorporated fidelity to Marxism into the cause of decolonization and the struggle against imperialism. His friend Patrice Lumumba had neither the time to clarify his thought nor to refine his essays, 1963, which appeared after his death. Sartre again put his talent to the service of African nationalism by introducing J. Van Lierd's book on Lumumba's political philosophy, Van Lierd, 1963. Numerous other leaders expounded their points of view on the complex problems of independent Africa. The major issues concern the management of the state as well as the means for economic liberation. Such leaders include Ahidjo in Cameroon, 1964, 1969, Badian in Mali, 1964, Mamadou Dia in Senegal, 1957, 1960, and Kanza in the Belgian Congo, 1959a, 1959b. Nyerere in Tanzania has promoted Ujamaa, communalism, 1968a, and Mngwabi, Congo, insisted on the necessity of applying scientific socialism, 1975. 104. But the paths taken in politics, when they have not led to bitter failure, have often caused serious problems. When permitted, political reaction surfaced. In any case, different schools of thought have arisen, hence, for example, the satire and the polemics found in Diwanda's mockery of the Negro state, 1968. These schools of thought were asserted in cathartic terms, especially in fiction in the 1970s, through attacks on the incompetence and the abuses of the new African administrators. The theme of ruthless colonial exploitation is replaced by an original socio-political subject. We are, in the main, to blame for our misfortunes. Casturon and Langelier, 1978, Pomonti, 1979. There is a proliferation of examples in the literary works of Kwei Arma, Kofi Awuner, Cameron Duodu, Amadou Kurama, Tirno Munanembo, Ngugi wa Thiongo, and Tati Lautard. Marx Africanized. The political image of Africa after 1965 is indeed distressing. Authoritarian regimes have multiplied, rules and norms of democracy have been flouted or rejected. See Gutkind and Wallerstein, 11976, O'Meara and Carter, 1986. Political dictatorships have been imposed. Some charismatic leaders have vanished into obscurity. Touré was isolated in his dictatorship and Nkrumah, challenged and insulted, died in exile. Powell, 1984. Senghor remained a model. Yet he chose to remove Mamadou Dia, his opponent, whose economic ideas were considered in the 1960s to be a necessary complement to Senghor's metaphysics of negritude. He did this to guarantee security for the African path to socialism. Kakamankoy, 1963. Covered with honors, but criticized more and more by the new generation, Senghor struggled to make all his works accessible. 1964, 1971, 1977, 1983. At the same time he continued, against all opposition, to define negritude as a value of dialogue and of openness and to clarify his humanist choices for socialist politics and for an economy based on an African reading of Marx. 1976a. Nyerere, in these years, also appears as one of the more credible political thinkers. Despite the crucial problems of its adaptation to the African context, socialism seemed the most fashionable doctrine. Its best-known proponents are Fanon, Senghor and Nyerere. The West Indian Frantz Fanon, a solid Marxist, but also a good student of Hegel, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, and Sartre, expressed his commitment to the African Revolution in Peau Noire, Masques Blancs, 1952, Les Dames de la Terre, 1962, and Pour la Révolution Africaine, 1969. His commitment is based on a concrete understanding of the Hegelian dialectic. The alienation caused by colonialism constitutes the thesis, the African ideologies of otherness, black personality and negritude, the antithesis, and political liberation should be the synthesis. The similarity with Sartre's analysis in Black Orpheus is striking. But Fanon, who was probably more concerned with details and practical contradictions because he knew them better, had come from a colony, was himself black. 105. And participated actively in the Algerian Revolution. In contrast to Sartre, he could address a wider range of problems. The alienation of colonialism entails both the objective fact of total dependence, economic, political, cultural, and religious, and the subjective process of the self-victimization of the dominated. The colonized internalizes the imposed racial stereotypes, particularly in attitudes towards technology, culture, and language. Black personality and negritude appear as the only means of negating this thesis, and Fanon expounds the antithesis in terms of anti-racist symbols. Negritude becomes the intellectual and emotional sign of opposition to the ideology of white superiority. At the same time, it asserts an authenticity which eventually expresses itself as a radical negation, rejection of racial humiliation, rebellion against the rationality of domination, and revolt against the whole colonialist system. This symbolic violence ultimately turns into nationalism and subsequently leads to a political struggle for liberation. The synthesis is the conjunction of, on the one side, national consciousness and political praxis, and, on the other, the contradictions created by existing social classes, national bourgeoisie, proletariat, underproletariat, and peasantry. Whereas Fanon distinguishes the analysis of a struggle for liberation, first phase, from the promotion of socialism, second phase, Senghor tends to define African socialism as just a stage in a complex process beginning with negritude and oriented towards a universal civilization. He emphasizes three major moments: negritude, Marxism, and universal civilization. A. Negritude is the warmth of being, living, and participating in a natural, social, and spiritual harmony. It also means assuming some basic political positions, that colonialism has depersonalized Africans and that therefore the end of colonialism should promote the self-fulfillment of Africans. Thus, negritude is simultaneously an existential thesis, I am what I have decided to be, and a political enterprise. It also signifies a political choice. Among European methods, socialism seems the most useful for both cultural reassessment and socio-political promotion. 6. Marxism is, for Senghor, a method. In order to use it adequately, the Senegalese thinker dissociates Marxism as humanism from Marxism as a theory of knowledge. The first offers a convincing explanation of the notion of alienation in its theory of capital and value and exposes the scandal of human beings under capitalism becoming mere means of production and strangers vis-a-vis the product of their work. For this reason, Senghor readily accepts Marxism's conclusions insofar as they indicate a recognition of the natural rights of humans, who are and must remain free agents and creators of culture. We are socialist, writes Senghor, because we accept Marx and Engels and believe in the usefulness of their analysis of societies. Yet we add to Marx and Engels' works the contributions of their successors. For Senghor, Marxism as a theory of knowledge nevertheless constitutes a problem. It is one thing to use its schemas for analyzing and understanding the 106 complexity of social formations, and another to accept the idea that social complexities universally fit into the concept of the class struggle and express the need to deny religion. See, negritude and Marxist humanism are, according to Senghor, only stages in a dynamic dialectic process towards a universal civilization. Interpreting hypotheses of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, Senghor bases his ideas of a universal civilization upon laws of evolution. He believes that the movement from micro-entities to more complex ones and finally consciousness expresses a natural law. This would imply at least three major theses: the principle of development of all human beings, the principle of harmony in development, and God's existence as a natural necessity. Senghor thinks that some basic African values are well expressed in this perspective, namely the idea of community, the principle of harmony between evolving humans and changing nature, and, finally, the vision of a unitary universe. Senghor's influence on contemporary African thought, particularly in Francophone countries, is considerable. The Senegalese writer, like the Ghanaian Nkrumah, does not allow himself to be neutral. Of the African thinkers of this century, he will probably have been the most honored and the most complimented, yet probably also the most disparaged and the most insulted, particularly by the present generation of African intellectuals. It is significant that S. Azambo Menda and M. Anobo, in their Manual of African Philosophy, believe they are obliged to explain the presence of Senghor in their text. His thought has exerted on black intellectuals such influence that it would be regrettable were his principal theses to be ignored or passed in silence by sectarianism or because people felt incapable to discuss them. Azambo Menda and Anobo, 1978. Does including Senghor in a textbook of African philosophy really require excuses? It is fitting to note that Senghor has become a myth that is endlessly discussed. It is true that criticism, especially African, has mainly seen in Senghor the promoter of some famous oppositions which, out of context, could appear to embrace perspectives proper to certain racist theoreticians: Negro emotion confronting Hellenistic reason, intuitive Negro reasoning through participation facing European analytical thinking through utilization, or the Negro African, person of rhythm and sensitivity, assimilated to the other through sympathy, who can say I am the other. Therefore I am. On this basis, Senghor has been accused of seeking to promote a detestable model for a division of vocations between Africa and Europe, between African and European, example Tawa, 1971a, Sayinka, 1976. This seems quite wrong. Senghor's philosophy can be simply understood through a challenging proposition he offered to the Senegalese Socialist Party in July 1963, finally, what too many Africans lack, is the awareness of our poverty and creative imagination, I mean the spirit of resourcefulness, 1983-152. Nyerire's socialism is probably the most pragmatic of all African socialisms, Duggan and Civil, 1976-181. Its basic assumption has been 107. Spelled out in simple terms. In the expression African socialism, the most important word is not socialism but African. In other words, according to Nyerere, an African does not need to convert to socialism or to democracy, since his own traditional experience is socialist and democratic. The true African socialist does not look on one class of men as his brethren and another as his natural enemies. He does not form an alliance with the brethren for the extermination of the non-brethren. He regards all men as his brethren, as members of his ever-extending family. Ujamaa, then, or familyhood, describes our socialism. Nyerere, 1968 A2-7. Ujamaa, or communalism, rejects both capitalism, which seeks to build a happy society on the basis of exploitation of man by man, and doctrinaire socialism, which seeks to build its happy society on a philosophy of inevitable conflict between man and man. For Nyerere, Ujamaa means first of all the creation of a new society, a nation, based on the traditional model of family. Second, moving beyond a nation, the socialist project would imply a constant development of communalism for all peoples, Duggan, and Civil, 1976, 188-96. The Arusha Declaration, issued by Nyerere's party in 1967, made Nyerere's program more explicit. It presented the party's creed, its socialist charter, the policy of self-reliance, the philosophy of membership, and an official statement about socialist leaders. The creed presents the rationale of Ujamaa. In the first part, it describes the major values: sharing, equality, rejection of alienation and exploitation of man by man, etc. In the second part, it offers as ideological deductions its main political objectives. These are, first, the independence of the nation, but a socialist nation governed by a socialist government; second, cooperation with African countries and commitment to the liberation of Africa and her unity; and third, improvement of the conditions of equality and life in the nation and, therefore, nationalization of the means of production and political control of the fields of production. The search for the construction of a new African society has also led in other directions. Both N. Azikiwe's interpretation of political unity and the pragmatic federalism advocated by O. Awolowo in Path to Nigerian Freedom, 1947, have followers. Nkrumah's political philosophy is still popular all over the continent, especially his concept of social revolution described in One Speak of Freedom, 1961, and the materialism of consciencism, 1970, which exposes a socio-political system implying dialogue and the possibility of reconciling antagonistic forces and orienting them towards positive social change. Unfortunately, looking back at Nkrumah's regime in Ghana, one might think that all was just rhetoric. Though a good Marxist theorist, Nkrumah, once in power, became a bad politician and rapidly turned into a dictator. The best that can be said is that he simply failed to put his theory into practice. Yet his theoretical legacy remains challenging and stimulating. 108. For the new generation of African Marxists looking for paradigms of revolutionary change and cultural dynamism. On a quite general level, one may still admire his critical evaluation of G. Padmar's Pan-Africanism or communism, his views on the unity of the continent, and the pertinence of his analyses of neocolonialism. Nkrumah, 2962, 1965. It is my feeling that in general the new African trend concentrates on the ideological significance of the failure of contemporary African society. In French-speaking countries, the criticism is carried out in the context of present-day socio-political contradictions rooted in both the pre-colonial and colonial experience, as for example, by Path Diagné in Pouvoir politique traditionnel en Afrique occidentale, 1967, and G. L. Hazoumeh with his book Ideologies Tribalists et Nation en Afrique, l'État de Homine, 1972. Under the circumstances, many thinkers tend to re-evaluate African socialism and insist on the usefulness of applying the Marxist lesson in a more systematic manner. Mahimoud Diop suggested this in his contribution à l'étude de problèmes politiques en Afrique noire, 1958. Assane Afana brilliantly applied Marxist perspectives to the economic situation of West Africa in L'économie West Africaine. Perspectives de Développement, 1967, 1976. The Marxist trend seems still to be dynamic, as shown by the writings of authors such as Diagné, Haontanji, and M. Ngwabi, as well as by the official ideological choices of the regimes of Angola, Benin, Congo, Ethiopia, and Mozambique. The newly created journal of African Marxists is also an indication of the Marxist revival in Africa. It has succeeded in bringing together intellectuals from all over the continent and states its task in terms of providing a platform for Marxist thought to provide that element most needed now to enable Africa to throw off imperialist domination and capitalist exploitation, 1983, No 4:3, see also Dieng 1979. In contrast, and mainly in West Africa, other scholars continue to give priority to questions that have been asked again and again about tradition. M. Dia, for instance, with his works on Islamic humanism, 1977, 1979, joins A. Hampat Ba and Babu Hama, prestigious survivors of an old team which, from the 1930s onward, has continued to invoke traditionalism and Islam as effective sources of regeneration. See also Brenner, 1984. Present trends give the impression that the Africa of the 1980s is reliving the crises of the 1950s. To create myths which would give a meaning to its hopes for improvement, Africa seems to hesitate between two principal sources, Marxist and traditionalist, and to worry endlessly about the evidence about the superiority of the same over the other and the possible virtues of the inverse relationship. But a discrete and contract overt current has quietly developed since 1954, the date of the publication of Cheikh Anta Diop's Nations Négrières et Culture. To many, this current appears as the only reasonable alternative to the present disorder. Using Marxism as a foil, it intends to study African tradition in depth, affirming the cultural unity of pre-colonial Africa, linguistic kinship, and common historic past. Diop. 109. 1954, 1968, 1967, 1981. Diop's learned investigations assisted by the Congolese T. Obenga, 1973, and the Cameroonian Mban, 1972. Seek to give Africa the moral benefit of being the cradle of humankind and of having influenced the history of ancient Egypt as well as Mediterranean civilizations. But could these potentially mobilizing myths provide, as Diop hoped, 1960 the possibility of a new political order in Africa? 110. 4. E. W. Bliden's legacy and questions. The ambiguities of an ideological alternative. Tout Mavi, politiquement, je me suis fait de la bile. Jn induis que le sol père que j'ai iconu, que je me suis done, et le père politique. Roland Barthes Par Roland Barthes. In his foreword to Selected Letters of Edward Wilmot Bliden, 1978, collected by Hollis R. Lynch, L.S. Senghor celebrates Bliden as the foremost precursor both of Negritude and of the African personality, Lynch 1978 15xxii. The father of Negritude thinks that a century before the emergence of modern African ideology, Bliden promoted its spirit. First, because Bliden treated both the virtues of Negritude and proper modes of illustrating these virtues, through scholarly studies, lifestyles, and cultural cretin. Second, because through the stimulus of a revolution of mentalities, Blitten tried to lead Negro Americans to cultivate what is authentically theirs, their African personality. And advocated already the method which is ours today, to find one's roots in the values of negritude, while remaining open to those of non-African civilizations. Third, because as a true universal man, Blitten already believed, as we do today, that all progress in a civilization can only come from a mixing of cultures. Lynch, author of a biography of Blitten, agrees with Senghor and writes that the modern concept of negritude can find respectable historical roots in the writings of Blitten, 1967:2-52. He also stresses the influence of Blitten on such ideologues as the Nigerian Nnamdi Azikiwe and the Ghanaian Kwame Nkrumah, and states that Blitten was the ideological father of the idea of West African unity. He inspired nationalism in the individual territories, and his pan-Negro ideology was undoubtedly the most important progenitor of Pan-Africanism, 1967:249-50, a native of the Danish island of St. Thomas, E. W. Blitten, 1832–1912, settled in West Africa in 1851 and rapidly became one of the most careful 111 students of African affairs. A permanent resident of Liberia and Sierra Leone, he saw the beginning of the scramble for Africa, studied the arrival of European settlers on the west coast, and observed the progressive establishment of colonial rule. He was the author of several works. It is not my intention to present an exegetic interpretation of Blitten's work, nor to offer a new understanding of his life and achievements. I am concerned with the practical question in the precise field of the history of African ideologies. In what sense can we accept Senghor's and Lynch's statements about Blitten as the precursor of negritude and African personality? Thus, I will not interpret Blitten's theses from the point of view of historical data now available, but instead will focus on their significance and limitations, and will, when necessary, situate them in their ideological atmosphere. I shall, therefore, describe the signs and symbols of Blitten's ideology as expressed by such texts as Vindication of the Negro Race, 1857, Liberia's Offering, 1862, The Negro in Ancient History, 1869, Liberia, Past, Present, and Future, 1869, Christianity, Islam and the Negro Race, 1888, and Africa and the Africans, 1903. I use the themes of Christianity, Islam, and the Negro race as an organizing frame. This book, a miscellaneous collection of various texts, articles, speeches, reviews, is Blitten's major work. See Lynch, 1967:73-78. Quotations from his letters add subjectivity to some of Blitten's more formal theses. In this first section, I will present Blitten's thesis on colonization and his interpretation of the Negro's condition. In the next, I will show how he sees the African and defines his own political philosophy. My conclusion on his legacy attempts a critical synthesis and studies Blitten's racial attitudes and prophetism, and proposes a critical interpretation of Senghor's and Lynch's statements. The method used is simple. Blitten's work is not analyzed as sign or symbol of something else, but only in terms of its own density and spiritual limits, as it reveals its own irreducibility and specificity. At the same time, because this work was produced within a given historical period and a specific intellectual climate, I thought it valid to rewrite its passion in the manner of Foucault, as a simple discourse object. Given Blitten's personal situation, a West Indian black who, denied education in the United States, emigrated to Liberia, Blitten, Low 8, Lynch, 1967:73, one can understand that his ideas concerning colonization express both racial and nationalistic positions aimed at achieving a particular type of social revolution. On April 20, 1860, he wrote to William Gladstone, then British Chancellor of the Exchequer, about Liberia: "This little republic, planted here in great weakness, is no doubt destined, in the providence of God, to revolutionize for good the whole of that portion of Africa." Blitten, Let. 30. but in a letter written on June 9 of the same year to the Rev. John L. Wilson, corresponding secretary of the Board of Foreign Missions of the American Presbyterian Church, Blitten speaks of being instrumental in doing anything towards establishing the respectability of my race. Significantly, he wishes that his efforts for the promotion of the Alexander High 112 school in Monrovia will contribute to a partial solution to questions about the Negro's capabilities. The great problem to be solved is whether black men, under favorable circumstances, can manage their own affairs. With efficiency will the efforts now put forth in the Alex High School, if efficient and successful, contribute to a partial solution of the problem? And, on the other hand, if those efforts fail, will the impression be deepened that the problem is insolvable, and will the gloom which has so long rested upon the race increase in density? If so, then let me be forever discarded by the black race, and let me be condemned by the white, if I strive not with all my powers, if I put not forth all my energies to contribute to so important a solution. Blitten, Let. 31. One might focus on this sign, an explicit need for overcompensation transformed into a will for power. But this will for the progress of the race is largely determined by an apologetic objective. For, as Blitten put it at the end of his treatise on the Negro in ancient history, we believe that as descendants of Hine had share in the founding of cities and in the organization of government, so members of the same family, developed under different circumstances, will have an important part in the closing of the great drama, not 28. In this regard, he denies to whites any positive cultural presence in Africa and frequently insists on the fact that only black peoples can transform the continent. Yet he seriously advocates colonization as one of the possible means of metamorphosis. Blitten's understanding of the process of Africa's opening up to a white presence is ambiguous. The modern desire for more accurate knowledge of Africa is not a mere sentiment, it is the philanthropic impulse to lift up the millions of that continent to their proper position among the intellectual and moral forces of the world, but it is also the commercial desire to open that vast country to the enterprises of trade. Blitten, CINR, 95. There remains the civilizing mission. He even refers to the first years of slavery as being positive. The slave trade was regarded as a great means of civilizing the blacks, a kind of missionary institution. Africans were at that time not only indoctrinated into the principles of Christianity, but they were taught the arts and sciences. The relation of the European to the African in those unsophisticated times, was that of guardian and protege, LPPF 7-8. Despite the fact that Blitten certainly had knowledge of Belgian atrocities in the Congo, his stated opinion of King Leopold's enterprise in Africa was that everyone has confidence in the philanthropic aims and the practical arid commercial efforts of the King of Belgians in the arduous and expensive enterprise he has undertaken in the Congo. Lynch, 1967:208. In his Africa and Africans, written in 1903, he celebrated Leopold and the Belgians as providential agents for the regeneration of the continent and added that, retribution for their misdeeds will come from God. Blitten, A. 45, Lynch, 1967:209. But the same year, in a letter to John Holt, he was quite angry about the horrible proceedings in the Congo. Identifying Leopold with a mythical and monstrous pharaoh, he noted that the king and his aides have the curse of God on them. Let 474. Blitten also focused on the commercial interest as a second explanation for colonization. He believed that the European project of colonizing Africa was an economic investment, for it would determine the continuation of the prosperity of Europe. In their eager search, the explorers have discovered that Africa possesses the very highest capacity for the production, as raw material, of the various articles demanded by civilized countries. English and French, and Germans, are now in the struggles of an intense competition for the hidden treasures of that continent. CINR 120. We can assume that Blitten heard of the discovery of gold in Rhodesia by the German Karl Mach in the 1860s. This discovery, widely publicized by white South African settlers, became the symbol of African treasure in the 1870s when it reached European papers. However, Blitten stressed an economic theory to explain the scramble for Africa. Europe is overflowing with the material productions of its own genius. Important foreign markets, which formerly consumed these productions, are now closing against them. Africa seems to furnish the only large outlet, and the desire is to make the markets of Sudan easily accessible to London, Manchester, and Liverpool. The depressed factories of Lancashire are waiting to be inspired with new life and energy by the development of a new and inexhaustible trade with the millions of Central Africa. CINR 95. This is a classical explanation from the middle of the 19th century, but written near its end. The so-called anti-imperialist Little England era of the last quarter of the 18th century seems a fantasy. See Robinson, Gallagher, and Denny, 1961, Thornton, 1959, Langer, 1951. After J.B. Shaw's thesis on economic balance and its endorsement by Mill and Bentham, almost all British economists advocated colonization as the best means to economic and social improvement at home. One of the most articulate theories, e.g. Wakefield's systematic colonization scheme, emphasized the extension of land capital or field of production as a solution to the redundancy of both capital and labor in England. For Wakefield, as for most of the leading theorists of this time, like R. Torrens and R. J. Wilmot Horton, the acquisition of colonies was, to put it in John Stuart Mill's words, the best affair of business in which the capital of an old and wealthy country can engage. Its most obvious advantages were supposed to be, first, the expansion of the field of production and employment and, therefore, the possibility of creating new wealth, second, a solution to the problem of unemployment by moving people overseas and integrating them into new 114 fields, and third, an organic extension of markets by the export of manufactured goods and the import of food and raw materials. Blitten seems aware of these colonial objectives. Lynch, 1967:191-209, even while accepting European humanitarian intentions with all its trappings for civilizing, instructing and elevating. CINR 338. The man is, fundamentally, a politician. He admires the British Empire and considers himself to be acquainted with the character and temper of the men who, happily for humanity, come to the head of the government. He sincerely rejoices in the spirit and intention of the imperial government which, according to one Mr. Bosworth Smith, whom he quotes, presents a rule unselfish and unaggressive, benevolent and energetic, wise and just. Furthermore, he has a friendly regard for the British settlers in West Africa who have numbered among their rulers, especially within the last 20 years, some of the best representatives of the English spirit. CINR 298-99. As to the French presence in West Africa, he says that France is doing her part to pacify West Africa, to improve her material conditions, and to give an opportunity for permanent progress to the sons of soil, a work much needed, and suited to the genius of Celtic race. Germany is giving her desirable quota and Germans are taking their part with intelligence, energy, and capital. Lynch, 1967:200-1. Blitten does not seem to disapprove of European colonization. In 1896, he still states that Britain ought to have unquestioned precedence in respect of territory and political influence in West Africa. Lynch, 1967:197, Blitten, Low 25. When, in 1906, Sir Frederick Lugard resigned, Blitten expressed his very deep regret to the colonial proconsul. In the long list of British rulers in Africa who have deserved well of their country and of the natives, the universal sentiment will say to you, well done, go up higher, let, 484. Yet there is an ambivalence in Blitten's praise of European colonization. For example, he wrote in 1878 to Sir Thomas Fowell Buxton, "The Christianizing and civilizing mission of your country will never be carried out by commerce and military demonstrations, nor even by schools only but by the exemplification of those great principles of justice and humanity which the great teacher whom you profess to follow inculcated, but which, it is sad to see, are yet far from being understood or practically applied by Christian nations in their dealings with weaker races. Let. 272. In Christianity, Islam, and the Negro race, Blitten concentrated heavily on the English language as a means of African education. Into the English, as into the bosom of a great central sea, all the streams of the past and present have poured, and are still pouring their varied contents. Lo 109. He considered English to be the language of conquest, not of physical, but of moral and intellectual conquest. CINR 368. He only regretted that on Western shores, English, like other European languages, has come to the greater portion of the natives associated with profligacy, plunder, and cruelty, and devoid of any connections with spiritual things. CINR 68. In reality. 115. The logic of Blitten's thinking is clear. He favors both English language and colonization as means for grafting European progress wholesale on African conservatism and stagnation. CINR 300. In his own words, the native African, like all Oriental or tropical people, can see no reason or property in extra work, as long as he has enough to supply his wants. But he is imitative. And as the English language is diffused in his country, vivified by its domiciliation on the American continent, the native will be raised unconsciously, and, in spite of hereditary tendencies and surroundings, will work, not, then, in order to enjoy repose the dolce far niente, but to be able to do more work, and to carry out higher objects. CINR 368. What is at stake is a thesis on the perfectibility of savages, one widespread in European milieu and scholarly publications since the Age of Enlightenment. See Lyons, 1975, as well as the ideological theme of Anglo-Saxon responsibility, a view that sustained the saga of exploration during the 19th century. It is obvious that Blitten has no doubts about the necessity of the regeneration of Africa. Lo 528. He clearly shares Livingstone's conviction, variously presented in almost all the Anglo-American reports on African explorations. It is on the Anglo-American race that the hope of the world for liberty and progress rest. See Hammond and Jablow, 1977. Blitten accepts the achievements of colonization under British law and views the British colonial experience as the best model for the promotion of civilization. Under that enlightened system of government which protects the rights, the liberty, the life, and the property of every individual, of whatever race or religion, the people have been advanced in civilization and well-being. CINR 215. It is well to keep in mind this general principle. Blitten considers colonization a way of elevating Africans to civilization and thinks that, if possible, this process must be done in English. As a theoretical explanation for the conquest of Africa, it does not, at this level, differ from the philanthropic justification of Leopold II, King of the Belgians, the extinction of slavery and the introduction of a select civilization. CINR 348, nor from the purposes of a multitude of colonial organizations. In his speech delivered at the anniversary of the American Colonization Society in 1883, Blitten praised the zealous curiosity of these associations which were bringing all their resources to bear upon Africa's exploration and amelioration. CINR 94. These were organizations such as the International African Association, created in 1876, the Italian National Association for the Exploration and Civilization of Africa, the Spanish Association for the Exploration of Africa, the German Society for the Explorations of Africa, founded in 1872, the African Society in Vienna, founded in 1876, the Hungarian African Association, created in 1877, the National Swiss Committee for the Exploration of Central Africa, etc. All these associations, wrote Blitten, bring to the task a desire for more accurate knowledge of Africa, a philanthropic impulse to lift up the millions of that continent to their proper position, and 116. a commercial desire to open that vast country to the enterprises of trade, CINR 95. The particular dimension of Bliden's theory of colonization resides in the assumption that the opening up and the development of the continent must be a black enterprise. In 1885, in a long letter to Sir Samuel Roe, governor of Sierra Leone, he expounded the essentials of his theory on colonization. The European interest now directed to Africa is positive in terms of its premises, since it is, according to his view, the cause of civilization and progress. It is gratifying to know that England is waking up to her just claims to whatever advantages those countries may yield for commercial or imperial purposes. On the basis of his labors in connection with the Republic of Liberia, and to a limited extent with the settlement of Sierra Leone, he gave advice on how to impose a new system on natives. The most effectual is evidently that of annexation with a view to regular supervision and control of the annexed territories. Yet he insisted that the settlements of civilized blacks from America was the best policy, the most effective way of spreading civilization in intertropical Africa. Let 349-55. Bliden was convinced that only the Negro will be able to explain the Negro to the rest of mankind, CINR 263. For him, Liberia's case was exemplary as the most successful sign of this conviction. He wrote in Hope for Africa, 1862, of the fulfillment of a divine plan. There are 15,000 civilized and Christianized Africans striving to accomplish the twofold work of establishing and maintaining an independent nationality, and of introducing the gospel among untold millions of unevangelized and barbarous men. Lo, 19. This is an idea he maintained till the end of his life. Equally strong were his invitations to black Americans to emigrate to Africa. The motives he put forward were sometimes financial, sometimes psychological, and also attest to his concern for the regeneration of these potential immigrants. He makes this explicit in a letter of September 3, 1877, to W. Coppinger, Secretary of the American Colonization Society. I would be glad if you would point out to Africans in the United States these two facts. 1. There is great wealth in their fatherland of which if they do not soon avail themselves, others will get the first pick and perhaps occupy the finest sites. 2. Only in connection with Liberia or a properly established Negro nationality can they even attain to true manhood and equality. Let 260. Let me underscore that Bliden had a quite restrictive understanding of what black meant. He did not wish to have in Africa people of mixed blood, see, example let 174, 271, 315, who, according to him, never get thorough sympathy with the work. This obvious racism is, paradoxically, based on 117. The European thinking that he should be opposing. In a letter to Charles T. Geyer, he openly stated that repatriation of civilized blacks from the Western Hemisphere is indispensable in the work of African amelioration. Bliden, Let. Despite such clear suppositions, his reasoning emphasized Africa's mysteriousness. She is a sphinx and must solve her own riddle at last, CINR 127. In other words, Europe has to give up the idea of regenerating Africa through colonies of her own subjects, CINR 349, because energetic colonization for whites, must be in climates where the winter or cold weather brings its healthy and recuperative influences to body and mind, CINR 349. Bliden sustained his argument by giving some historical precedents, CINR 358, quoting M. Stanley, who wrote that the equatorial regions of Africa have for ages defied Islam, Christianity, science, and trade. Civilization, so often baffled, stands railing at the barbarism and savagery that presents such an impenetrable front to its efforts, CINR 345. He also emphasized the colonizers' woes. Europeans cannot survive in Africa, CINR 128, they die or become physically ill and mentally deranged, CINR 263. In sum, the chief obstacle to the wholesome influence of Europeans in Africa is the climate. From the earliest antiquity this has been the insuperable barrier, CINR 341. In the letter he sent to Sir Luggard in 1906, he proposed the same explanation. The principle of the man on the spot, however applicable it may be to other countries in healthier climates, is not always to be relied on when dealing with intertropical Africa. There the personnel is most important. Europeans do not, as a rule, retain their normal mental state, or, perhaps, even their moral equilibrium, after 6 months under the influence of that climate. Blitten, Let 484, my emphasis. Therefore, only blacks could colonize and reform Africa. By blacks, he meant civilized Americans and West Indians of African descent. Blitten had some strange views concerning slavery, for example his belief that in the first years it was a deportation from a land of barbarism to a land of civilization, Low, 256. Remarkable also were some of his views of black Americans. He wrote for instance, that Africa has never lost the better classes of her people. As a rule, those who were exported belonged to the servile and criminal classes, CINR, I-26. Yet he continued to praise black Americans and their capabilities and considered them as possible saviors of Africa. He believed that they have never needed the stimulus of any organization of white men to direct their attention to the land of their fathers, CINR 100. Pursuing this point of view to its furthest limits, he insisted on the particularity of this possible colonization and its racial implications. The exiled Negro, then, has a home in Africa. Africa is his, if he will. He may ignore it. He may consider that he is divested of any right to it, but this will not alter his relations to that country, or impair the integrity of his title. CINR, 124. 118. It is indeed impossible not to sympathize with the intelligent Negro, whose imagination, kindled by the prospects and possibilities of America, the land of his birth, makes him desire to remain and share in its future struggles and future glories. But he still suffers from many drawbacks. CINR 125. As a result of their freedom and enlarged education, the descendants of Africa in America are beginning to feel themselves straitened. They are beginning to feel that only in Africa will they find the sphere of their true activity. CINR, 125. In New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Harrisburg, and other cities Blitten preached to colored congregations during the summer of 1862, stating, "Now, while Europeans are looking to our fatherland, ought not Africans in the Western Hemisphere to turn their regards thither also? We should not content ourselves with living among other races, simply by their permission or their endurance. We must build up Negro states. An African nationality is our great need, and God tells us by His providence that He has set the land before us, and bids us go up and possess it, L0:75-76, etc. The project is racially oriented, its foundation is racist. In America we see how readily persons from all parts of Europe assimilate. The Negro, the Indian, and the Chinese, who do not belong to the same family, repel each other, and are repelled by the Europeans. The antagonistic elements are in contact, but refuse to unite, and as yet no agent has been found sufficiently potent to reduce them to unity. L0:88. Blitten's ideas on African colonization are based both on theories cast in terms of race and on his own experience in Sierra Leone and Liberia. Sometimes they express a personal sense of overcompensation which accounts for some of the strange reasons he proposes to black Americans for going back to Africa. For example, the Negro in the United States, however well educated and however qualified for it, will never have the opportunity of appearing in a diplomatic character at a European court, a privilege which the Liberian has in spite of the political insignificance of his country. Let 260. Nevertheless, the essential point is that he envisioned the extension of Liberia's experience to all the continent, convinced that in support of black authenticity, whatever others may do for us, there are some things we must do for ourselves. No outward protection, no friendly intervention, no deed of gift can give those personal virtues, those attributes of manhood, self-reliance and independence, CINR 217. This argument on African colonization represents a departure from two related theories which were generally accepted during the 19th century, see Lyons, 1975:25-85. As Christopher Fife puts it in his introduction to one of Bliden's books, humankind is divided into races, and the movements of history and society can only be adequately explained in terms of their interaction, CINR 12. Bliden saw the African future in terms of racial cooperation and integration between Black Americans and Africans. 119. He also shared the assumption widely held in the second part of the 18th century and throughout the 19th, that only a certain race can adapt and survive in a given climate. East is East and West is West, and never the twain shall meet was a polygenist principle. With such assumptions, Bliden thought that the only alternative to the ongoing European colonization was a Black American presence, which would necessitate a reshaping of the African environment and result in a transformation of its peoples. This argument consequently becomes one that we should call a tentative program for political and racial organization. This seems to be the period of race organization and race consolidation. The races in Europe are striving to group themselves together according to their natural affinities. The Germans are confederated. The Italians are united. Greece is being reconstructed. And so this race impulse has seized the African here. The feeling is in the atmosphere, the plane in which races move. And there is no people in whom the desire for race integrity and race preservation is stronger than in the Negro. CINR 122. The fundamental theme in Bliden's writings is that Africans, from a historical point of view, constitute a universe apart and have their own history and traditions. This point is worth analyzing, since the European 19th century literature on Africa emphasized this point too, but in a different way, see Battle and Lyons, 1970. 19th century writers, focusing on differences between Africa and Europe, tended to demonstrate the complete lack of similarity between the two continents and attempted to prove that in Africa the physical environment, the flora and fauna, as well as the people, represent relics of a remote age of antiquity. Arthur de Gobineau's essay Sur l'inégalité des races humaines, 1853, Darwinism, and the debate between polygenists and monogenists provided scientific and social categories for racial thinking, see Haller, 1971. Linnaeus's classification of types and varieties of human beings within the natural system, 1758, was then modified. G. Cuvier, for instance, offered a hierarchy of human types in Animal Kingdom, 1827, S. Morton, a table of races and their cranial and intellectual capacity in Crania Americana, R. 833, and G. Coombe, a System of Phrenology, 1844, in which he demonstrated the relationships between types of brain, racial differences, and degrees of spiritual and cultural development, see Curtin, 1965, Lyons, 1975. In sum, though they did disagree among themselves about which European races were inferior to others, Western racial commentators generally agreed that blacks were inferior to whites in moral fiber, cultural attainment, and mental ability. The African was, to many eyes, the child in the family of man, modern man in embryo, Lyons, 1975:86-87. This meant, in other words, that African peoples were considered as instances of a frozen state in the evolution of humankind. They were defined as archaic or primitive human beings, insofar as they were supposed to represent very ancient social and cultural organizations which had been 120. Present in Europe several thousand years earlier. 19th century anthropology was firmly based on this hypothesis and produced scholarly works on the principles of humankind's evolution to civilization, in which African peoples were considered signs of the initial primitiveness. The mistake which Europeans often make in considering questions of Negro improvement and the future of Africa, is in